justice system, the people are represented by two separate yet equally important groups: the police who investigate crime and the district attorneys who prosecute the offenders.
Okay. Immediately have to stop and address this. What is with this? I have had so many people tell me that they have had dreams of me breaking into their houses, stealing their shit, wrecking their cars. Like, am I chaos? What's going on? Am I chaos in dreamland? I do apologize for that. I would have totally stolen your okra and your plums, but definitely not your green onions. I probably also would have asked before raiding your garden, but if you didn't answer soon enough, I would have done it anyway. But still, how rude of me. I do apologize on behalf of Dreamcat. Hello, everybody.
These people are going to eject you from this line. That's assault. That's assault. You cannot touch me like that. Oh, I will be telling you exactly what happened. These people are going to eject you from this line. That's assault. We have video of her just touching. How did that go? I will. Excuse me. Excuse me. That's assault. You cannot touch me like that. Oh, I will be telling you. That's assault. That's assault. That's assault. That's assault. We have video of her just. These people are going to eject you from this line. How did that show? I will be assault. It is incredibly appropriate. I will. You cannot touch me like that. That's assault. Stop that chair here. You cannot touch me like that. It is incredible. That's assault. That's assault. Stop that chair. Stop that chair. Stop that chair. These people are going to eject you from this line. That's assault. Oh, I will. That's assault. Oh, I will be telling you exactly what happened. Stop that chair. That's assault. That's assault. Stop that chair. These people are going to eject you from this line. That's assault. That's assault. It is. You cannot touch me like that. Oh, I will be telling you exactly what happened. These people are going to eject you from this line. That's assault. We have video of her just touching. How did that show? I will be. Excuse me. Excuse me. That's assault. Stop that chair. You cannot touch me like that. Oh, I will be telling you. That's assault. That's assault. Stop that. That's assault. Stop that chair here. We have video of her just. These people are going to eject you from this line. How did that show? I will be assault. It is incredibly appropriate. I will. You cannot touch me like that. That's assault. Stop that chair here. You cannot touch me like that. It is incredible. That's assault. That's assault. Stop that chair. Stop that chair. These people are going to eject you from this line. That's assault. Oh, I will. That's assault. Oh, I will. That's assault. Oh, I will. That's assault. Oh, I will be telling you. That's assault. Oh, I will be telling you exactly what happened. Stop that chair here. That's assault. That's assault. Oh, I will be telling you. That's assault. Oh, I will be telling you. That's assault. Oh, I will. That's assault.
Yeah, Ed had a bag on his head. By the way, do any of you guys know what Ed was doing there with the bag on his head? What he was making fun of? Because that was actually a sick ass, deep ass comedy deep cut. That was a comedy deep cut. That was the unknown comic. He was a comedian who used to come out with a bag on his head. And the whole thing was he was unknown, and it was hilarious. And it's actually him and Dr. Demento are two of Dad's boyfriend's favorite comedians. And it's funny because I saw an unknown comic thing and a Dr. Demento thing, both related to Karen Reed today. And I was like, damn. Also, I finally saw what Boston Mike looks like. And I feel like he could be twinsies with Dylan, and I need to show him. I'm like, yo, this could be you. Like, he really does. They look like they could be like brothers or something. It's fucking wild to trip me out. I was like, that's Boston Mike. Why does he look? I can't tell if he's a cleaned up Dylan or a disheveled Dylan, but they both remind me of each other. I have not heard from her in a minute. I hope she's well. Gong Show was Unknown Comic on Gong Show. We have a Gong Show here in Austin. It's pretty fun. And I always do really good on it. I'm thankful to not get gonged, but then I get mad because every time I'm on it, I'm like, fucking gong me. And they never do. It fucking sucks. If a man is down before the snow starts to fall, how is there blood on top of the how do you find clear glass on top of white snow and you don't see the red glass? I would ask myself that constantly while watching the trial. Yeah, he did an unknown comic today. Ed put a stop and share, stop and save, stop and shop, whatever bag on his head and announced that he is the unknown criminal investigator. I was fucking losing it. I may have laughed harder at that than the Forrest Gump impression. We may need to figure out a way to make unknown criminal investigator dolls or a doll to send to Duty Ed because that was so fucking funny. I was like, holy shit. Is that where he started on the Gong Show? I didn't even know that. I thought he was doing like an Andy Kaufman thing and he'd pop in on talk shows. I didn't realize it was a Gong Show. Also, did you guys ever see Mike Myers redo the Gong Show, like his new version? It was fucking weird. It was super weird. I was like, I don't think this was it. And if it was dead ass, then damn, no wonder the generation above me is the way it is. If that's what you guys were fucking watching for fun, holy shit. Yeah, he was going nuts today. I don't blame him. And the whole time I watched the forensics people talk about policy and procedure for crime scene investigations, all I can think of is what would Ed say to this? So anytime him and Duty Ron pop on to talk about Karen Reed, I'm fucking watching. I pushed my shit back because I was like, I got to finish watching them, dude. I got to finish watching these boys because the boys were on one tonight. The boys were on one. The boys were ready to go back to town. They were like, the boys are back in town. Like, they were fucking pissed. And like, it's one of those kinds of pissed off when you watch this trial, right? You get fucking worked up, dude. You get worked up watching that shit. I get all fucking tarnationed out is what I call it. I get tarned and darned. I get danged. I'm like, I'm so fucking mad. Keep in mind, please remember, when I first saw this, before I knew any of the other things, just based on what was reported by the fucking police and by the media, just by that, I was like, oh, she fucking hit this guy drunk. End of story. And then Melanie showed me some shit, and I was like, wait a minute, that is fucking weird. Like, it takes a lot for me to be like, well, that's weird. And then I started looking into it on my own and reading every single thing I could. Everything I could. And the more I read, the more I was like, goddamn, I know he did. He said goddamn today. It was like the time Melanie said fuck. It took me out. It took me out. My heart skipped a beat. I was like, what? What? It was crazy. Yeah. Smoking all the cigarettes today. All the cigarettes today. I haven't even seen, I've seen only what Duty Ed and Duty Ron showed at the end because our power was out today. We had a bad storm. Power's been out. It was out for a few hours. So I didn't get to see that. Imbecilic, and I'm going to start using that a lot. Oh, I like that. Imbecilic. Oh, that's a good word. Sent you an email of a PCR And I'll also post on Discord so people can see what the ambulance crew asked. Thank you for that, Darlene. I have not checked my emails. I will check my emails. I promise I will tonight. Yeah, it's so bad going back tomorrow for the rest of Cross. He's going back tomorrow AM. Who is? Oh, the forensic. I don't even know. Okay, I saw, excuse me, people were posting that Katie McLaughlin pictures. And I said, this is from trial 1, damn it, as I scrolled through Twitter. And then I realized, no, that bitch just didn't change clothes. That bitch just slept outside the courthouse. That bitch just said, I don't need to go home, bitch. Look what I'm wearing, bitch. I'm just wearing this. She didn't give a damn. She's like, give me that white turtleneck I wear for court. Does she change? Does she ever change clothes? And it's still so pristine and white. It's so like not a stain on that thing. A year later, not a stain on it. Good for her. Good for that bad bitch. Because she is, and by bad, I mean bad. Like, she is a fucking, yeah, I don't know her. She's like an acquaintance. Girl, you hung out with her every fucking weekend. Every fucking weekend. Yeah, they all seem medicated a little bit. Medicated. It's because imbecilic is now in my head. Yeah, they all seem a little browned out this time around. This time around, everybody got browned out. Like, for real, they're all on something. I think, did Bev just hand out Xannies? Is the water okay there? Can we check the water in Boston? Bev was passed the fuck out. Did you guys see that? I don't even know what day that was. Yeah, she must have, because no one can do that. I worked at Cheesecake Factory briefly, and I will tell you this much. Actually, it was a while, but it's a blip in my life. I can't go back to that. That was the place I was telling you. That was the craziest fucking restaurant I worked at. People are fucking nuts there. Can't not get stained. Impossible. I was like a samurai. Give me the blood of my victims, put it on my outfit, because there was no fucking way. Head to toe white. Oh, no, ma'am. And yeah, check the fucking water. Aaron's over. Aaron Blockovich, what her name? Bring her in. Have her test the water. Something. There's Xanax in the water in Boston. Get them back to Four Loko or whatever the fuck they were on before. Because this shit, Bev was knocked the fuck out. She was like mellocated. Yeah, she was fucking on something. I mean, I've done so much pot in my life. I've done so much pot. Never been that tired. Never looked like that. The photo of her in the same outfit was photoshopped. No, was it? Really? Because everybody's saying that was it. Did she change it? Now I'm confused. Now I'm very confused. Are people just fucking on me? Are they fucking with me? You're doing the pot now? Be careful, Ernie. Nice to see you, hun. Yeah, I don't know. All these people did so much weeds today. They did so many marijuana cigarettes, but you know who didn't? Dawn the Lemon. Look at her.
Hey, where are you from, ma'am? Where are you from?
Where are you from?
Io sono from Italia.
This is Dawn on the stand, and this is Hank Brennan asking her where she's from. Are you ready?
Where are you from?
Io sono from Italia. Viva Italia, per favore, via la luce, metto male, mamma mia, da manetare. Ciacinca, buah. Figlia mia da fantasia, mamma mia, se facce tu.
I can't understand. I think she might be French.
Yeah, that's the best. Okay, pause it, because we're going to get into that in a second. Always so careful. And I can't breathe. Okay, so let's talk a little bit before we get started. Do a little house cleaning. Okay, house cleaning. So I want to say, Turd, Mia, Rabbit, all of your cassettes have been shipped. We have carefully packaged them so that they will not get cracked. Okay, Dad spent extra to make sure they were in perfect condition. It should take 3 to 5 days for them to get there. So expect them, what's today, as early as the 8th and as late as the 10th. Okay, so you will be getting those cassettes with a little extra something in there for you guys, a little extra treats for the kids. Thank you so much for taking part in that giveaway. You look very pretty tonight. You guys all look very pretty tonight. Let me tell you something. I joined all the groups that I could find on the Georgia Kids, on Kadir and Nasir. I started reaching out to people. I am a little concerned, and I'm going to tell you why. Normally, I don't like to reach out to people who maybe... Daniel, that is the nicest things that anyone's ever said to me. I appreciate that. Because I'm very, like, what is going on there? You know? Got a Pollock 5 head going on. Got to get that peak out. I need this peak to be peaking. Hasn't peaked since middle school. Appreciate you, hon. God, that hit me hard. Thank you, Daniel. I did enough weed for everyone that time. I food accidentally cooked in edibles oil. Oh, shit. That is the worst when you don't expect to be weeded and then you're weeded and you're like, oh, no, now I'm at Madonna's house on a mountain. Dude, the bun ratio is tough. It's tough. You just got to pull on it until you're ready. It hurts, but it's worth it. I have to tell you, peaking like middle school, peaking so hard. Just peaking all day, dude. Peaking like middle school is peaking like MS. Oops. Nope, that doesn't sound right. Okay. So back to the Georgia Twins. So I have joined all the groups. I normally don't like to reach out to someone unless they are asking for help, you know, or putting it out there, because usually these families get hounded with a lot of shit. Now, the family of the Georgia kids has a page that, well, I don't even know. Here's the thing. There are posts coming out of it that have them in it, as in something we're about to watch, but I'm not necessarily sure how they know the person who runs it. There's another page that it seems like this lady, she says she's a stand-up comedian and into true crime, and I'm like, bitch. So she's running a page. Went to her page. Every post is all caps locks. Appreciate. I'm outraged too. Okay, I can appreciate. Every page has, or every post has statements on it. Now, I'd like to show that to you, but these groups have certain privacy, so I'm not about to go put them on blast, but I will read you some of the things in it that I don't think anybody would mind, because it's pretty much out there, but some of it I think needs to be out there. And some of it I'm questioning, but it seems like she has her source and it might be the dad. So here's some of the things that I gathered from the groups before we get into the new stuff, because this is something I went through I took Young Black Economist advice. I took Hudson sent me some advice. I watched everything I could find in news reports. It's one of the reasons I missed some of the Karen stuff. Okay. And I wanted to suss out what is out there versus what is true and what is possibly false, or maybe like up in the air questions. So I went in there to see what's public, and then I went in the groups to see, are there, like, not just like, is there gossip? I don't want that. I want facts, you know, but where did these facts come from? Can we confirm them? Is there a family member confirming them? I'm going through, and here are some of the things that I've found, and I'll tell you what I'm curious about, but I'll tell you mostly what I'm concerned about. The first thing, in one of the groups, there is family speaking and responding, but one of them is on the sister's page, not the aunties, but the sister. So the sister has been posting like her workout updates, because she's starting to walk and run again, and starting to, like, you know, get in love with working out and trying to like sculpt her body better, and she's doing a fucking killer job. Like, this is, I mean, it's amazing. And she started like hiking and walking again, and I was like, oof, what, you know, tragic fucking timing for that, right? And she's been posting her progress every day. And then this stuff happened, and she started responding to people and talking to them about the case. And one of the things that she was stressing was that they had, apparently, and I believe this is the sister, they had a PI. The person was not capable of doing what they needed done. So now they put out a call looking for another PI. Hudson said this to me. A couple of other people have said this to me, and I immediately thought the same thing. You don't need a PI, you need a lawyer. But who am I to tell them what the fuck to do, right? But they were asking for advice. So I went in there and I commented along with a few other people that were saying, like, you need to get a really good lawyer, like, because the lawyer can get you the paperwork that you need. They can file the papers to get you the answers you need from the GBI. That's something that a PI might not be able to do. Now, if it's a local case, and you have the local police working on it, that could be a little different, because then you have a PI who might have an established reputation with that local jurisdiction, right? But in this case, it's the Georgia Bureau of Investigators. And they, in my opinion, and I'm sure plenty of other people would say this and did say this to them, you need a really good lawyer. So I'm trying really hard to try to just make sure that they, you know what I mean, they reach out to someone for that and not necessarily go with, you know, just any old PI, because again, GBI, that's big shit. Okay, that's big shit. That's big high level shit. Chances of a PI being able to talk to them, help them get any information or get any communication going, it would have to be someone incredible. And I saw people going, you need to talk to Derek Levester. He has a podcast. I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ. Don't go talk to the guy from Traders, please. Please. Go talk to a lawyer for, I don't know, the ACLU, the NAACP, just any fucking buddy that's not a fucking TV reality star. Do that instead, please. So I put in my 2 cents. Here's some of the things that are concerning. And this is, okay, so one of the things that I saw, and some of this is from the pages, and I will tell you what I'm questioning. And yes, this is the twin Georgia boys, and I will give you a rundown of actually, let's do that first. I'm going to read you a rundown of this case real quick. And then I'm going to play you some of the shorter news stories that I found that encompass the whole thing. For those of you who weren't here for the last episode, we talked about the Georgia twins, Kadir and Nasir Lewis. They're 2 twin boys. And here, let me just read you this real quick, okay? Authorities say, so this is the backstory, all right? And this is directly from the GBI. Authorities say Kadir and Malik Lewis and Nazir Rahim Lewis, both 19 of Lawrenceville, were discovered on March 8th at the top of Bell Mountain in Bell Mountain, Georgia. Now, they went missing the night of March 7th. They went to a gas station to get snacks. And what they did prior to that day, we will talk about later. But they went to a gas station to get snacks. They were last seen at 10:30. So while the family didn't maybe report them missing that night, March 7th, that is when they went missing. It was late at night. They could have likely gone somewhere else, which is why, they're also adult men. If they went out to get snacks at 10:30 and they didn't show up, it's probably not that weird to people. Now, here's the issue. The next morning on March 8th, they are found at the top of a mountain 90 miles away from where they lived, where they were staying, dead. So let me continue this. Both men were found with gunshot wounds, so both had been shot. The preliminary investigation suggests the deaths to have been a murder-suicide. By the way, this is within a day. So the prelim investigation, the immediate investigation said murder-suicide. The GBI's medical examiner has completed the autopsies on the twins, but the official ruling and results are pending additional forensic tests. What we know. According to an update from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation on Tuesday, Curlin, we'll talk about that in a minute. Okay, so let's go back, all right? So the flight. They were supposed to have a flight the morning of March 7th, okay? They take an Uber or a rideshare driver, if you will, to the airport to try to get to the flight. It's not like they were late, they missed the flight, and then they called a buddy to take them. I saw some people going, well, if you missed your flight, why would you take an Uber? No, come on. Don't be a dumbass. Let's be honest here. It's not like they missed their flight and then decided to go to the airport. That's not what happened. Come on. They take the car because they think they can make it in time, okay? They get there with a rideshare driver. They miss the fucking flight. Somehow they get back home. In my opinion, it doesn't matter how they got back home. They probably called another Uber, got another rideshare, whatever, because they made it back home and they were home all day. They were at their dad's house, though. So their dad's house is separate of their mom's house, I believe. They are at their dad's house. They leave at 10:30 p.m. in their car to go get snacks, less than 9 minutes away, okay? So they go up the road to get snacks. Their car, by all accounts, like my car, piece of shit, not really that, it ain't that loyal. It's not something that you can take really super far and expect not to break down. So they're just taking it to the gas station to get some snacks. They get snacks, they get some waters, they leave. That is the last time they are seen. Fast forward to the morning. They are north all the way up to the tip of the state, like on the border of North Carolina, on the top of Bell Mountain, dead. They have gunshot wounds to their heads. Their car is inside the gate of this state park. The gate is closed every single night at a certain time, which I believe is 9 p.m. Okay? So, 9 p.m., gate closes. They are at the gas station an hour and a half later, 90 miles south. Okay? So, the gate is closed. All right? And see, Ernie, I thought so too, but it's a piece of shit car. And to carjack them and then drop them off that far away is kind of a stretch, right? And then if they're carjacked, it's a little confusing. How did they get up the mountain? Like, it's why, it's strange. So that's why I'm like, I don't know about that. Maybe. So here's the thing. They are at their home, at their dad's house. They go to the gas station. It's 10:30 at night. If they had made it up there that night, the gate would already be closed and locked. So at some point, they get into the park, which would have had to be, I guess, the next morning at like 8 a.m. is when it opens again. They now park inside, or I don't know if they parked inside. We don't know how they got inside the gate, but they're inside of the gate. Oh, probably South Carolina, not North Carolina, my bad. So they're inside of the gate. They are the car is there, right? There's no one in the car. They are on top of the mountain dead. How this happened, these are two 19-year-old twin brothers. So here's about them. They are not hikers at all. They don't hike. They'd never been to Bell Mountain. They don't know that area. They had no plans to go there. Here's why it's concerning. Yeah, they do have their cars. So again, that morning, they take a ride share to the airport to go to Boston to see family. When they get to the airport, they have missed their flight. So they take a ride share back home. They go to their dad's house. They're chilling there all day. Then they decide at night, that evening, let's go to the gas station. They go to the gas station. They get some treats. They are absolutely on gas station footage. Now, the car, I'm not so sure. I need to maybe pay more attention because I can't remember if they said the car was in the footage or not, but I do have a video on that on the footage. I think that they said the boys were spotted. I don't know about the car. We'll find out. So their car sucks, yeah, but they still made it that far, right? I mean, my car sucks. I could probably make it to San Antonio. I don't know if I'd make it back. I really don't. So basically, they have this car because a lot of people are like, well, they have a car. Why didn't they drive to Boston? Bitch, it's Georgia. Why don't you drive to Boston? It's a terrible idea. It's a long fucking drive. But here's the thing. They are getting snacks an hour and a half after that gate, 90 miles north of them closed. They both. It's a weird situation. I haven't really figured that out, but I do believe that it's both, but they were staying with their dad that day hanging out. So they go out, they get the snacks. They're supposed to just go home. They just went there to get snacks and water. They end up dead on top of a mountain the next morning. I'm going to show you some news reports on that. But before I do, I'll just do this. I'll tell you this much. So the family did not say this. This is from the lady who runs a page for them. However, there are other people in there that know them, know the place, know the twins, and they did not dispute this. And they seem to be in there engaging in discussion on this issue. I'm hesitant to report it, but I'm just going to say it. And I don't know if this is necessarily 100% true or not. Again, hesitating on this one, but because people seem to engage with it and talk about it like it was common knowledge, I'm like, well, maybe there's something I missed. But one of the things that was said was, why were the bodies crossing each other? And then somebody responded with, yeah, it's strange, like a cross. So it seems that they were both found with bullet holes. And according to this post and the engagement in it, like this. So you have one body and then one like that. And then someone else commented, well, that makes me think it was a murder-suicide. And I'm like, well, that's strange. Why? Here's another thing, and this is going to piss you off, Sherlock Cole. No cells is what it said. So they didn't have their phones on them? Now, here's what's going to piss you off more. The family themselves were posting, why don't we know anything about the cell phones? We don't even know if they ran their cell phone records. They don't know. The family themselves haven't been informed. They're not telling them shit. The biggest one, no weapon. No weapon. I need to know if that's true. I have yet to see anyone report on if that's true or not, but it is strange, and the family didn't seem to negate it. Does that make it true? No. But I don't think the family even knows. They're not talking about it. So we have no news on a weapon and possibly no weapon. No news on a cell phone and possibly no cell phone. What the fuck? They were at the dad's house earlier in the day. You're going to hear from the dad soon. Okay. They end up on top of this mountain. Now, let me show you. I'm going to show you this mountain. And here's the part where you're going to get even more angry. And also somebody put, and then no Uber. And I'm like, what the fuck? I don't know if they meant because it was a different ride service these guys used, but that was earlier in the day. They were healthy and alive when they went to their gas station. So whatever happened earlier that day, not too concerned with it right now. Don't give a shit if they located the Uber driver or not, because that they had their own car at this point. So to me, it's like, whatever. Okay, fine. That's just extra stuff we don't. I mean, I hope they get the answers to that if that's something they need to know. But so far, I don't know about that. So here's the part that's going to piss off all of you who weren't here last night and didn't know anything about this case. Okay. Scott Curlin is a man. I believe he's in his 40s. He's a volunteer firefighter in the area. Okay. He is supposedly a volunteer firefighter who was, it seems like, on scene with some of the first responders, potentially, takes photos of the kids' bodies and then puts them out to people. So he got charged with tampering with evidence and fired. He had been having some issues at work. Doesn't seem like a great decision. Don't know why you do that. But what pisses me off the most about this is the rumors and shit. And I'm going to say rumors because it's not confirmed, but the rumors that I saw from people in these groups who are from there talking about it, including people from Towns County, Georgia, who live in the area, who are fucking pissed off. Okay. Because they're saying, and then sent them to the local high school. I'm sorry, what? Now the GBI, let's see what they had to say. This is what the GBI had to say about old Scotty. Okay. According to an update from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation on Tuesday, Curlin was a volunteer firefighter in Towns County, the county where Bell Mountain is located. Curlin is accused of taking photos of the death scene and sharing them publicly. Officials have not shared details about where Curlin allegedly shared the photos. Excuse me. Curlin has been terminated from his position as a volunteer firefighter for violation of protocol, according to a spokesperson from Towns County. Family members, they told Fox 5 that the Lawrenceville twins were scheduled to fly out of Boston on March 7th to visit friends, but never made their flight out of Atlanta. I threw that one in there because that's important. Now, here's more from the GBI. This is an update as of 3/18. So 10 days after finding the body, the GBI comes out with this. A volunteer firefighter has now been arrested allegedly for obstructing the Georgia Bureau of Investigation's investigation into the death of the twin brothers who were found on Bell Mountain earlier this month. Now, that is likely, obviously, because he took a picture of a private crime scene and then put it out publicly. And again, didn't say where. Scott Curlin is accused of taking photos of the crime scene and sharing them publicly. Again, same as the first statement. While officials say their preliminary investigation suggests the deaths were a murder-suicide, final results from the GBI's autopsy remain pending. So then I go and I look at the family. Look at what the family is saying about this. And what the family is saying is they're fucking appalled. That is disgusting. How dare he? But also, what's very, very interesting is that they got the autopsy back. The autopsy is complete, and the family has still heard nothing. So the family doesn't know shit about the phones because they won't communicate it to them. They know that the autopsy is done, but they don't know the results, even though the prelim autopsy has already put out that it was a murder-suicide. And obviously they're like, no. They don't know. They don't know anything about the weapon. They don't know anything about cell records. They don't know. And yes, their car was there inside the gate at the bottom of the mountain. And they're not being communicated to in any way by GBI that gives them the answers to questions even we have. So then, this pisses me off so bad. So then I'm looking to go, well, So why did Scott take those pictures? Why would you take pictures of these dead twins in the middle of the investigation while you're up there and you're supposed to be fucking helping? And it also pisses me off that they're like, he got fired from a volunteer job. Dude, first of all, he should have never been doing that job if he's the guy to do that sort of shit. Also, the nodes are acting up really bad tonight. I do apologize if I'm very blurry or if something looks shitty right now because my God, man, my God, it is horrible weather here. So, Bell Mountain, this volunteer guy comes in, but the conversation around it, the only thing that I could find, and again, take this with a grain of salt, I would love confirmation. Apparently, he shared this. The only thing I could find was a couple of people that were pissed off saying, with people from the high school, with high schoolers. So I'm sitting there going, why would he take these pictures of these kids and then share them? And if that's true, which I still don't know, but if it is, and I honestly feel bad even saying that, because if it's not, fuck, what a waste of, what a waste of everyone's time, so I would like to confirm it. But if it is true, the best I could think was, is this a dad or somebody who maybe, like, is he a dad and perhaps is like, yo, do you know these kids? And he sent them to someone at the high school to find out. Did they go there? Still not okay. Don't fucking do that. But that is, mental gymnastics to figure out why this guy would do this shit takes a lot. That's the best I can come up with. Somebody else said local paper and the media. I also saw that. People were saying, oh, he wanted to capitalize on it and send it to the paper. Now, the bulk of the comments that I have found about it all insist that this guy must be the killer and he took pictures as trophies. I don't know about that. Let's calm down with that. We don't know that yet. They're like, they like to go back to the scene. Okay, well, this is probably a piece of shit of a different kind, but until we know more, let's not accuse anyone of that, However, what he did was pretty fucking bad and not okay and really gross. Somebody did send me this, and I did hesitate to share it. Actually, do I even still have it? Yeah, I might wait on that one. Somebody sent me something where it's a person talking about Bell Mountain and about that area and about the type of people who live in that town. But one thing that I can say is, yeah, I'm not going to share that one. It insinuates that it's a sundown town, and then they explain that a sundown town is a town where if you're black, you shouldn't be there past sundown. I have heard of this phrase before. They use it in reference to like Jasper, Texas and Vidor, Texas, and these people in the Far East Texas area that are literally like the home of the KKK. And it's like, yeah, I wouldn't want to go there. Like that doesn't sound safe. However, a lot of people from that area are in these groups also. And they're insisting, they're like, we stand behind you. This is fucked up. Like, it seems like a lot of the people in the area are like, nope, that's not normal. That's not okay. And no one would do that. However, it's not everyone in the town, but it's a good amount where I'm like, well, damn, can we get a good reading on this? Hudson sent me some stuff on it. So I'm going to see if he'll talk to you guys about it in the future because he's from there. So he could probably give better insight. So with that said, the family posted a video of them. They took a 2-hour trip to Bell Mountain to see the area themselves. Respect. That's what you do. That's what you do. You go there yourself and you see for yourself. They shouldn't have to do that, but they care. They're trying. So I don't want to see anybody fucking saying this, the family isn't doing enough, or why didn't they? They're fucking on it. Okay. They're worried about their boys. These are twin boys. Their aunts are twins. This is a twin family. This is a twin blood dynasty. They don't fuck around. Twins don't kill each other. They just don't, unless one is inherently evil. We saw it, like, even on Dexter, they were just brothers. They weren't like, you don't even see that shit on TV. Like, twins don't do that shit. You think Eric would kill Lyle Menendez? Get out of your fucking face. No, that wouldn't happen. So this is all very strange. I'd like to show you the top of Bell Mountain. on Google Maps. I'd like to show you what the family's trip there was like and what they've put out there. Beautiful family. They're gorgeous. They could all be at minimum JCPenney's models, at maximum on the catwalk New York Fashion Week. These are beautiful. This is a beautiful family. All right. I'm going to play you some stuff from the case so that you can see, for those of you who are joining us. Again, pic sent to the high school, not confirmed. That's what the rumblings are. Some people say it was media, also rumblings. I'd like to get that confirmed. Bodies crossing each other. If you're analyzing the crime scene, this is very important. This is something to note. But again, rumor, speculation, not entirely sure. No cell, no weapon, no cells, no weapons. That's insane to me. What? How? That's weird. Car parked inside the gate the next morning. So did no one see the car in there when they opened it? If so, then they arrived in the morning. Then what the fuck? It makes no sense. No idea. The family doesn't even know if they searched the cell phone records. They don't even know. They're not being communicated with. That's a problem. Scott Carlin, volunteer fireman, took pictures, distributed them to someone, in jail for tampering with evidence. Now, it has been reported a volunteer firefighter from Georgia has been arrested in connection with the case. That sounds way fucking different than what actually happened. He was arrested for tampering with evidence in the case by taking these photos. That's way different than doing it. And the insinuations by the media, I think, are a bit clickbaity and I think a bit tacky. However, this guy does need to be looked the fuck into, because what kind of a sick prick does that? If he was doing it to find out, like, are these my kids' friends or something? Like, still bad decision, but not nearly as nefarious, in the words of Jen, as what's being put out there. I can't imagine why anyone would think that was a good idea, but let's be real. A lot of cops have done it lately. Madeline Soto's case, like, something about first responders thinking that's okay. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Yeah, he should know better. And his mugshot is kind of fucking creepy. So it is a big fucking problem. Yeah, absolutely. And I can't imagine that either. It's just crazy. They would have had to have hiked to where they were found, right? Oh, yeah. Oh, you'll wait until you see it. I'm going to show you this place. It is not an easy walk. And it is a while. And also, I do have a theory. If there is no weapon, and if they determine murder-suicide, it's going to be hard to grapple with. But if that is true, there's only one explanation I can think of. And the platforms that they have up there at the top are not big. They're very thin. It's like literally a sidewalk. So I would think if there was, any blowback from the gun, it could have potentially gone over the side of the mountain. However, the fact that it's taking a while for them to investigate, the GBI is involved, and all the shit around it makes sense, and they're only announcing preliminary investigation reports and stressing that, makes me think there could be something else that the GBI is looking into, in which case that would make sense. I don't know if they had water with them. They're not putting out a lot, because they did go get snacks and water the night before. So if they had the water with them, I don't know. And then there's a lot of people, there's like a couple of people who are like, they met Caucasian women who killed them and put them on the mountain, and that's all they're putting in all caps. And I'm like, well, I'm going to need more than that. I'm going to need a bit more than that. So with that said, I think that's all of the stuff that I could glean from the groups. Again, I would love to hear more from the family, and I'd love to put them in touch with, namely Hudson, or somebody who can, people who know the lawyers out there, because they really fucking need that, I think, more than a PI, in my opinion. But, who gives a fuck about what I think? I just think that. So I'm going to show you some more on this, and then we're going to take a look around Bell Mountain, and oh my God, it is crazy looking. Here we go.
On Bell Mountain, the bodies of twin brothers found. A mystery on Bell Mountain. The bodies of twin brothers found in Towns County near the North Carolina line. 90 miles from their home in Lawrenceville. The GBI initially investigated.
No, see, I was right. I'm going to start. You know what? I'm going to start trusting my fucking gut. Because every time you guys convince me some shit, then I correct it, I'm fucking right. North Carolina. There's a North Carolina line.
Investigating this as a murder-suicide, but tonight the family says they're not buying it. 11 Alive's Cody Alcorn spoke with them just a few hours ago. He's live for us in our newsroom with more on this investigation and what the family has to say, Cody.
Well, Jennifer, the brothers Kydir and Nazir Lewis were twins. The GBI says a hiker found their bodies at the top of Bell Mountain on Saturday morning. Both had been shot. The family couldn't believe it when they got the call hours later, knowing the twin brothers were supposed to be in Boston visiting friends.
We want answers. We want to know exactly what happened to the twins.
Nazir and Kydir Lewis.
Those my nephews.
Just a few weeks shy of their 20th birthday.
I can get past it. They're gone.
The twins' uncle, Raheem Bronner.
They're very protective of each other. They love each other. They're like inseparable. So I couldn't imagine them hurting each other because I never even seen them get into a fist fight before.
The GBI saying their preliminary investigation points to the twins' death being a murder-suicide.
We knew right away that wasn't true.
Family says the twins had a 7 a.m. flight to Boston last Friday.
Right there, we never heard from them. They missed their flight. We don't know what happened.
24 hours later, the twins' body found 90 miles away.
How they end out in the mountains, they don't hike out there. They've never even been out there. They don't know nothing about Hiwassee, Georgia. They never even heard of Bell Mountains. So how did they end up right there?
A mystery this family is trying to solve.
They had a huge support system. Like, we know them that they wouldn't do anything like this. So to say that they did this to each other when they come from a family of love.
Okay, so I've seen people saying this too, but here's the thing. I printed my plane tickets in October. A lot of people print their plane tickets. I printed them. But also, this is actually, well, let's finish this and I'll show you some of the OSINT shit. I'll be right back.
They love each other. They always together. We don't believe that. They didn't do this to each other. Something happened in those mountains.
Oh, shit, Sherlock. I was actually going to look right now at what you had sent me. Yeah, so it was shared among students. That's disgusting. So this guy sent it to somebody at the high school who shared it with other students. Were his intentions, hey, do you guys know these kids? Do they look familiar? I don't understand why you would do that. That's still a bad idea. At least then the intention isn't nefarious, but at that point when they're sharing it, that's fucked up. Gross. Ugh.
We want answers.
I did reach out to the GBI tonight. A spokesperson says the twins' autopsies is finished, but they're awaiting additional forensic testing to be finished, as well as the investigation portion of this before they issue a final ruling on the brothers' causes of death.
A volunteer firefighter arrested, accused of taking a picture of the crime scene showing the bodies of twin brothers who'd been shot to death at the top of a mountain and then sharing those pictures.
That's right. So the hiker found 19-year-old Kydir and Nazir Lewis at Bell Mountain in Towns County on March 8th. This is 90 miles from their home in Lawrenceville. The GBI initially labeled the shooting as a murder-suicide. However, the family believes something more sinister happened to the twins.
11 Alive's Cody Alcorn first reported the family's concerns on Friday. He spoke with them again tonight following the arrest of this firefighter. Cody's live for us tonight in the newsroom. And Cody, the family is reacting to what's really disturbing development.
That's right, Jennifer and Ron. Obviously, they are disgusted by all of this. Now, we don't know just how many people shared this horrific picture of the twins' dead bodies. But tonight I confirmed with the Towns County schools, the picture had been shared among students.
And there you go. There you go. And that's the one I just put in there. I hadn't even watched it yet. Yeah, they shared it among students. That's disgusting, dude. Ugh.
Oh my goodness.
It's scary. I'm like literally scared to actually go on social media. I'm scared to pick up my phone. I'm like, because if I see that picture, I already know that I might have a heart attack.
Imagine if they mother see that, like, that would really
amazing.
destroy her. She's already going through a lot.
This is how the family of Kydira and Nazir Lewis want to remember the twins. However, now worried knowing crime scene photos showing the 19-year-old's bodies with a gunshot wound have been shared outside of law enforcement.
It's very disrespectful to this family. I feel like our privacy was invaded.
The volunteer firefighter accused of taking the picture, charged and arrested. As for how the twins ended up on Bell Mountain on March 8th, their aunt and uncle can't make sense of it. The twins missed their flight to Boston on Friday morning, March 7th.
Then next thing you know, we hear the news about them found in the mountains.
Okay. We're going to pause it for a second because I want to show you this. So hold on. Let me take this down for a second. All right. Here's why. So this is a website, and I'm just going to show you this one, but there's a couple of others. I put them on the OSINT cheat sheet, but I'm going to go ahead and add them under the video too for you guys to have. Let me pull up my other document that has the full list of them. Okay. So there are websites, because we're going to take a learning moment. Let's say you were looking into this case or any case and you needed to know, was there a flight that morning to Boston at 7 a.m., right? So let's say there's rumors and speculation, because, obviously there were, that maybe the ticket was a ruse, right? Maybe there was no plane ticket. Well, if you wanted to know, was there even a flight? How would you do that? Because when you go into Google and you go to type in future flights to book, right? Sometimes it's hard to get that information. And sometimes the information that you get, it's like, oh, well, it was 7 days ago or it was 30 days ago. You're going to have to find that somewhere, right? Well, what if it was 10 years ago or 20 years ago and you're trying to find out about a flight like that? What would you do? So there are some things that you can use for this. I'm going to show you a tab. Here we go. So, whoops, hold on. Okay. StreamYard, you need to fix this bug. Anytime you want to share a separate tab and you have one open, it absolutely turns your sound off and it pisses me off. Okay. So I'm going to try to show you this again. Let's say, and again, this is a case that happened a month ago. However, let's say it was a month, 2 months, 10 months, a year. And yes, a simple gunshot residue test on their hands would absolutely rule that a possibility. And more than likely, right? You could see which one did it. If that were the case, you would know who shot the weapon. Now, if there's no weapon, that becomes an issue where did it fall off the side? You'll see what I'm talking about in a minute when we show you the mountaintop. But at the same time, a GSR test is something that should have absolutely been done. I hope it was. This is a small town, like a tiny town. It does not have a massive police force. So I am curious whether or not that was done immediately by the locals. Again, don't know. But that could make sense as to why they would rule it. However, let's say the boys went out shooting the day before. Let's say they shoot guns. They're in Georgia. Let's say they went out shooting. They shot a weapon, right? And then they go about their day. All this stuff happens. And then there is GSR on them, but it's old. It's really old. It's barely registering. Then what? A small town cop or a small town lab, small town investigator might look at that and go, oh, case closed. But we don't know any of that. We don't know what they did. So I'm very interested to see where this goes because, again, these are twins. I can't think of a single instance where this has ever happened. This is super fucking weird and very rare. Yeah, the area is remote, has a lot of wilderness, and is not staffed or supervised. And also, there are other people saying that it's the sheriff who would be in charge of unlocking and locking the gate at night. But then the news reported it was the park staff. So there is apparently a park ranger or park staff. So lots of conflicting info here. Yeah, we don't know. We don't know. We have no idea. But a simple GSR test could have told them that. If they did one and there was some, then it becomes like, well, wait, why? And I can still see the family pushing back especially because, there are situations where people might force people into, I don't know. I don't know. It's very confusing. But again, they haven't said much. Now, back to the flight thing. I did see comments in these groups about flights, about, how can you go back and see where a flight is coming from, where it's going to? And I thought this is also a good learning opportunity for people who maybe and again, it doesn't matter if it was a week ago, a month ago, 10 years ago, there are so many resources. This is the one that I'm choosing to show you because it's got the oldest info on it. So if you're studying cold cases, for example, this would be one that you can absolutely use to apply. And this is called the Departed Flights 2 with the number 2.com. Now, it used to be, I believe, departedflights.com, but he stopped updating it as of March 31st, which is great news because that means it was updated for early March. It does seem that flight did exist. But I want to show you just this site in general because right now he's working on even further back. He's going even further back and adding more and more flights from history, from historical reference data. Right now, he's got 1993 North American flight schedules going up for Austin, Columbus, Dallas, Hartford, Indianapolis, Ontario, San Antonio, San Juan as of May 2nd. And you can look up historic flight schedules, historic airline route maps to see, did the plane make it there? Was it rerouted? Did it need to refuel? You can find out all that. Complete airline timetables and all the schedules for every flight in history. This guy's trying to fucking log, and he done been trying to log it, and I appreciate that. Historic airline ticket jackets. Let's say somebody finds an airline ticket at a crime scene and it's really fucking old. Let's say you're looking at a cold case and they're saying this was a plane ticket, but you notice there's something weird about it, or maybe it's burnt and there's just an edge of one. I saw that in a case once. That was wild. Well, how do we know where this ticket is for? There's no numbers on it. It's just the burnt edge and it's got a weird design. You can check the ticket jackets to see what those look like on here. A history of Midway Airlines from 79 to 91, Musair and Transair 81 to 87. So it's also got old what do you call it? What would you call that? Like Delta and all that. Old flight providers or whatever that maybe don't exist anymore. Aircraft photographs used on the site. The original departedflights.com, and then this is how you can contact them. So if you wanted to ever see, hey, did this flight exist that this person talked about, or are they lying about it? This is one good resource. There's a couple of others. One of them, and again, I'm going to be posting, hold on one second, let me pull this up. A lot of these are already in our OSINT cheat sheet. If you have that tier, I think it's like 10 a month and you get the entire cheat sheet. And I add 10 to 15 links every month. Okay, so right here, we've got flightradar24.net, planefinder.net, and flightaware.com are three more that you can use to look up historical flight data. And I just put that in the comments there. And I know it looks like shit, but just jot that down real quick. So those, in addition to departedflights2.com, that is a good way to find old flights all the way back to the 70s. So just think about that if you have any cases that involve any travel. I think this could be actually really useful in determining Rex Heuermann stuff for LISC, especially people who are like, oh, well, where'd the family go on vacation that year? How do we know that that's not true? John Ray says, oh, okay, whatever. Just try this. Try this, and you could probably get your information pretty well. So that is our pause for the cause for today. And that is the OSINT resource that we're going to add again to. I'm going to go ahead and put it on the regular page here. If you go to our community post, that's where I've been putting tabs for these cases. I'm putting one up for the boys. And I'm also going to put a link to some of those, and I'm going to they're already in the cheat sheet. They should be. If not, I'm going to add them in there. And that's a little nugget of it. So if you like that, that's what you get with the cheat sheet. You get that and a whole lot more. The tabs that I've been putting in there are things like, there's advanced docent, stuff like I put Shodan in there for you guys. There's also going to be stuff like, I'd have to open it to see. It's a ton. It's like, how do you, where do you go for license plates? How do I get information from this county clerk? Where is a collective of missing persons websites? I need research on serial killers. Where's an open source database for that? Where can I find a database for every type of fiber on earth? Like shit like that. It's all in there. So focus on the old flights and stuff for when it comes to cases like this, and kind of like check out those sites, the ones that I posted here, see if they can help you in anything that you're researching, especially like if you're looking for a missing person or a family member who's been missing and you're wondering how they could have gotten around in, let's say, 1987. How would they get from A to B? Were there any flights going here or there? Boom. That's how you can do it. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and let that play through now. We're going to watch the rest of these news sources. And I'm glad we got confirmation. I'm going to put a check on that. Thank you, AJ, and to everybody else who sends me stuff on this. Thank you, AJ, Hudson, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and mark that as we now know why he took the pics, or who he sent them to. He distributed them to high schoolers. That's not concerning. A 40-something-year-old volunteer fireman taking photos of dead kids and sending them to high schoolers, not concerning at all. Totally normal behavior. Fuck off. That is crazy. Fucking so glad he got charged for that. That's crazy. That is insane. 42-year-old man. First of all, he better fucking have a kid. I mean, even if he did, still awful, but goddamn, why are you fucking texting high schooler? What a weirdo. Okay, let's go ahead and finish this, and then I'm going to show you Bell Mountain so you can get a load of what we got going on here. I still think it's fucking weird. Ugh. Wait, no, you're not blocked. Nobody's blocked, and you should be. Fucking turd. Hi, turd. Here we go.
We're still confused. I'm like, what? The twins? Mountains? This doesn't make sense.
We didn't believe that was even them.
And then Bell Mountains, I'm like, no one we never even heard of before. And I know the twins never been there before. They never heard of before. I'm like, that was super strange. Yes. Like, that doesn't make sense.
The GBI initially calling the case a possible murder-suicide. The family adamant that can't be the case.
Doesn't make any sense.
This absolutely just like
out of character.
Yes.
Their bodies found 90 miles from their home in Lawrenceville.
They don't even like driving the distance.
They don't. Because because they don't like to pay for gas.
Described as extremely protective of one another.
Every time you see them, they're like together all the time. Yeah. All the time.
And there's probably nothing in your head you could imagine that got between them that would lead to a murder-suicide.
No.
Also, the family said in another interview they had never had a fight. Like twin stuff, they might argue a little, but they never had a fight where they'd punch each other. Like, they've never been physically violent to each other ever. And I don't believe they did. They were really like little babies, dude. They were 19. These are like, to me, it's like, fuck. They didn't seem to have shit. They didn't want to drive. They were drinking waters and getting snacks. They weren't even trying to fuck around and drink booze. Seemed like good kids. Yeah, nobody's doing a 2-hour night mountain drive in northern Georgia. It's strange. It's really strange.
If they had
also Scott did what do you call it, bond out immediately. Fucking wild.
On that severe, we would know. The family
definitely.
Would know.
The Towns County volunteer firefighter accused of taking the pictures, Scott Curlin, was charged with misdemeanor obstruction. Tonight, the attorney for Towns County told me there are no cameras at Bell Mountain. He said the area is not staffed. Now, the gate to Bell Mountain opens at 8 a.m. and closes at sundown. The twins' family says the twins' car was found inside the gates in the parking lot. Their phones, wallet, and plane tickets for that Boston trip were inside the car.
Boom. There we go. We have an answer for phone. I'm so glad we watched this together. I was like, this one's brand new. I'll just toss this in. and watch it with the kids, and I'm glad we did. Okay, so the phones were in the car. Apparently, the family still doesn't know, because what I read from them online is that they still don't know if those records were checked. So the phones were in the car with the plane tickets. And I'm going to show you that parking lot in just a moment. Let's go ahead and pop that open, and then we'll come back to the rest of these videos, okay? So now we've confirmed that. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Guy on the news. I appreciate you for that. Let's stop sharing that. So let's go to Bell Mountain. And this is a trippy place, okay? This is wild. I'm like, I would like to go here one day. It looks fucking cool, but it's also really scary. I don't know if I'd like to go there because of how high up it is. So I'm going to make it full page. So on Google Maps, as you can see, this is Bell Mountain. All right. There is a little street that comes down here that you would have to go all this way. Or no, wait, that's the water. I'm dumb. Wait, no, that is a street. You'd have to go all this way just to go down. So there's only one road into this parking lot, okay? So they drove through the woods into this parking lot, and you're going to see the family do it in a minute, so I'm not going to show you that. But I am going to show you, let's take a look around. Okay? So, and good point, Life's a Bit. This is something that you would not just happen upon. Absolutely. All right. Excuse me. So, this is the road that you would go down. Oops. This is the road that they took to get. Why is it I hate this part of Google Maps. This is the road that you would come up. So you're going up this road, and it's winding, and it's going up, and then you pop out, and now you're in this parking lot, right? And you can see that if you go over here, it does let me go over here quite a ways. This is kind of where the edge of the parking lot ends. And now we are on the fucking edge of the mountain, okay? As you can see, there's a lot of graffiti. We have a place. What is that place here in Austin called that we went to? When we went hiking with your mom, or I guess me and your mom slowly tried to get up that rock, and then we rolled down. Mount Bonnell. That's not it. No, you guys went to that. I'm talking about the one where we went and there's all the graffiti. Yeah, Graffiti Park. So here it's called Graffiti Park. So there it's literally when you take something pretty and you destroy it with a ton of graffiti, but then the graffiti is not that bad, so it makes it look pretty. So as you can see, people like to climb up this, and they will put their name, or they'll spray paint a rock, and it's fun for them. All right. Now, there are a couple of different, like if you go over here, you can see right there, it seems like, what is that? Is that some sort of, I saw it yesterday and I couldn't figure out exactly what that was. Oh, that's a sign. So there's a sign. This is an overlook, and these are all these little rocks. So you can't really like get past this. This is just right there overlooking not much. Now here's where it actually gets kind of cool. And there's a guy on this that we're going to walk by. And it's kind of funny. I always wondered, I'm like, I wonder how those Google Map people feel when they're walking around with all this shit on their head. Let's see. You know what? Great question. You got me, Tiff. I'm going to write that down. I did not check. And that is usually one of the first things I check. Tiff knows my weaknesses. Historical weather data. Obviously, that would be the thing to check. And I didn't. So I appreciate you, Tiffany. Tiffany's top child today. Everyone bow to her. This is smart. Her and Sherlock are on top of it. Yeah, the road is gated on the bottom, but it looks like it's gated like you pop out, and then I think there's another little parking area and a gate, if I remember correctly, or it could have been the parking area, the gate, and then you walk up. I'm not entirely sure. So we'll go see it when they check it out. The family checks it out. So you can actually walk up on these on Google Map, which is a really cool feature that I appreciate that they brought in. I want to say something like 7 years ago. It was right before they started allowing more of these. Isn't that crazy? It's so beautiful. Now this guy, who the fuck Turtle Boy? Why are you here? Okay, let's keep going. Turtle Boy's on Bell Mountain. All right. So there's these platforms that you can walk up to. And when I say narrow, this is more of like, this is pretty much what I'm talking about. See how like you're just on this little platform and this is the end of it. And there's not like a ton of room. There's like a little bench. It kind of fucks up because of that. But there's a bench that's here and then there's nothing. It's just flat. Okay. Yeah. Look, it's Bridge Guy. So beautiful. Look at that. Oh my God. Gorgeous. But you can see how we got a little wood down here at the bottom. Oops. Let me pull that comment down. Sorry. You got a little wood down here at the bottom. And then you've got these slats. And honestly, I don't even know if a gun could narrowly get through that sideways. But if they dropped, if it fell, it would have likely had to go over the edge because I don't know that it would be able to just tumble out through the bottom. And yeah, I agree. They need to scour that area with a metal detector. And also, that was something I was wondering. Absolutely. And then at night, dude, at night, or was it early morning? I don't know. Now, one thing is that I was thinking is, okay, let's think rationally. Why would someone come here that early in the morning? Well, if we're thinking rationally, to see the fucking sunset, right? I wonder if they were into that. I wonder if they were like, yo, let's go find the sun. We heard about this, but I don't know. The family thinks that's odd. So I got to go with them. Now, if they were up here, I wish it wasn't so fucking blurry. And like right here, look, you can even read this. That's how close they get. Dedicated fairly soon in 2016, they dedicated it. Thank you, Jerry Taylor. Thank you, Jason Edwards. Okay, so let's look at it from this angle. So if they went up this thing, which I wish it wasn't so, there we go. Now this is the area I'm wondering if they were here, there's an open area below, right? And then there's these big slats. I could see a gun potentially going off the edge here. I can see that. Yeah, to get high and watch the sun come up. Exactly. And it was open, I believe, at 8 in the morning. Now that's the thing that I don't know, Sherlock, because someone said, oh, the park ranger would be in charge. But then they said that they weren't staffed on the news. But then somebody else said, nope, there's a park ranger. And then somebody else on the page said, oh, the sheriff is in charge of opening and closing it. I don't think a sheriff wakes up every morning to open and close a park, personally. But I don't know. I could be wrong. But yeah, I'm wondering if this is the area and if it did happen, even though the family says that they don't believe it, then is this the area? And if so, that I can see a gun going off. Like by that, I mean going off the side of it. You know what I mean? So this is just, but at the same time, why would someone be up at the ass crack of dawn up here at a park? I don't know, to watch the nodes, but doesn't the sun rise before that? So then there's that. So yeah, this is the area. And there's a big, what the fuck? Well, this is awkward. Georgia. You seem to have a portal. Okay. Okay, that was weird. So yeah, nice little blurry landscape. There we go. So it was probably either up here or it was maybe here. But these are the spots. This is where you go. Oh, this is how you get to the top. And they said that they were found at the top to get back down. Do you see how far that is? So I'm going to say this right now. I've seen a couple of people say, oh, somebody killed them, drove them to this area, and put them on top of the mountain so they wouldn't get found. To them, I say, dumbass. Dumbass, don't. No, nobody carried these kids up here to not get found. This is a place people visit every day to take fancy pictures and paint rocks. Also, carrying 2 boys? I mean, come on. And then somebody was like, oh, well, Delphi. And I'm like, that was a guy with a gun And it was 2 little girls. These are adult men. What the fuck is wrong with you? Okay, so now we're going down. We're still going down. All right. So they're likely going to have to check all along here. Ah, hey, do you have a beer? You're not supposed to have a beer. That could be it. That could be a phone. I'm sorry I judged you. Okay. So then and even here now it's what, daytime, March, what is this, May 2017? There's a bunch of people here and there's a portal. So it looks like it is a place where that's fairly common that people go to, and they seem to go to every day, you know? So this is where the car was parked. Now here's another possibility. Was it here? Well, that's not the top, is it? So I don't know. They seem to say the top. You know, I don't know, but the family said no. The family said no, and there was no indicator, and they were real excited to go to Boston, but they also weren't pissed about missing the flight. They weren't like, I'm mad at you. So I don't, that's what's confusing about this. And so if their vehicle is here, right, and the phone and the tickets and their wallets are still in there, but then they're up here, you know, I don't know. And, you know, that's a good point. I just don't see them being carried up there because people are saying they were murdered and then carried up to the top of the mountain and not be found. I thought what's dumb about that is everybody visits this shit. This seems like a pretty popular place. And also, killing them and then carrying them up there is crazy. However, luring them up there or holding them at gunpoint, totally possible. Again, curious about the GSR tests. Did they do them? Also curious about mental health. Also curious about depression. Absolutely. Now, that's one thing that, you know, that's the one thing, even though I've never seen it, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Friends, they were supposed to go visit friends. They were excited to go visit friends in Boston. So it's just strange. It's just strange. What do you guys think? And I'm sorry if any of you guys thought any of that stuff and I called you a dumbass. I didn't mean to. I'm a dumbass sometimes. But like, and none of y'all said that. That was shit I was reading in groups. And I was like, come on, you know, you're going to carry them on your shoulders up to the mountain where everybody goes to take pictures right after someone opens a gate. Just doesn't seem right. However, I can totally see, you know, if they did have mental health concerns, if there was anyone who was going to do something like that, it could be a twin because you wouldn't want to live without the other one, right? But they would have to both, not have to, we never want to say that, but it's possible that they both suffered from it. You know what I mean? And Ernie, I wasn't talking to you either because all of you have really logical opinions on this thus far. I'm very proud of you. I don't think a single person said anything stupid as fuck yet. So I appreciate you. Although guy with a gun could get, I could get behind that. Like somebody go up there. And even in my mind, I was thinking, well, would it be possible for someone to be like, you take this gun and shoot him at gunpoint? Well, if I were the twin, I would just turn and shoot that guy. So like, it's very confusing. There were also people who were like thinking that maybe the fireman, like the guy who took the picture, stole the weapon from the crime scene. And I'm like, well, shit, if you look at that little platform, if that is where they were found, let's say that is, right? How did no one notice him taking the pictures? That makes me think he must have been alone up there maybe, or with someone who didn't care as much. And if that were the case, then I can totally see them taking a weapon and trying to sell it, which would be so fucking dumb. And I'm presuming just by I'm going to go ahead and what do you call it? I'm going to racially profile that man, Scott. Old white honky Scott, because I took one look at him and I was like, it fucking looks like a dude who would do something fucked up like that. I'm sorry, Scott Curlin. No, I'm not sorry. You look like the type of dude who would do some shit like that, okay? And if you are, then you probably know gun laws. So, like, when I'm looking at that guy, I'm thinking there's no fucking way he could be dumb enough to do that and steal a weapon from the crime scene. I would think he would have been charged with that too. So I'm going to go with no, he didn't. and it likely would have flown off the like not flown like grew wings, but like, you know what I mean? If once the kid did it to himself, you'd have to have your elbow up, right? And that's all I'm going to do for that. Elbow up, boom. Gun goes back. It's going to be above the platform and probably fall. I hope that they've closed it down. So I don't know. A hiker is what they said. They said a hiker. They will not name him. The family doesn't know who the hiker is. And then apparently this fireman. Now, in original reports, the first two that I saw, they made it sound like the volunteer fireman was hiking and found him. I'm very curious on whether they'd clear that up, but haven't seen any clarification of that yet. It seems like it's two different people. They better fucking shut it down and not pull a Canton. Agree completely. So yeah, this is Bell Mountain. That's what we know. I'll let you watch a few more of the news pieces that have popped up about this after we watch. Let's watch the family go to Bell Mountain themselves. They posted this on Facebook. So we're going to be watching this on Facebook through my Facebook page. Okay, let's go ahead and pull that up. So this is the family went there to see for themselves and they posted this. Here you go. So this is the boys' family. They wanted to go to Bell Mountain and see for themselves. Here you go.
A mystery on Bell Mountain. The bodies of twin brothers found in Towns County near the North Carolina line, 90 miles from their home in Lawrenceville.
They walked out with water and snacks.
Can you imagine them trying to squeeze through this at night?
It doesn't make sense. Oh yes, I wanted to ask a question. I was wondering, like, how often do y'all lock the gate?
Okay, yeah. So the sound is really low on this. I do apologize, but I can't get it any higher. It's only mute or unmute. So this is the part where you're going to want to turn it up as loud as you possibly can because it's not letting me make it louder. I do apologize. So right there, that little road with the grass around it, that was them going up the little road that takes you to that parking lot. And now they're calling the sheriff office. Okay, so right here, so this must be where the people in the group got it from. The sheriff's office is responsible for opening and closing the gates from dusk till dawn. So we called the sheriff to get an understanding. Thank goodness. Here we go.
Now I'm trying to figure out how the car ended up inside the gate and both gates supposed to be locked.
A mystery on Bell Mountain.
So I'm going to play it one more time. And I'll pause it and tell you what they say if you can't hear it, okay?
The bodies of twin brothers found in Towns County near the North Carolina line, 90 miles from their home in Lawrenceville.
Okay, recent camera footage revealed Kadir and Azir were last seen at 10:30 p.m. on Friday night, March 7th, at the Shell gas station in Lawrenceville after missing their flight to Boston Friday morning. All right? So she just said they walked out with water and snacks. I mean, honestly, this looks pretty beautiful. This looks like New Braunfels. I'm not gonna lie. This looks just like New Braunfels, in my opinion. Okay, so there is the Towns County, Georgia sign, and that I believe is right by the park.
Can you imagine them trying to squeeze through this at night?
Now, do you see this? The roads were very narrow, and we struggled to drive during daylight. It would not have made any sense for the twins to take a 2-hour trip at 10:30 p.m. at night to an unfamiliar town in pitch darkness. And do you see right here? This looks like Massachusetts. This looks like Provincetown when you get to the tip and you're going to the beach. This is what this looks like. It is a lot. It is a lot. Okay, I'm going to pause it in just a second right here again. The one on the narrow road is the first gate, which is the main gate. Okay, yeah. So there were two gates. The second gate is when you approach the lower parking lot, which is behind this gate. Inside the gate is the upper parking lot where you can walk up to the mountain to the scenic view. So this gate that they're at is the second gate. That's the yellow one. That's the one that looks like shit. There's another one that's locked behind them. Okay, see how this gate, it's like it's going over these rocks and then this one's holding it back. So one of the pictures that I did find, there's a lot, if you look up the Bell County, if you just type in Bell Mountain, sorry, not Bell County, Towns County, Bell Mountain hiking, there are so many people who post videos of them hiking all the way from the bottom to the top, and they're like hanging out in this area. And I did see one where someone was pissed off that it was closed. This gate, it does come up and it clicks and latches on the other side. And then they don't move the rock. They pick it up over it. It's actually, you just like pick it up. It looks like it's broken on the suspension thing, but you pick it up and you carry it. You literally like, it would be like if you just lifted up a pole and then walked it forward and then locked it on the thing, like on the other pole that's sticking up. They don't have to move the rock. They just have to lift this up. It doesn't look that heavy. My buddy had cattle guards and these kinds of gates on them, and they break all the time. And you just pick it up and then carry it over. It's just really annoying because you have to constantly get out of your vehicle and do it. And now there's people with electric ones. So, that one closes, and then there's another one in the back. This is on Facebook. The twins would not have harmed each other. They had a strong bond. We need some answers. This is not okay. So right here, this is what's weird to me. If you look at this platform, do you see all the spray paint on the bottom? So that wasn't there in the pictures that we saw, which were from 2017. So it does look like it's changed a lot. There's so much more graffiti. But this platform, I believe, might have been where they found them.
A mystery on Bell Mountain. The bodies of twin brothers found in Towns County near the North Carolina line, 90 miles from their home in Lawrenceville.
Yeah, so I don't think they would have, just because of I mean, here's the thing, maybe, I don't know them, but I don't know that they would have done that right after going to a gas. I was wondering too, were they going to meet some girls or something, maybe to go watch the sunset, something like that, possibly? I don't know. But the family wants to know why they haven't heard anything about phone records. I don't blame them, because that could be the answer. I don't know if they were geocaching. I don't know if it seems they didn't like hiking. That was a thing. Were they city boys or country boys? I grew up driving dirt road. Yeah, I think they're more city boys. And I agree. I also grew up driving dirt roads. And yeah, they are. Yes, that was the impression I was getting too. Like, for me, it's like, oh, that's just a cow guard gate. You just pick it up and lock it. And also, it's normal to go across dirt roads and to fucking tear ass through them. But I can also see people not being into that. Yeah, it is. It's just a little bit past the highway. So what we saw earlier, Sherlock, okay, so what we saw on Google Maps, that was 2017. This is now. If you're talking about after what happened to them, I believe this was, when was this video posted? I believe they posted it right after. So it happened March 8th. I want to say this was like the 20th or 21st, sometime around there. I don't want to look right now on Facebook, because then y'all will see fucking all my shit. And I don't trust a goddamn one of you. I'm just kidding. But I also don't want to dox them by showing their shit, and it's on the sisters page. So I will go look and report back to you that answer. We need the phone data, damn it. I agree. I agree completely. Yeah, they do a lot of graffiti up there. That's the graffiti place for sure. But I do agree. I think that maybe they were like city boys, and that's another reason why. Because the family's like, they would never fucking hike. And I'm like, girl, me too. But also, like, I grew up in the country, but that's why I would never fucking hike, you know? It's like, because I put my time in. I don't need more. Yeah, 2 phones, twice the data, possible catfishing. I don't know, maybe. So this is what I'm talking about, Tiff. This is a great question. This is what I'm talking about. This is why I think skip the PI, get a lawyer. PI can't do that. Lawyer can. Lawyer and a PI, whoo, power couple. Do that. GBI is involved, so they're gonna need a lawyer. I just don't see any way, unless it's ex-GBI and he's still fucking someone in the GBI. I don't see a way anybody's gonna get those records from the GBI except a lawyer. They need that. They really do. With that said, any of you Georgia kids know any amazing lawyers? I think Hudson referenced one to me earlier. I'll try to get that to them. But I would love to put them in a direction if you guys know any good Georgia attorneys specific for this. But damn, dude. Damn. Like, they need a lawyer. Law enforcement. Again, bare bones, dude. And I was looking at the police department. Someone said there's only 17 people on staff, and someone else said 4. So I still don't know the answer to that. Yeah, GBI does not make it easy. And I know people are like, when are we going to find out? Well, maybe never. Keep in mind, GBI handled the Tara Grinstead case. That shit went through trial, finished trial. People were sentenced. People were convicted, and they didn't say shit. They don't say shit. They hesitated to say shit in the courtroom. GBI is notorious for fucking shit up and not saying shit. And that's why I'm stressed out. That's why I'm like, fuck, we got to. And another thing, Payne Lindsay made his podcast Up and Vanished and got up their asses with the Tara Grinstead case and had to get a confession for them before they would fucking act on shit. So, goddamn, Ernie, we missed you, my sweet Ernie Birdie. Suck it, turd. Turd's loving it. Okay, so let's watch the rest of the videos on this. And then it's time to tackle Karen. And then it's time to tackle Karen. And what do I mean by tackle Karen? Do I mean something like, I don't know, like maybe this? Well, no, I don't. That's insane. And that's rude. But also, thank you guys for being here. We are going to get into some Karen Read stuff tonight because no, I did not watch it all. That I'm really getting into the whole I like reacting to it with you guys. I think it's because I've been watching a lot more Charlotte Dobre and a lot more of this guy named Marky. I don't know who he is, but he has a cool accent. He's a little ginger kid. And he's just sitting there and he's just like, I don't know why these influencers are fighting. He's got like, I can't even do his accent. He's fucking funny. He's just like, yeah, so there's this book fair and there's these kids and they hate each other. And he explains all the gossip to me. So I've been watching him react to stuff and watching Charlotte react to people asking her questions about her wedding. And I'm like, well, we will react together. Yes, ACLU. That is who I believe Huds was telling me about. So I'd like to get them in touch. I don't know if he's British, Irish, or Scottish. So I really fucked his accent up and I don't apologize. But yeah, that guy, Marky, I don't know. I'll find a channel later and show you. Now, this is one of the guys I might be crossing to. Oh, shit. Am I? Totally possible. I've been watching Marky a lot and another kid. I'll put links. I'll put links to him. He's just a kid that reacts to one of the best things I've seen this kid do, and it blew my mind, and I'm obsessed. He followed this cruise around. Like not like he's on the cruise. He followed I'll just pull him up so you guys can see. He's adorable, and his girlfriend's adorable, and they do like gamer stuff together. You got to see this Marky kid. He's so adorable. He might be my son. He's probably not my son. I never got pregnant, but look. This kid. And he wears a boat hat. Hold on. No, he's like ginger. You think he's brunette? Does he just have freckles like that? It's this kid. Right here, this guy. Calamarque. I can't do what's his accent? Oh no. That's how I thought he was ginger. I thought he had dark ginger hair. Now, his thumbnails, I have to say, it is a little of a like moment when you just see how close all these people's faces are. And I'm like, oh God, I hope I'm never in one of his videos. I don't want to see my face that big on anything. But like Fire Festival too. So, and he doesn't need me pimping him. Look at him. He's got so many goddamn followers, but he deserves it. This kid, I guess he's brunette. I thought he was like a dark ginger. Well, anyway, he's Dimple Boy. And he's great. And I don't know why I'm addicted to what is he? I mean, yeah, I guess it looks ginger, but in some old videos, or it looks brown, but I think it looks ginger to me in other videos. It depends on the lighting. EDB mentioned him last year. Oh, this kid's great, dude. I need him to explain everything to me that is shit that I don't want to get. Like the gel lady. This is, I think, the first video I watched of him on my other channel. This lady's wild. I had to stop. I couldn't handle. I don't like the long fingernails going into things. I don't even know how people wipe with long fingernails. This one, the goopiness, the goopy sticky ookie, as Marcus would say, pissed me off. Now, Gel Lady fighting with somebody else over a husband. This was very interesting. I have to say, the book festival one today, I can't wait to finish. I can't finish to wait for that one. I can't wait to finish that one because that's the Fire Festival of books. And it reminds me of the Bridgerton Ball, which I also let him explain to me. And the Try Guys situation gets worse. Fitness, the best one though, the best one is the one where he talks about the cruise. Okay. I'll stop sharing that. I'll put a link to him below. This kid talks about this cruise. It's an old one and it's a 9-month cruise. It goes all the way around the world. And you pay prices that are like, I live here now. Like, I'm talking $60K for a ticket. And these people, it was called like the Never Ending Cruise or some shit. And I'm like, a cruise is terrifying, scary. You're on a boat. Also feels like a plane ride, but that doesn't end already. And you're telling me people are paying to go on this and to live with other cruise people. And it got fucking nuts. So half the cruise was these old people called gold members, like Austin Powers, and they're there and they're like judging people. They're like, you're poor. Could you watch your one of them said language to this one gay dude who's there just for the tea. He joined the cruise halfway through just to start shit and get the drama on his TikTok. And then that kid's like, fuck you, I can say whatever I want. And then they're just fucking at war. And then the TikTokers who are on the cruise started TikToking everything. And the old people were like, no, fuck that. And then they would TikTok shit the old people do. And then one old couple, they have a pineapple on their door. So then all the TikTokers are like, a pineapple. And apparently that means swinger. And so they're like, oh my God, is Miss So-and-so a swinger? And then all of TikTok is like, you have to ask her. I don't remember her name. It was like Sonia or something. Imagine you're on a cruise with your husband and you just like pineapples and you put one on your door and millions of people are now arguing whether you're a swinger and you have no idea. So then he finally approaches her and is like, just be honest, are you swingers? And she's like, no, I just love pineapples. And they do an interview with them. And then that like bonds the group. But then others get in fights. Like there's one guy who everyone liked him. Everything was going great. He seemed to be a nice older dude. He was there alone on the cruise. And then one day he goes on TikTok and he's just like, fuck all these races, fucking all this shit. You know, I hit women, love Nazi, like just whatever the craziest shit you can think of is, and just very political. And he's just like, I don't think the gays should vote, just like nut shit. And then all of the TikTokers on the boat go, and then it's war. the entire thing where they're just all fighting with each other. And then there's like announcements on the ship that this TikToker is going to do this because she was voted. And the people who aren't on TikTok are jealous now. And then there was a whole situation with the buffet, just like every bit of drama. And then they're supposed to stop at all these places. And then the captain's like, nope, we can't today. We're not going to stop. Sorry. So all these people who spent all this money get pissed off because they're like, I spent all this fucking money to see Chips and Quakos or whatever the fuck that place, Chips and Salsa. I don't know where they're going. I wanted to stop in Antarctica where it's freezing and go swimming. And they're like, what? And so all these people are like, well, I wanted to see, turkey chips or whatever. And I wanted to see fucking Antarctica. And you're not letting us off this goddamn boat. And then, they ran out of water, Kalisa. And then they said, oh, everybody who paid a lot of money is like, where's the fucking water in my room? Where's the bottle of water I was promised? And they're like, nope, no water. So when they got on the boat, it was fucked. So then halfway through the cruise, a bunch of people have get me off this boat. And then they realize, wow, we need to make some money on this boat because something happened. And they start giving tickets away cheap. So the people who paid a bunch of money for the entire cruise found out that the new people who are just hopping on the cruise paid like a 10th less, got a deal. And now those people who spent the money are pissed off. So that was one of my favorite market videos because I'm just like, this is thrilling. And it was like a series. It had to be a series because so much shit was going on. By the end of it, I was like, that bitch was a swinger. But it was all great. It was thrilling. And again, don't know who this kid is. The TikToker calling out the stylist for a refund is nothing compared to the lady who lives above a hairstylist in Maryland who's known for starting shit. In Baltimore, there's a lady in Baltimore who dresses like Dusty Rhodes in his Bumblebee era, gets fucking wasted, hires only wokes and gays, and then proceeds to say the most offensive shit to them and break every rule that you can break as an employer while simultaneously stealing all of her upstairs neighbor's mail. So when this neighbor who lives above the salon that this woman runs gets a package, Amazon delivers it to the salon. And then the manager of the salon, who's sipping a White Claw out of a fucking can with a straw at noon on a Thursday, is like, let me see what's in the box. And then she opens it up and she's like, that's cute. And then she puts it on and keeps it. And then the lady upstairs is like, give me back my fucking mail, bitch. And then when she finds out the lady put it in her purse, she starts filming and then puts it on Reddit. And then her life gets destroyed. And now it's a never ending, give me my fucking mail. Fuck you. Get out of my fucking hairstyling salon. The cops come. The cops are like, is she normally this crazy? And the other cop's like, oh, we know her. You'll get used to this, to the rookie cop. Then you find out on Yelp, she has done the worst shit her entire life. She's been the worst person and everyone calls her out on her Yelp for it and no one does anything about it. So yeah, Baltimore hairstylist lady. I learned about her and I want to go. I want to see her get drunk. I want her to throw things at me. I really do. Yeah, Dustin Rhodes. Dude, obsessed with Dustin Rhodes. And let me tell you something. She was dressed like him. She was dressed like Dustin Rhodes and her assistant looked like Sapphire. And I'm sitting there like, yo, how did we get here? So I cannot recommend Marky's channel more. He's got 500,000 subscribers. Let's get him to 1 million. Fuck it. Fuck it. He's adorable. And his little girlfriend's so cute too. And they're so cute together. So we looked at Bell Mountain. Let's go ahead and wrap up the rest of the coverage on the twins with the dad. We're going to do here. Let me pull this up. Okay. We're going to see the dad in a minute. We're going to see the They Don't Hike Out There interview. Because I feel like this needs to be screamed. That's not a thing. It needs to be screamed into the air. Everyone needs to see this. Here we go. Because a lot of people are like, how do we know they weren't hiking? Because they don't fucking hike out there. Where'd you hear that? From this. What's up, AJ Kentoral? All right, here we go.
Another family is grieving this morning after a pair of twin brothers just shy of their 20th birthday were found dead on the top of Bell Mountain last Saturday, 90 miles from where they live in Lawrenceville, Georgia. Their family says they were supposed to be on a flight to Boston the day before to visit friends. They also say they were in shock to learn the GBI is investigating this as a murder-suicide for now.
How they end out in the mountains, they don't hike out there. They've never even been out there. They don't know nothing about Hiwassee, Georgia. They never even heard of Bell Mountains. So how did they end up right there?
Both of the brothers have been shot, but their aunt and uncle do not believe that either of them would have done this.
They're very protective of each other. They love each other. They're like inseparable. So I couldn't imagine them hurting each other because I never even seen them get into a fist fight before.
We reached out to the GBI to learn more about this investigation. A spokesperson says the twins' autopsy is finished, but they're waiting on additional forensic tests to be complete, as well as the investigation before they can issue that final ruling on the cause of death for the twin brothers.
What's up, guys? Listen, your support has been so overwhelming. This right here is the custodial parent. We have Reese, the father of Nazir and Kadir Lewis. When I tell you, I want to thank everyone that that before it became cool, before it became popular, to send out and raise money and donate money and donate everything that y'all have been donating, doing everything that y'all have been doing. Y'all did it. I want to say thank you. So I wanted to introduce Dad here. This is the man right here. First off, my Morehouse brother. So and then my actual brother-in-law. So this is how, so I'm the uncles twice over. This right here is Tyrese Lewis. He wanted to talk to you directly.
I want to thank everybody for showing us support. I appreciate it. My son really has some peace. I'm very appreciative. Thank you.
So why am I showing you this? Because in one of the groups, hear me out, in one of the groups and on some stuff on Reddit, I saw some people saying, where are the mom and the dad? Oh, they were at their dad's house? What, he had something to do. What did he have to do with it? Nope. Shut that shit the fuck down right now. Because this is their dad. And by all means, please, I will put a link to this. Go support them. God damn, dude. These poor boys.
I can't put in words how grateful I am. I want to say thank you so much. It makes first to I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, so I just want to say to you guys, y'all have really come through for my brother here, and his wife. Listen, they have been really going through it. For them to even, his wife is torn up. So I'm here to support. Y'all already know I'm a supporter. I'll play that background, but I wanted to get out in front and say thank you. So now we're gonna shift gears. So we're gonna thank you so much. The funeral is taken care of, and we're going to live stream it. And because someone said this to me, they said, Tiger, you have to live stream it because these are our twins. These are our sons. So the world has taken on the sons that you've been taking care of all these years.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you and Karini been taking care of all these years, and they made them their own. They call them. It's a new thing that everybody's been saying to me. These are my sons. These are my twins. These are my nephews. These are my cousins.
Yeah, I want to say also, I want to stress this because I see these are great points Turd is making. Yes, absolutely. Not only that, but like they need to hire lawyers and or private investigators if the GBI keeps fucking with them. If they don't give them the information and they're like open shut, it was murder suicide, and then they don't offer the family proof in the form of GSR tests, a weapon, we checked their phones to make sure there was no other foul play going on. If they don't do that, that family is going to have to find someone who can, and it's not as simple as FOIAing records. Like, you have to have the law on your side. You have to be able to sue them for those records if at all possible. So the idea that not only they might need to do that, but then they might need to get a PI to back up the lawyer should they need to sue. Fuck, at that point, you're talking a lot of money. And unfortunately, and I've bitched about this before a lot, unfortunately, some PIs, I mean, there are some that charge as much, if not more, than top lawyers and don't get shit done. And then there are some who do it and they go in the wrong direction and they charge minimal, but they go in the wrong direction. And then you're paying for someone to lead you down a conspiratorial rabbit hole that isn't going to end in justice. It's a lot. And yeah, I wish so too, Ernie. I wish so too. And that's when he said the funeral is covered, that's because people banded together and they did donate to the GoFundMe. They helped the family out, but they're going to need so much more, especially with shit like that. And yeah, I'm not too sure about, I don't know, but this is the dad. I think that I don't know. I feel like I don't want to ask. From what I've seen is they've got a mother figure, possibly, and a father figure. I don't know if the mother figure is their aunt or if it's their actual mother. I don't know. But I do know that they were staying with their dad right before they went missing. And this is just for the people who are insinuating that maybe the dad. No, because they're talking to him, Yeah, I think it was a stepmom. So yeah, it's a situation like that. I know that he helped raise them, or he raised them. So, regardless, this is, I mean, fuck, this is such a sad situation for them, especially if the twins helped him around the house and stuff like that. And luckily, they have a very proactive uncle, and he's on YouTube, and I'm going to find out everything I can about him and put it below so that we can support him too, because thank goodness he's there, to speak. And I've seen people in comment sections on message boards have their opinion about live streaming funerals. You know what? Fuck off with that. If someone wants to live stream their funeral so that they can share it with people who feel like they are their boys, then they should be allowed to do that. I don't see any issue with that. In fact, I have no opinion on it other than good for them. Good for them. I've seen people make merch at funerals. I'm from San Antonio. You realize everybody there who has a funeral gets an airbrush t-shirt? Like, good for them for harnessing that and for being willing to give back to the community who supports them. And I hope the community continues to support them. And not only this community, but it looks like towns where they were found also has been very supportive. A lot of people are like, link me to where I can donate. Link me to where I can find out more. Link me. I have a lawyer. My husband's a lawyer. My cousin's a lawyer. Like, a lot of people are putting their foot forward and saying, what can I do to help? So that's why I hesitate to play anything for you where people have, their stories of, like, for example, people saying this is sundown town. I've seen a lot of videos and TikTok theories with that, but everything that I've seen personally, just looking in through the pages, a lot of people seem extremely supportive of them and they want to help this family. And they're like, fuck the GBI. So I'm like, okay, well, there you go. Me personally, I just hope the GBI handles this properly. And the fact that they aren't giving autopsy results right away, I wish that they would do it give it to the family. But if they are doing further forensic testing and investigation, that's actually a good thing. That means they're putting in more effort and they're doing more work to find out what happened. And if that takes a long time, it might take a long time. So, there you go.
So they wanted to send them off right. So now it's time to shift to getting justice. These lynchings have got to stop. That's it. It's enough. So we're going to get a proper investigation. I've been talking to private investigators. We are going to get justice for Nazir and Kadir. Tyrese, we will be sharing out the new link for Get Justice. The new GoFundMe will be to get justice for Nazir and Kadir. And people, please listen. They need help right now. My brother just had a stroke just before this. He wasn't in a wheelchair. Now he is. They need help. So, community, this is our community. We do this for us. Everybody, and when I say our community, that means everybody who has a heart. I don't care what color you are. I don't care what religion you are. None of that matters. What matters is your heart.
I have to say, I love this guy. I love this guy. I love him. Not only do I love him for his choice of style and his badass haircut, but the fact that he grabbed his hand. He's like, this is my brother. He needs help. He's being very, very transparent with the situation. This is how every family should have a representative in it who is going to stand up and do what this uncle is doing. And this family has twin aunties, an auntie, an uncle, a double uncle, and a dad all doing that. And they're doing everything they can, and they're doing it the right way. What did they do? This is also, by the way, this is a masterclass on this is how you get justice if you're in a fucked up situation like this, okay? Go to the crime scene, see it for yourself. They did that. Contact the news, local officials. They did that. Contact the local sheriff where the bodies were found. Ask your own questions. They did that. Have a call to action. Make it very clear. Say, this is what we're raising money for. These are the resources we need. This is what we need. They don't need a ground search or a foot search or a grid search right now because the boys are found, right? Now, the problem is how they were found. They can't do that for a gun. They can't do a grid search for a gun. That is where it's in the hands of local officials and the higher officials. In that position, what do you do next? What is the game plan? Well, you do what you can control, right? There's no sense in wasting time being angry and upset at things you can't control. What can you control? What power can you harness? That's what they're doing right here. They're saying, this is what we're going to do. We spent this last money on a funeral. We're live streaming the funeral so that the community can see it because they're your boys now. We're putting them in your hands and we're asking for help. They are asking for help. They're being vocal. They're doing interviews. They're explaining everything that they need to and that they can, and even some things that they shouldn't have to, but they're doing it for clarity so that the rumor mill doesn't get too crazy. They're letting you know right here up front. He was not in a wheelchair until recently. Now he is. This is an unfortunate circumstance, but we're getting through it and I'm here with him. I am the double uncle. Here's how I am related. Here's where we're shifting gears. We now have a new link. This is the official one. They're sharing the official link and they're letting you know with family by their side that this is not some stranger. They're going to get the money to the boys, to their cause. What are we going to spend it on? We need to get a PI. We need to investigate. And they're also asking for help. If you go to the pages, they're saying, what do we need? Does anyone have suggestions? They are crowdsourcing information while simultaneously putting out information that's necessary. And then also, here's something that I thought was brilliant and smart of them. They went on the news and they said, we don't want to see the pictures of the bodies. Okay? We don't want to see that. They shouldn't have to do that. But they said that because they want people to know, don't be sharing that shit on TikTok. These are the implications. This is the family who would have to see it, and I can't imagine how that would hurt them. Appealing to the human side of people is exactly what you're supposed to do. And I think that it would benefit other cases where that shit happens. People should know better than to do that. But in this case, if the pictures were handed to high school kids, they got bird brains till they're in their 20s. And even then. So you got to be careful, and you got to talk to them from a point of view, a perspective, like these are the implications of what could happen from that. So they're covering every single base. I appreciate it. And then they're candidly speaking out, and they're doing it on YouTube, on Facebook, on Instagram, on TikTok. They're doing it on the news. They're getting in the newspapers. They're fucking doing everything possible that they can do to get justice for this kid. And they're keeping it very central to the family. And they're simultaneously talking to the community and being vulnerable by opening up their situation. And they're giving clarity. And I just love this man. And I love that they have someone in their family to do that for them. And I saw somebody else, dude, this great point, tombstones. I think that that's another thing that adds to the confusion of this. If they did do that, why? I don't see it either. Right after this? And they're supposed to be on a trip anyway. Why go get water? Why go get snacks? You know what I mean? Like, it just... This is what we need, though. This is what everybody needs. Find that member of your family and never piss them off, because they're going to be very useful.
Do you feel? Do you feel for these twins?
I do.
Do you feel for these parents?
Mm-hmm.
You know, my sister. I had to sit here because my sister could not speak up right now. She's it's too emotional for her. So again, these are
people saying, "Where's the mom? Where's the auntie? Where's this?" He's telling you. He's telling you why. This is. I'm glad that this guy's here. I don't want to interrupt him though. I'm going to let him start back. I'm going to go back a little bit, and I will put the information, the link from the QR code below this video when we're done.
Had a stroke just before this.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he wasn't in the wheelchair. Now he is. They need help. So, community, this is our community. We do this for us. You know, everybody, and when I say our community, that means everybody who has a heart. I don't care what color you are. I don't care what religion you are. None of that matters. What matters.
Also, please forgive Frazier in the corner. I just don't want double QRs up. I want his up. You guys scan that. Don't donate shit to me tonight. Send it to them. But in all seriousness, I apologize for Frazier being in the corner. It makes you put something. And it's either that or Birdman. There's no way I'm putting Birdman. Because, yeah, that would just be rude.
Is your heart. Do you feel for these twins? Do you feel for these parents? You know, my sister. I had to sit here because my sister could not speak up right now. It's too emotional for her. So again, these are your twins. These are your twins. We're gonna get justice for your twins. Thank you,
dude. So I have to say, tears. Like tears, dude. That was such a good, poignant message. What a great uncle. What a great dad. Fuck, dude. I feel horrible for this family. Yeah, and again, I don't even know if it's like a lack of compassion, but the lack of communication feels like a lack of compassion, doesn't it, Darlene? And I do wonder if maybe it's because they're onto something, because I don't know why they wouldn't release the autopsy right away. They said that they're doing further tests, forensic tests, that could mean that maybe they're suspecting something, and that could mean more investigation. And in that case, good. Then they're just doing their jobs. But if they're being cold and not communicating, not good. Not good at all. Not compassionate. Not cool. Hello, Pita. Welcome. 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 Better late than never, indeed. You just missed a tearjerker. God, we're going to be up the ass of that investigation. We are going to be paying attention. I'm going to put links to everything, and we are going to start a page. I wanted to do in Discord, but I think I'm going to put it on the community wall because I'm trying to do both. Yeah, they can't because of the investigation. And again, I feel like there's a way to talk to the family about it, but I feel like telling them, yeah, we're looking through phone records. That can't hurt. Just at least tell them that, but that is how they are. That is how they are. And why? In some cases, to protect it. And in other cases, to hide some shit. Let's just hope that they're protecting it. And also, did you notice one good thing that the law enforcement did in this case? The thing that they did do good? Local Ellie handed it off to the GBI, no questions asked. Nobody's trying to be a hero here. Nobody's over here going like, well, we want to close the case. Nope. They are just sending it to the GBI. You guys handle it. You have the resources. That's important. That is important. Well, I think the devil is asleep, and I agree. Road trip to Bell Mountain, definitely. Investigator in your case was shit. Mine was incredible. It was the DA that sucked. Our DA was a fucking drunk bitch. Fucking ruined everything. Fucked up the yogurt shop investigate. Like, goddamn, she fucked up a lot. But my investigator was amazing. Yours sucked. I apologize. That sucks. It sucks when there's no good communication between them either, or if they want to. Now, what did suck is a year or two later, he got moved to homicide, and mine was only attempted. So I had to get a new guy, and they never fucking told me who that was. And every time I would call, I would get a new person who's like, oh, nice to meet you. I haven't seen your file yet, but I'm your investigator. And I'm like, well, what the fuck? Yeah, don't worry. It's I mean, at least it honestly, it's a really, here's the good that can come of it is people can see what it's like to see a family like bound together and really kick ass at doing everything they need to do to get justice for a case and doing it the right way. And I think they are. And it shows you the power of like social media and shit and of people in general. So that's good. It's still insane. Yeah. It's wild. And I mean, even shit, dude. And also twins, dude. We can't lose twins today's day and age. They're so rare and remarkable. Yeah, he celebrated. Where's the family liaison from GBI? I don't know. And sometimes the family liaisons aren't told a lot. In fact, perfect example, I put the link to the Steve Gonsalves interview last night under last night's video with the Idaho case. Dude, there is a part in there when he's talking to Ashley Banban where he says to her that sometimes he calls the victim advocate and to tell them like an update in the case or to find out about, well, what do you think of this? What have you heard? And they go, that's not true. I haven't heard that. And then he has to inform them. So he has to talk to the liaisons and the advocates for the case, and he has to give them information when it should have been the other way around because nobody's really like doing good communication. But then he said, okay, but we figured it out, and now they're getting better at it. So they are getting better at communicating with Mr. Gonsalves. But for a while, they were not giving him information about what would come out. It's not that they weren't giving it to him. It's that they weren't prepping him for the type of info that was about to come out in the news. And he didn't want to find out that info from the news. He wanted to find out from them. So once he approached them and was like, yo, this isn't fucking cool, they were like, our bad, let me fix that. And they got it in a way to where he's now briefed at the very least. And he's given fair warning about things. And his opinion is being considered, it seems. So, even if there is a communication breakdown or a bad victim's advocate or maybe a bad liaison, or maybe they're not bad, they're just not being told stuff that they should be told, therefore they can't deliver it to the families. He's the one who was like, listen, we need to fix this. And they went, okay. And then they fixed it. So that's good. Again, communication goes both ways. And if something like that does happen to you and you're ever involved in a situation and you have a victim's advocate or a liaison for a case and you aren't being informed in a timely fashion, that perhaps the news is, that's when, unfortunately, as much as you shouldn't have to, you might need to step up and say something. And that's proof that that can work. You have to open those lines somehow. So even though you shouldn't have to go the extra mile, you might have to go the extra mile and just kind of let everyone know this is a problem. This is why. Can we fix it? And then they will. So that's another case of like a situation where the liaison finds out after the family, but Steve said something and they fixed it. So thank goodness for that. Peter, you're an identical twin? So rare. So sweet. I love twins. You guys freak me the fuck out and I adore you. Like an axolotl. To me, twins are like axolotls or azotls. I don't know how to say it. Like, I know they're out there. I like looking at them. If I ever see one in real life, I freak out and we need to preserve them and save them. Because boy, twins are special. Okay, now we're going. It's time. Are you guys ready for Karen Reed shit? What about this? What if before we watch, and we're not going to watch the whole trial, that I am obsessed with twins. You know, Martha Kelly is a twin from, what's the show? Oh, fuck. Oh, I got to make a late night Taco Bell order. What is that? Oh, Jack in the Crotch? Oh, crap in my crotch. Okay. How about this? I'm going to put on a little Marcus for you, and then we'll ease into Karen. How about that? Ooh, that sounded bad. You know what I mean. I'll put on some Marcus for you, and then we'll slide on into Karen. Let's see. Let's watch Moonpug's new outfit. I'll put this on, and then I'll be right back. Dad has to make an order. Oh, God, this is so inappropriate for this stream. Well, you know, it's happening. It's happening. Yeah, we're going to watch Moonpug. There's some Fredrickson. There's the emo guy that comes in and sings and stomps around the house that I like. So we'll put that on. Okay. I'm going to put that on. I'll be right back. Let's do 5-minute Marcus. Get up. Everybody get up. Do your squirms. Shake your feet off. Do your poops. Do what you need to do. Okay. Grab the KY. We're going to slide on into Kentucky. Here we go.
Is it called? What are you wearing?
I wanted to wear my new outfit for you. Do you think I'm sexy?
I think you're really beautiful. Okay, are you good? You're like limping. What? Moonboo? Bit your leg?
Bit her leg because I'm secretly evil. But you didn't hear that from me.
You're not secretly evil, all right?
Okay. Robert, this place is evil.
It's evil? What the hell? It's a gas station. How evil can it be?
They don't sell any 2,000 PSI cold water corded electric pressure washers.
2,000 PSI corded electric... what? I beg your pardon? What do you...
Yes.
Is that why it's evil? Because they don't sell that? I mean, does any gas station sell that?
Nah.
So is every gas station evil then?
Don't make me mad.
Enjoy your meals. I'll be right back. I need to go check the island, all right?
I'm enjoying my meal, but I want to be a man again. Please, Mr. Gator, change me back.
Just puke out. Just puke out the drink you had. That should fix it. You're probably just having an allergy attack.
Do you have any salsa?
Okay, how much meat is that?
Well, it's just what I could carry, but I couldn't find it.
Okay, so glad we watched this. Sherlock, where you at? Everyone asking about Fredrickson? Rebbit, are you listening in the background in the dirties? Everyone? Turd? Everybody? Gather around. Remember? Hey, Mitty? Mitty, are you there? Mitty's asleep. I bet Mitty's asleep. Marcus gives all of us life. Tiffany, you twerked in the dirty this weekend? Good for you. Very proud. Ernie, are you paying attention? Darlene? Sherlock? Everybody? Here? Accounted for? Excellent. And I know Nicole on a roll is here. Where's other Nicole? Okay, everybody, tombstones. Okay, you guys want to hear Fredrickson's voice? Because you just heard it. Marcus does have little bitty titties. He has Joe Rogan nipples. This is Fredrickson's voice. This is Fredrickson's voice. Listen to it.
Do the salsa?
Okay, how much meat is that?
Well, it's just what I could carry, but I couldn't find any salsa to go on.
Watching out the drink you had.
Watching it 1,000 times. Tish, you're here? Excellent. Tish is here. Everybody's here? Everybody's here? Going up? Equal part? We're all here? Okay. Listen. This is Fredrickson's fucking voice, dude. He's perfect.
That should fix you. You're probably just having an allergy attack.
Do the salsa?
Okay, how much meat is that?
Well, it's just what I could carry, but I couldn't find any salsa to go on.
C. Smith. He couldn't find any salsa. Did you guys expect this voice, C. Smith? Did you expect this voice? That as much meat as I could carry. Dude, I love Fredrickson so much more hearing his voice. I loved him before. Now, I did watch this 50 times already, but we're going to watch it again.
Do the salsa?
Okay, how much meat is that?
Well, it's just what I could carry, but I couldn't find any salsa to go on it, so it's kind of plain.
You gotta go to the bar, okay? Good luck.
Pausing it. I have Fredrickson backstory. So I go and I look it up, right? I'm like, what's Fredrickson's deal? Where can I find the first Fredrickson appearance, right? So that is exactly how I sound like this. Hello, everybody. Hello. Yes, the meat source. Oh, don't worry about that. It's murder meat. It is for sure. But Fredrickson, come on board. Don't do this today. He is a little nasal sounding. We're gonna have to push this down. Hold on. Yeah. Okay, it's fine. It's whatever. And then he sighs. So Fredrickson also, he's a gator. He's in the gator gang. And he needs salsa for his meat. So Fredrickson, the first thing that I could find on him, okay, he's from Poland, you guys. We could cut off some of the Karen Reed stuff tonight early and I'll show you. He's from Poland. So Rob Malecki, aka ROFL Gator, goes to Poland. Apparently you just go to other countries in VR. And he's like, I have family there. And he goes there with the e-girls to go hang out at his relatives on their homeland property. And it looks very much like Poland, you know. And he goes there. Oh, come on. Hold on. Let me put something to hold this button down. We're just going to do that again. I take a highlighter usually, and then I cram it in there. And I say, there you go. That's where you're going to be now. Nope, that's too small. We're going to do a pencil today. Nope, that's too big. This is perfect. It's the yellow highlighter. There we go. Nope, push it down. Come on, stay. If this thing pops off and shoots me in the eye later, avenge me. Oh, nope, it's moving. Don't move. Oh, fuck. Well, well, I smashed it and it worked. You're right. You're absolutely right, Ernie. Smash it. She's mashing it. Okay. So apparently he goes back to Poland. Not apparently, it happened. I watched it. He goes back to Poland. He's trying to impress these e-girls, right? They go into this house, and right before they walk in, little Fredrickson pops out, and he goes, Fredrickson, and he says it like in a Polish accent, and he's speaking Polish a little, and he says something like, my cousin, and he's like basically yelling about, oh my God, this is my cousin Fredrickson, and he says, Fredrickson, and he says it real crazy, and Fredrickson's like, hello, and he's like, how is Babushka? How is she? And Fredrickson's like, meh. And you find out that Fredrickson has been taking care of a Polish babushka this whole time and that she's mentally unstable. So Fredrickson needs to get a wife so he can get the fuck out of there. And so then Rob's like, well, why don't you come with me and we'll take you out and we'll find you a wife. And that's when Fredrickson gets laid at that party. And then he starts showing up on all the feeds. So it looks like he just kind of kidnapped Fredrickson from his cousin from Poland. And now he's just there all the time. And I love it so much. And he makes baby gators at the club. So now I don't know if that is necessarily the first appearance, but it's the farthest back I've gone. And it's the first thing that I found that explains any backstory. And it seems like it is. So it's really fucking fun. Yeah, totally relatable, says Pierogi Cacciatore, says relatable. Hell of a life. Absolutely. So it's fascinating that Fredrickson is not only a cousin, but he's Polish, which makes me extra happy. He took care of a babushka his whole life. But now he's eating salsa.
Enjoy your meals. I'll be right back. I need to go.
Now he's eating meat with salsa on it. And dude, what do you mean? How is it not fucking freeing Karen? How dare you, turd? In all seriousness, yeah, he makes baby gators. We'll watch it tonight if you want to. There's a babushka, there's baby gators. Fredrickson fucking escapes Poland. It's incredible. It really is. I have not even finished it. There's so much. It's so great. And now he's here and he's talking like this and he wants the salsa. I don't understand who came up with all this in their mind. It must be the Jufa chick. It must be Robert. I don't know. But this is heightened comedy at levels we've never seen before. Yeah, it's probably murder meat, but he's a gator.
Check the island, all right?
I'm enjoying my meal, but I want to be a man again. Please, Mr. Gator, change me back.
Just puke out. Just puke out the drink you had. That should fix it. You're probably just having an allergy attack.
Do you have any salsa?
Okay, how much meat is that?
Well, it's just what I could carry, but I couldn't find any salsa to go on it, so it's kind of plain.
You gotta go to the bar, okay? Okay? Good luck. We're gonna catch this killer tonight. Don't leave town, motherfucker. Okay, that was... Wow. I was not expecting that. That was crazy. I did not expect that. Shabam Bob, you're just trying to get me to send over people for you to hit on. I'm not going to do that anymore. No. Yes, you are. Okay.
I like when there's a VR glitch.
No, not.
And they just work it in.
I'm real sorry. Okay. All right.
You've got to be careful out there. Don't trust the crustaceans.
Okay, so you're saying I shouldn't trust the lobster people, but they're I mean, they've been real nice to me, man.
No,
that's pretty sick what you're doing right there.
He's doing tricks. Yep.
I can't tell if you're missing or if you're trying to switch directions.
Oh, he's doing the basketball thing.
It's pretty cool, Marcus. Marcus, how's Jimbo James been?
I don't know.
Okay, you do realize you guys kind of left them behind last time.
Don't trust the crustaceans.
What is that?
Marcus, I know what you're going to do. If I turn around, you're going to disappear, okay? Wait, stop. Ow, no. Wait, what? There is something there. What the hell is that? Hold on,
Sure.
someone's
Oh,
here.
shit, really?
Let me just get the door really
You
quick.
have to look into that, dude.
Hey!
Oh, it's my boy.
Chicken jockey, chicken. I was the knight in diamond armor in your world seed.
Hey, man, it's good
enchanted.
to see you, man.
Breaks now.
Come on in, bro.
But you just mute me.
All right, hey, you're a bit early. The party's just getting started. Oh, you good? Oh, let me close this door.
You heard me said, but you just mute me. It's so fucking funny. Something about an emo guy, a Minecraft emo guy being at the door and then being like, I'm coming to your party. There's nothing you can do about it. I'm going to find love and I would do this, but you'd mute me is just so fucking hilarious. This is my fucking, the way he starts it. This is every boy I dated in college. I love this guy.
Chicken jockey, chicken. I was the knight in diamond armor in your world seat.
Hey, man, it's good to see you, man. Come on in, bro. All right, hey, you're a bit early. The party's just getting started. Oh, you good? Oh, let me close this door.
And then he jumps on the couch back.
Hey, where are you going? Where the fuck did he?
He's fucking Darby Allin. This is so crazy.
I'm out of here. All right. It was good to.
Cindy, we're watching VR comedy.
Good to meet you. By the way, all right. You look super lovely. Hey, which one am I talking to, though? You know what I mean?
You dirty gator. I love you.
Hey, I love you too, man. All right, take care. All right, you got this. All right, you.
I want you.
Hey, I'm just saying. Give me a. Yeah, we're getting out of here. All right, take care, man. You and your date are doing amazing. All right, good luck.
Cindy, I'm warning you, things have changed around here a bit. How are you doing, hon? We've been getting really heavy into VR, and I apologize.
We're not.
Smelling some saltwater
Here we
chicken
go.
around here.
Oh,
I've been hearing
shit.
that there's some people been hating upon us gays.
Arch nemesis is that a fucking we're racist.
This is the fact that it's a bunch of Italian crustaceans, just lobsters in general, just going, hey, we're fucking racist. Like, what, dude? They're like, we're the 80s crab mafia. But they're racist against gators. And the gator gang is like, I guess the new Hells Angels. I'm still trying to figure it out. By the way, oh my God, great news. You don't need did I tell you guys this? You don't need a VR headset to do VR chat. We can just go in there and pick a character and use our keyboard. This is new data. This is exciting.
Is that a racist?
I'm also a racist because I'm with them now.
This is the around the world cruise. This is it. This is exactly what I described. This is how it went.
We don't need to start a tip board here. Guys, please, we don't need to start a tip board here.
I am down for a race war.
Hold up. You're making deals with a 17-year-old?
Cindy, I am sorry that your client died last week. I don't know if this is going to make it better, but there is a gator versus crustacean race war going on in VR. I don't know if it'll take the pain away, but it might help, especially when you consider that's a fat gator and he's pretty cute. And you should go have dinner, and when you get back, we'll be done being weird. I promise. I promise, hon. I'm also very sorry that you went through that, and I love you. And it's going to be okay. And one day I will explain VR, but right now it is what it looks like. And I'm sorry for that.
No, I'm not making deals with them.
We have to. We have to raid the VR.
Okay.
When they're in the Wawa. This one's so loud. I'm skipping it because it's so loud. It doesn't have Frederickson in it.
Guys, you're blocking the door. Oh my God.
That's me trying to get in my car.
What are you doing in here?
All right, come on, push me through.
Guys, no, don't come in here. There's no food.
I just like that they're
check this place out really.
Okay, that's pretty much. Oh,
it's a frog.
By the way,
listen, man. We've been missing. Yeah, I'm talking to you. We've been missing some frogs around here. So if you could bring your family around for next week. Yeah, I'm talking.
I can't tell. Is this Jimbo James? I don't know, but if we can, we will. I would love to. Can we? Oh, dude, you know what? We can. Oh, Sherlock, I think you broke my brain. Good. Hold on. Yeah. Yeah, we did. Your chooks, dude. We fucked up, Cindy. We fucked up. We took the road less traveled, and we ended up in the VR universe. I'm so sorry. You shouldn't have gone. When you left, we were like, well, time to go into VR. The frog is very funny. Because look at the frog, Cindy. Look at the frog.
I'm talking to you. All right. Yeah, it's good to see you again, man.
And it's not just any VR. I think it might have a lot to do with sex. So we might be a sex cult now. We might have switched up. I don't know, though. I don't know. I'm trying to. Shabama Bob did lick the frog. Okay, so that is. Right when I said that, you said that? Tombstones. I thought we were thinking on the same wavelength here. What are you talking about? No, I'm just kidding. We're not going to dress like animals and have cartoon sex. It's fine. I wasn't going to make sweet love to Frederickson. It's whatever. It's fine. It's whatever. Now you can chat. Now that it's gotten weird, Ozzy Mel, good. Frog is cute. This is why I don't have human kids. Cindy fucking gets it. Cindy fucking gets it, dude. Well, you're all caught up, Cindy. I think you get it. Sherlock. Don't ask your sister things like that. I knew it. Stevie's here. Everybody put the VR headsets away. Stevie's here. Stevie's fucking here. Okay, so should we watch? I'm going to let you guys pick. We put her in a K-pop microwave. Oh, yeah, I did save that for y'all. We already watched that, though. When someone became a K-pop, they became a K-pop ice cream or something. Yeah, we watched that. Here's what we're going to do. Do you guys want to watch Marcus get a CAT scan before we watch? Oh, what is this? Wait, Frederickson does what? Okay, do you guys want to watch 3 tiny short Frederickson videos and then Marcus getting a CAT scan and then Karen Reed, or just Karen Reed? Just go into Karen Reed. If you want Karen Reed, put 2. If you want to see Marcus and Frederickson a little bit more, 4 more minutes of Marcus and Frederickson, then put 1. I'm going to let you guys choose. Equal parts sympathy, wants to go straight into Karen. Turd wants Frederickson. What does Cindy want? Cindy's going to get dinner. Tish wants Karen. C. Smith wants Karen. God damn. Well, now I'm going to punish you and make you watch Frederickson. I'm just kidding. I guess Karen's more important to you guys than Frederickson. Oh, we got tubes coming in. What are we at? 2 versus 1, 2, 2 to 3. We got 2 to 3. 5 more seconds. Someone, come on. 5, 4, 3. How dare? Oh, Melissa, you put it. What is 2? That's Karen Reed. 2, 1. Oh, fuck. All right. Well, we got to do Karen Reed. I guess no. Cue to door. It's too late, Ernie. It's too late. We finished the countdown. Yeah, we got to do the Karen Reed stuff now. Free Frederickson, dude. All right. So, again, we're not going to watch the whole... It's fucking 7 hours. That's crazy. But we are going to watch Ryan Nagel. Now, I'm going to be real with you. I did not pay attention to Ryan Nagel last time in Trial 1. I think I took like 1 note on his page, and it was like I had a page for each of them, and I was just having a day and I wasn't paying attention, and all I put down was doesn't look like Julie. That's literally all I put down. So I have no idea what he contributed before. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know shit about him. I know he's not Julie, and so I don't care. I'm only interested in slowed down Julie Nagel. But I'm getting regular screen half Julie. Like, this is weird. So I put it off. We're going to watch him today. Apparently he was a star witness. Apparently he did something fucking incredible that's going to make my tits fall off. So we'll watch and we'll see what he says that's so important. Oh, Aussie Mel, thank you so much for $10 to new board. So no more highlighter kidnapping. You know what? I ordered a new board and then my microphone doesn't work for it. So now I'm like, well, fuck. So I reordered a new one. So that'll go towards Alf sex chat hotline or treats for Hugin. But I love you and I appreciate you and thank you very much for that. You're the best. Around, Ryan Nagel will not keep you down. All right. Let's see. Apparently Ryan Nagel did something incredible that helps the defense. Like apparently he did something amazing that really just does, it's going to do wonders for the case. Apparently he did something great because somehow he proved that John went in the house. That's what somebody told me. They're like, oh, you got to watch it. He proved that John went in the house. I said, okay, fuck it. So with that said, here is half a Nagel. All right. It's not full Nagel. He's half Nagel. He's built from the same cloth of our Nagel. Let's just say that. Okay. Yeah. So I have a theory on that. And also why are people saying he's not you're like the third person who said something like the drug dealer. Is he the drug dealer? Yeah, so last year, no John. Yeah, all I've ever seen him as is a loser because he's only half a Nagel. He's not even full Julie. So he's not a fully, he doesn't matter to me. But he is doing the sweater over the tie thing, which is weird, and now I'm curious. Why? Also, this dude is a drug dealer? Looks like a fucking narc. Is he a drug dealer for the cops? Like, I'm confused. Okay, well, shout outs to the trial channel for cutting out all the huff. He was there on a delivery of drugs? Okay. I mean, just some things. It was a party. Oh, yeah. It was baby Brian's birthday bash. He says he just didn't see anyone. Okay, so he's not a stop. All right, well, we'll find out. Delivering drugs to a cop's house is a choice. He's dressed like a substitute teacher that's about to get the fuck bullied out of him. So I'm interested. But what drugs? Like pot, coke, mushrooms? What are we talking here? Fenties? Is he a Fenty guy? Is he yeah, I wouldn't buy drugs from me either. I'd be like, what are you, a cop? What is it, Xanax? Is he doing a Zanny the Nanny? Is this Zanny? Hey. Bev is awake today. She is a nice pink shade of pink. Probably Coke, right? Equal parts. Nice icon. What is equal parts as icon? Let me see. Oh, look at you, a rolly bag. Oh, meth. Yeah, he's definitely given a meaning to high and tight. A new like that's the highest and the tightest over there. He's got a high and tight asshole is what he's got. Putting a drug dealer on the stand? You think he's going to tell you the truth? I don't know. Let's see. No John and Car is pretty good for Karen. Yeah, right? Oh, is that what he said? Okay. Yeah, that's what you mean by no John and Car. Okay. All right. Well, let's watch the Nagel. Boy Nagel. Let's watch Boy Nagel today, okay? Here we go.
May I proceed? Yes. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Ryan Nagel.
How old are you?
I'm 32 years old.
What area of the city or the state do you live in?
I live in Canton, Massachusetts.
How long have you lived in Canton for?
32 years. My whole life.
You still live in Canton?
Yes, I do.
Do you work in the area?
I work in the city.
What do you do generally?
I do HVAC.
Do you have any sisters?
I do. I have one.
What's her name?
Juliana.
Is she older or younger than you?
She is younger.
I want you to take us back to January 29th, 2022. That evening on the 28th, leading into the 29th, do you remember where you were?
Yes, I do.
Where were you?
I was in a vehicle.
Okay. Before you were in the vehicle, were you out earlier that night on the 28th?
Yes, sir. I was at CF McCarthy's.
What's CF McCarthy's?
It is a local restaurant / pub in the center of Canton.
Who were you at CF?
Guys, I just saw it. I just looked. Look into his eyes. That is a Nagel. Holy shit. I see it now. Right there. Holy shit. It's Julie. It's Julie with a high and tie. It's Julie with a fade, you guys. Okay, I'm in.
Juliana.
Is she older or younger than you?
She is younger.
I want you to take us back to January 29th, 2022. That evening on the 28th, leading into the 29th, do you remember where you were?
Yes, I do.
Where were you?
I was in a vehicle.
Okay. Before you were in the vehicle, were you out earlier that night on the 28th?
Yes, sir. I was at CF McCarthy's.
What's CF McCarthy's?
Is a local restaurant / pub in the center of Canton.
Who were you at CF McCarthy's with?
My sister.
Okay, first of all, he talks like every extra in a Marky Mark movie. Second, if his eyes were any closer, they'd be kissing like Allie and Colin. Third, let me hear that accent again, boy.
Into the 29th, do you remember where you were?
Yes, I do.
Where were you?
I was in a vehicle.
Okay. Before you were in the vehicle, were you out earlier that night on the 28th?
Yes, sir. I was at CF McCarthy's.
What's CF McCarthy's?
Is a local restaurant / pub.
Wow, what a great answer. Where were you that night? I was in a vehicle. A serious question for chat. Has anybody in your life ever asked you where you were one night? And then you look at them and you say, in a vehicle. Has that ever been the answer to a question that you've been asked? Where were you that night? I was in my house. Okay, I can see that. Because you were home. I was home. I can't think of a single time someone said, where were you that night? And I went, in my vehicle. Oh, I was in my fucking car? Your what? Your car? My car. Bro, who gives a fuck? You know what they're asking. You know what they're asking. Skip the fucking attitude, you shitty little prick. I see you in your little, I'm here to talk to you about this Mormon book outfit. I was in my vehicle. First of all, who are you, JFK? Get out of the car and go inside. Second of all, you were in all night you were in your vehicle? Are you an Uber driver? What are you doing in that vehicle? This is just piss poor. Just say Canton, sir. You don't need to, What a stupid answer.
In the center of Canton.
Who were you at CF McCarthy's with?
My sister at the time, and then my friend Ricky and my ex-girlfriend Heather.
What were you doing at CF McCarthy's?
Just enjoying a night.
Oh, what's that? You got an ex-girlfriend named Heather? Are we going to hear from her? Did you just say Heather Lettuce? What the fuck is wrong with you? What? Now you're crying? Okay, I got to go. Hold on.
Having a few drinks.
When you say have a few drinks, did you have a few drinks?
I did, yes.
Do you remember how many drinks you had?
Not off the top of my head.
Do you remember whether the drinks you had, the alcoholic drinks that you had, it affected your ability at all? Were you impaired in any way?
I wouldn't say impaired, but I only drank beer.
Okay. Do you feel like you had any type of effect from the alcohol?
I may have.
Were you driving?
No, I was not, sir.
Do you remember the times that you were at McCarthy?
Probably 8, 9 o'clock.
What time did you leave?
Probably right before midnight.
When you left McCarthy's right before midnight, did you have a plan that you were going to do something?
No, I did not.
Tell us, after you leave McCarthy's, where do you go?
I was going to go home, but my sister Julie texted me to be picked up.
When you were going to go home, tell us, when you leave McCarthy's, what kind of vehicle were you in?
I was in my friend Ricky's Ford pickup truck.
Who was driving?
Ricky.
Was anybody else with you too?
My ex-girlfriend, Heather.
Heather. You know Heather's last name?
Maxim.
Was she in the front or the back of the truck?
She was in the back seat.
So you three were in the truck and Ricky was driving?
Correct, sir.
You mentioned you were going to go home. Did you start to head towards your home?
Mr. Brand, slow down a little bit for the court reporter, please.
Pardon me. You mentioned you were going to go home. Did you start heading towards your house?
Yes.
Do you remember what time you got the text from your sister?
Around midnight. I can't remember.
You don't have a firm memory of it?
No, I do not, sir.
After you received the text from your sister, did your plan change?
Yes.
And what was the plan after you received the text from your sister?
to go pick her up.
Did you know where she was?
Yes, I did.
Where was she?
She was at her friend Brian's house.
Did you know the address?
Not off the top of my head, but I knew the street.
Did you know the house?
Yes.
Did you know
Okay,
her friend Brian?
sorry. Please bear with me. I had to go give the Hugin a treat. Let me see some more of this Mackie Mac fella.
What time did you leave?
Probably right before midnight.
When you left McCarthy's right before midnight, did you have a plan that you were going to do something?
No, I did not.
Tell us, after you leave McCarthy's, where do you go?
I was going to go home, but my sister Julie texted me to be picked up.
When you were going to go home, tell us, when you leave McCarthy's, what kind of vehicle were you in?
I was in my friend Ricky's Ford pickup truck.
Who was driving?
Ricky.
Was anybody else?
Oh my God. Ricky. I can't even say it right. Recky. I was in my friend Recky. Recky. I can't say it the way he says it. Why did Boston say Ricky like that?
That's with you too?
My ex-girlfriend Heather.
Heather. Where do you go?
I was going to go home, but my sister Julie texted me to be picked up.
When you were going to go home, tell us, when you leave McCarthy's, what kind of vehicle were you in?
I was in my friend Ricky's Ford pickup truck.
Who was driving?
Ricky.
Was anybody else with you too?
My ex-girlfriend Heather.
Heather.
Okay, it sounds like he's saying Recky. Yeah, that's it. Recky. That's what it is. It's me and Recky. This is how Ben Affleck. This is how Ben Affleck talks in fucking The Departed. Me and my friend Recky. I love the way he says Recky. Me and my friend Recky was over there wrecking a car. God damn, I love their accents. It's fucking great. Pierogi Cacciatore. Dude, I want to see Heather dancing like... Who's Heather? Are we going to see it? Heather? Is we going to see it? Luis Cuevas, hello. What do you think? Ricky? Why am I awake and watching this nonsense for the 5th time? Bitch, because we're looking at this guy. He's a coke dealer, Miss Pox. Miss Pox. Miss Pakistan's in the house. Listen, this guy's a fucking coke dealer. Him and Recky, they go into a cop's house. You know why? Because they're going to watch the other guys on Blu-ray.
You know,
I just wanted to spend an hour talking about how his answer to the first question was the dumbest thing I've ever heard on fucking earth, Miss Parks. Did you hear this fucking square? They said, hey, where were you that night? Do you remember? He goes, I was in my vehicle. Bitch, all night? You just live there? What are you talking about? You were in your I was in my vehicle all fucking night with Recky and Heather. Me and Recky and Heather, we was doing butt drugs. We was boofing in the car. Is he going to tell them that he's a coke dealer? Because if he does, I'm going to cry and he's going to be my new favorite Nagel.
His last name?
Maxim.
Was she in the front or the back of the truck?
She was in the back seat.
So you three were in the truck and Ricky was driving?
Correct, sir.
You mentioned you were going to go home. Did you start to head towards your home?
Mr. Brand, slow down a little bit for the court reporter.
Yo, Brenny, you're getting too excited about Heather Maxim being in the truck. You're getting too excited about Heather and Ricky being in there. Also, why was everyone in the back of the truck and one guy's in the front? Nobody rode bitch? No, because we ain't bitches, because we from Canton. That's the type of shit this guy would say. Look at that haircut.
Pardon me. You mentioned you were going to go home. Did you start heading towards your house?
Yes.
Do you remember what time you got the text from your sister?
Around midnight. I can't remember that far back.
You don't have a firm memory of it?
No, I do not.
I only remember being in the car. I never remember when Julie calls me. Also, bye, Cindy. We love you.
After you received the text from your sister, did your plan change?
Yes.
And what was the plan after you received the text from your sister?
To go pick her up.
Did you know where she was?
Yes, I did.
Where was she?
She was at her friend Brian's house.
Did you know the address?
Not off the top of my head, but I knew the street.
Did you know the house?
Yes.
Did you know her friend Brian?
Yes, I did.
What is his last name?
Albert.
Is he a senior or a junior?
He's a junior.
About how old is he?
I think 27, 28 years old.
Were you friends with Brian Albert Jr.?
Just through my sister.
Had you ever been to that house before inside the house?
No, I have not, sir.
Do you have any other purpose of going to that address other than to pick up your sister?
No, sir.
How long did it take you after you left to redirect and get to that address?
Probably roughly 5 to 7 minutes.
Do you know what time specifically you arrived at that address?
Probably a little before 12:30.
Is that a general guess?
Yes.
Did you look at your watch and note the time, or is this an
No.
estimate?
Just an estimate, sir.
So the estimate is you arrived around 12:30?
Correct.
When you approach the house, before you approach the house, is there a road that intersects Fairview?
Yes.
And what's the name of that road?
Actually, give me a second. I can't think of the name.
Okay. Are you familiar with any roads in that area?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the road Cedar Crest?
Yes, sir.
Had you driven on Cedar Crest before?
Yes, I have.
If you're driving on Cedar Crest, can you loop around like a circle on that road?
Yes.
At some point, do the two parts of that circle intersect with another road?
I believe so.
Is Fairview, from your knowledge, attached to Cedar Crest Road?
Yes.
As you were traveling, did you travel on Cedar Crest before you got to Fairview?
Yes.
Okay, I want to ask you some questions about right before you turn on, or Ricky turns on to Fairview. As you're driving down Cedar Crest, before you turn on to Fairview, did you see anything?
I saw a vehicle coming at us. Not directly at us, but obviously traveling on the other side of the road.
Okay. And where was that vehicle traveling towards?
Us, and then they put their blinker on to take a right.
And
for them to take a right.
That vehicle is going to take a right onto Fairview?
Correct, sir.
And your vehicle is coming in the opposite direction?
Correct.
Where was your vehicle going?
Taking a left onto Fairview.
Did you both meet at that intersection?
Yes, roughly around the same time.
Who turned onto Fairview first?
The other vehicle.
How did that happen?
I believe Ricky flashed his lights to let them go.
Did you see the other vehicle?
Yes.
Do you remember what kind of vehicle it was?
That was a black SUV.
When that car turned right onto Fairview, how long after did Ricky turn left onto Fairview?
Seconds.
When you came to that intersection and met that car, when Ricky blinked his lights, could you see inside that SUV?
Yo, you need squirms right now in the middle of testification? That is a pretty nice car for someone in their mid-20s. That is true. It is pretty nice. Maybe he is in the CIA. He looks like it. Just kidding. He looks like Julie Nagel with a fade. Dude's in the front, hoes in the back. Everyone get in the back. All the hoes get in the back with the Nagel. His story didn't change. Good. You know what? I'm about to say something. Might be a little controversial. Okay? But if you were to tell me that the only person in a trial that you could trust was the coke dealer, this would be the trial. This would be the fucking trial. If you told me, hey, Kat, once you get to the drug dealer part, then you're finally going to believe someone. Someone is finally going to tell the truth and it's going to make sense. I would say, which trial? And they'd say Karen Reed. I'd go, yes, this makes sense now. Yeah, okay, I can see that happening. This is opposite day. This is bizarro world. I can absolutely see this biscuit tin of a human being being the only one who has reasonable, fair, accurate thoughts and memories. God, his eyes are so close. They're almost booping each other. It makes sense that the cokehead would remember everything in this trial and that he would tell the truth. This makes sense to me.
TV?
Say that again?
When you came to the intersection at Fairview, and you said that the driver of your truck, Ricky, blinked his lights, could you see anything inside the SUV?
I wasn't looking.
Okay. After that SUV turned right onto Fairview and Ricky turned left onto Fairview, who was in front of who?
The other vehicle was in front of us.
Was the other vehicle in front of you the entire time you saw it?
Yes, sir.
Did Ricky ever drive and park in front of that vehicle?
No, we were behind them.
Always behind it?
Always.
When Ricky...
This is also a great point. And I would add aren't always, because in his case, look at that fucking nose. You know he's a fucking, you know he snorts his stash, okay? You know he snorts his stash. And that's why he's on top of his shit. This is a guy who's like, I know where the money's going. I know where it's coming from. My sister is Julie Nagel. I've had to count snacks my entire life. I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you how many people were on the lawn, what the berm looked like, how big the berm was, if I could snort the berm. He'll tell you everything about the fucking berm. He probably snorted coke off the berm, looked around and said, there's no dead body out here. Fuck. And then left. Because he's not used to that at cop parties. He's used to seeing bodies all over the place.
Ricky pulled up to Fairview. Where did he stop?
Right in front of the driveway of the Albert's house.
You were in the front passenger side of the truck?
Correct, sir.
If you looked directly outside that window, what would you have seen?
The driveway and the house.
The other vehicle, did it stop?
Listen to me, Miss Parks. You guys all know this. Your dealer would never lie to you, but the cops in Boston absolutely would. Absolutely would. The worst dealer on earth would do a better job than the best cop in Boston, if you ask me. God damn, dude. Also, what if he's the Goodwill Hunting of drugs? What if he's up there like, I think I figured out how we could cut this and get it all over the city with only spending $10. I could see him being that guy. He seems quite annoyed with the Nagel right now. Perhaps his offspring did him a serious injustice, and this is part of sibling rivalries. I'm going to get you back, Julie, and make you look like a little fucking punk. Because you left me with Reki. Reki. Hey, Satan. Hail, Satan. Hey, Darlene's here. Miss Parks. Oh, my God. Everybody. And Sydney was just here. The old crew, the original Gator gang is all back together again. You just hiccuped out your water. Oh, shit. This guy puts everything in his nose. Nothing comes out of his throat. This is an amazing man right here. This is the man who eats cocaine for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and then he snorts it, and then he's fine, and he's going to tell you everything, who has the money, where to get the money, why we got the money. It is a truth drug. He's like, I'll fucking tell you everything. Just don't arrest me. Don't fucking hit me. Like, he just doesn't want to go back to jail. Like, do you see this Old Navy outfit? Like, this guy doesn't want to go to jail. He's got beady little eyes like a Nagel. He is. He's the Forrest Gump of drug dealer. He's like, I'm sorry, Jenny. I was just trying to put a bump on the key for you.
Up at the driveway?
No.
I'm just, my mama says you got to be a gentleman and you got to let her snort it off your tits first.
There's probably like a car length in front of us.
So it was in front of you?
Correct, sir.
Did you ever see that car stop at the driveway?
At the driveway? I don't recall.
Did you...
Notice how his I don't recall sounds so I don't recall, Dan. I don't recall how I lost my legs, Lieutenant Dan. I just know that I did some coke at Julie Nagel's and I was done and they was gone. Also, I believe his I don't recall. He's the only one who sounded hesitant to say it. He's like, I don't recall. Like he acted like he was going to get hit. Poor dude. Fuck.
Wait before you got to Fairview, or did Ricky drive directly to Fairview after he took the left?
Well, he turned the left onto Fairview.
Okay. Did he wait or did he drive directly to Fairview?
He drove directly there.
Okay. The car in front of you, did you ever see it move behind you in front of the driveway?
It was in front of me the whole time.
And so I'll ask the question again. Did you ever see that SUV stop at the foot of the driveway?
No, but I did see the brake lights. It looked like it moved, but it wasn't. So the brake lights were on, and they released them and then stopped again. So probably moved another car length up.
How many times did you see the brake lights on?
Just once, sir.
After you stopped at the foot of the driveway, did you keep your attention on that SUV?
Not really, no. I was more concerned about my sister.
So you weren't studying it?
No.
Were you making any notes or trying to mark its direction of travel?
No.
But you do know, or do you have any doubt that it was in front of you the entire time?
Yes, it was.
When you pulled to the driveway, did you go in to see your sister?
No.
What did you do?
I texted her saying we're here, and she came out, opened up the door. She looks at me in rec and said, "Hey, do you guys want to come in? For a drink or whatever?" And I looked at him,
I looked at her. I said, I'm a coke dealer. You asking me if I want to fucking come in with Big Recky? I got Big Recky in the back. You fucking bitch. Get out here. This guy. He's so pissed at the Nagel. I don't blame him.
The back seat, asked Heather. We said, no, we're all set. We're going to go home. And so she decided.
Also, never heard as many people say all set in my life until I met Boston people. You motherfuckers with your, I'm all set, hun. Jesus fucking Christ. Say it cuntier, will you? Oh my God. That's like the meanest thing to say. And it just means I'm good. And yet somehow you guys found a way to make that cunty as shit. Thanks. Oh, me? All set. Okay. I know what that means. You don't want none of this shit. Thanks for making that very clear with attitude. I appreciate that.
It's a step.
So the idea was to give her a ride home. You did not give her a ride home?
Correct. We did not.
Let me ask you some questions. Before your sister came out of the house, do you remember how long you waited for her?
Roughly 2 minutes.
In its entirety, how long was that truck parked at the foot of the driveway in front of Fairview?
Closer to 5 minutes, sir.
Is that an estimate?
Yes, I'm just guessing from what I can remember.
Did you mark the time in any way? Look at your watch in any way?
No, sir.
That's your general memory?
Just roughly trying to remember.
When you looked up at the house, did you see there were more than one door?
Yes, there were two doors. Yes.
Do you remember what door your sister came out of?
She came out of the side door, which is to the...
This is a great point, Miss Parks. I'm glad you brought this up. How mad would you be? Let's ask exhausted Dylan. He's standing right here. Dylan, if I made you drive, he's hoogened out right now. Okay, he's hoogened out of his mind. He's cheebed to the meebs. If I made you drive pretty far in a blizzard during a Narista, it's a Boston blizzard. Boston baked blizzard. You baked out of your mind. It's a blizzard. You're in Boston. And you got, who should you have in the backseat? You have Filler in the backseat. Yeah, you got Filler and Sosa in the backseat. I know you'd never go to Boston with them, but let's say you had Filler and Sosa in the backseat. All right. And then you got me and Sven. And we're all, and all of us are shoved in the backseat and you're driving. Okay. And you don't have insurance. No, and we make you drive all the way across Austin so that we could go get someone. All right. And we go to pick up Michael. And Michael comes out and he goes, I'm not ready to go yet. You guys want to come inside? And then we go, what's inside? And then Michael says, an improv party. Would you kill Michael? Would you run him over with your car? What would you do? Would you flip out? You would? You'd be pretty pissed off. So then let's say there was a murder and then we end up in court later. Would you testify against Michael and be like, he's lying, there was no body? If it implicated him?
I don't know.
Would you implicate him in a murder for that moment?
There was no body.
If there was no body? Or would you tell the truth, there was no body, even though he'd get in trouble? Would you lie for him after he put you through all that? No? Dude, Dylan's cold as fuck. Dylan is cold as fuck. All right. Yeah, no. He wouldn't lie for him. Yeah. We just gotta, it doesn't matter, dude. Every man for himself, huh? All right. We trust the drug dealer. We trust the cokehead. I mean, I'm thinking about the scenario with Reki. I mean, shit, with my own sister. Oh my God, actually, I've been here. I've been in this position. What am I saying? I drove all the way to San Antonio to hang out with family one year for Christmas, and no one was there. My biological family. Nobody was there. They were like, psych, bitch. And my sister's like, oh, I'm at a friend's house, but we're kind of wasted. Could you? And I'm like, what? Wait, I've been there. Yeah, I'd be fucking pissed too. Oh shit. I empathize with the Nagel, bro. I empathize with boy Nagel. Holy shit, what a pain in the ass. What a piece of shit. Are you gonna go with Danny? Okay. Well, he doesn't love me anymore. Anyway. Yeah, they are. They're pains in the asses. He's mad because female Nagel brought him in this BS. Like, yeah, I'd be pissed. Did he fart? I smell a fart. God damn it. I gotta go here. What? Listen to him. Let's go back a little. I'm so pissed for him Now I'm on the side of cocaine Nagel.
And so I'll ask the question again. Did you ever see that?
Which is like cocaine bear, because I know you were going to ask that next.
SUV stop at the foot of the driveway?
No, but I did see the brake lights. It looked like it moved, but it wasn't. So the brake lights were on, and they released them and then stopped again. So probably moved another car length up.
How many times did you see the brake lights on?
Just once, sir.
After you stopped at the foot of the driveway, did you keep your attention on that SUV?
Not really, no. I was more concerned about my sister.
So you weren't studying it?
No.
Were you making any notes or trying to mark its direction of travel?
Babe, it says leave it.
But you do know, or do you have any doubt that it was in front of you the entire time?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to go find you, beat you
When
to
you
death.
pulled to the driveway, did you go in to see your sister?
No.
So
what
funny.
did you do?
I texted her saying we're here, and she came out, opened up the door.
God
she looks
damn
at
it.
me in rec and said, "Hey, do you guys want to come in? For a drink, whatever." And I looked at him, looked in the back seat, asked Heather. We said, "No, we're all set. We're gonna go home." And so she did.
No, bitch, we're all set. Where's your purse? You're not coming? Get in Recky's truck. You ain't coming? It's a Narista. You ain't coming. You better fucking get in here. Me and Recky aren't coming back. I'd be so fucking pissed off. I would be so pissed off. Yeah, it's cold. You got Recky and Heather with you? Fuck that. And now Julie's coming up in here like, nah, I'm all set. Fuck you. Get in the car, Nagel. Or you're about to be a fucking mound on the lawn. You're about to be a fucking big blob on the lawn if you don't get in the fucking car after we drove this way. I trust the cokehead. I trust the cokehead. It is sad. I mean, are we surprised? Depending on what drug, likely going to be the most honest person in almost any scenario, depending on what drug.
Decided to stay.
So the idea was to give her a ride home. You did not give her a ride home?
Correct, we did not.
Let me ask you some questions. Before your sister came out of the house, do you remember how long you waited for her?
Roughly 2 minutes.
In its entirety, how long was that truck parked at the foot of the driveway in front of Fairview?
Listen to me, Satan. I didn't do that. Sherlock, don't you naggle me. Don't you finagle me. Don't finagle the nagel. Listen to me. I didn't suggest that. That was her. Sherlock suggested that shit. I just agreed to it.
Closer to 5 minutes, sir.
Is that an estimate?
Yes, I'm just guessing from what I can remember.
Did you mark the time in any way? Look at your watch in any way?
No, sir.
That's your general memory?
Just roughly trying to remember.
When you looked up at the house, did you...
Yeah, Recky. Me and Recky and Heather. Heather and Recky, we were in the car. There was a Narista. There was no berm. And we was on Claw. Claw. Is it Claw or Claw? We'll figure it out.
See, there were more than one door?
Yes, there were two doors. Yes.
Do you remember what door your sister came out of?
She came out of the side door, which is to the left of the garage.
Did you watch her?
Yes.
Where did she walk?
Yo, Recky drives all the way over here. Get in the truck, Julie. That's exactly what fucking happened. Nope, we're not going in. I'm all set, hon. That's exactly what happened, dude. Tombstones, are you the Nagel whisperer, dude? Did the crime scene tell you that? Or did the Nagel? Because that sounds exactly like if somebody's like, is this reasonable? And then they tell me everything about this case. I'm like, none of that is reasonable. But if you told me this fucking cokehead dressed like a Mormon soldier is telling you, hey, Recky got in the car and had to drive, get in the truck, Julie. Yeah, I can absolutely see him saying those exact. Recky drove all the ways over here, Jules. Get in the truck. Like, I can see that 100%. This man looks like he's never smiled in his entire life.
From where to where?
She walked out of that door down the driveway towards us.
When she reached you, how did you have a conversation with her if you were in the truck?
I opened the door, my passenger door.
As you were speaking with her, were you watching anything else, or was your attention directed to your sister?
Nope, just on my sister.
At some point after your sister turned to go inside, did you wait for her or did you leave right away? Or did Ricky leave right away?
We waited for her to get back into the house.
Because then we decided we was gonna go in and we was gonna kick the door, and we was gonna run in and I was gonna jump on top of her, and then I was gonna do that thing where you spit, and then your spit goes down and it's about to touch their head and they're screaming and she's going, no, no, Ryan, no, Ricky. And then I was gonna suck the spit back up and then do it again and again until she fucking freaks out.
At any point before your sister went back in the house, did you see any lights, like dome lighting, come on inside that SUV?
Yes, I did, sir.
Before or after your sister went in the house?
Roughly like as she was getting in the door.
Before you ended your conversation with her, did you see the dome light go on in that SUV?
Say that again, sorry.
Before your sister...
He's like, did you just fucking ask me if I gave her some dome? My sister, Mr. Brennan, you're fucking sick.
Left the driveway. Mm-hmm. Did you see any dome light on in the SUV?
No, I wasn't looking.
Your sister began to walk back to...
Yo, no idea, but if he didn't, let me guess what he looks like. Please, can I guess? I'm going to guess he's a pale goth guy. He looks the way... Who's the kid in To Kill a Mockingbird that lives in the window? Bosa, what was his name? He's going to look the way that guy sounds. Ricky never leaves the house and he came out to get you, Jules. Ricky's never left the house. Ricky wears fucking socks on his fingers because he's so fucking freaked out. And we got him out of the house, Jules. And you're pulling this kind of shit?
To the house. What was your direction? What was
Boo Radley?
Your attention focused on?
Mainly on her. We were pulling away from the driveway and kind of just glancing back over at Julie to make sure she got in.
When your sister went back up the driveway to go in the house, when was the next point you had any chance to see the SUV?
When we were passing it.
When you were passing the SUV, where was it located in relation to the house, flagpole?
Directly in front of the house.
Okay. Was it anywhere near the flagpole as you drove by?
Probably like a car length from that.
A car length from the flagpole?
Yes, give or take.
Is that the middle, right, or left side of the house?
That would be towards the left side of the house.
As you drove by that SUV, what was your primary focus?
My sister said. Like watching her get in.
You were being attentive to her getting in?
Correct, sir.
As you watched her get in, did you glance or see anything else in your vision as you were watching your sister go into the house?
Yo, that's some of the meanest shit I've ever seen. He seems like he does stuff with his sister. Is like the meanest thing you can say to a guy in Boston. What the fuck?
Saw that there was a woman in the driver's seat of the black SUV in front of me, sitting there with her hands on the steering wheel at 10 and 2.
Did you get a good enough look that you would remember who that person was, or was it too brief to identify the person?
It was too brief, sir.
You saw the person in the SUV with their hands on the wheel. How did you see them inside the car?
Their dome light was on.
Do you know how a dome light comes on in a vehicle?
Yes, sir. Either you press it yourself or if there's a door open.
When you had the glance or the glimpse of the woman in that SUV holding the wheel, you said 10 and 2?
Correct, sir.
Could you describe for us what that means?
Just like a clock, just the hands on the clock, like 10 and 2.
I was just waiting for the siren, Your Honor. If I could show Exhibit 3 to Mr. Nagel. Sir, do you recognize the address?
Yes, sir.
And what is that address?
That is 34 Fairview Road.
Do you recognize the flagpole?
Yes, I do, sir.
Thank you. When you drove by and you said you saw a woman sitting in the front and the dome light was on, did you see anybody else in the car?
No, sir.
Were you looking for anybody?
No, sir.
Could there have been somebody else in the vehicle at that time?
It could have been, yes.
Could there have been someone standing outside the door?
Yes, it could have been.
When you saw the person, were you studying the person?
No.
How long of a time did you have to take a glimpse of that person?
5-10 seconds, maybe. Okay.
Now, I want to ask you some questions about the entire time you were parked at the foot of the driveway until the point that you left Fairview. From when you first stopped at the driveway at Fairview until the point that you left and were no longer in front of that property, did you ever see any person get out of that SUV that was in front of you?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody, any man, ever cross the front yard towards that home?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see any man ever enter or stand in that front door?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody walk across the front yard to the side door?
I'll allow it.
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody enter that side door other than your sister?
No, I did not, sir.
As you were parked at the driveway the entire time, that generally 5-minute time, did you ever see anybody get out of the SUV and walk down the street towards the driveway?
I'll allow it.
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody walk past your truck and up the driveway?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see any person other than your sister outside of those vehicles the entire time that you were at Fairview?
I'll allow it.
No, I did not, sir.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Yannetti?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You testified about having seen a black SUV before the vehicle that you were in entered Fairview Road at around midnight on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct, sir.
Objection, that's not facts and evidence.
That's okay. The witness's answer is what matters. Is that right?
Yes.
You first saw that black SUV when it was coming toward your vehicle when you were on Cedar Crest, correct? I'm sorry. Let me repeat that because of the siren. You first saw that black SUV when it was coming toward the vehicle that you were in on Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct, sir.
Your friend Ricky D'Antano was driving at that time?
D'Antano, sorry.
D'Antano?
Yes.
He was driving at the time?
Correct, sir.
Mr. Yannetti, thank you.
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Ricky doesn't drink, correct?
He does.
He wasn't drinking that night.
He may have had one or two.
Okay. But he appeared to be driving safely?
Yes, sir.
And you also have...
Okay, this guy, first of all, had to have my phone down because it's night and people are sleeping. And I had to take Mookie's out to walk a second ago on the walkies. And I'm out there and the volume is turned down. So all I can see is him. And it occurred to me, you think Slow Down Julie Nagel is good? Watch this shit. Watch this shit. We're not going to listen to anything, okay? I'm just going to just indulge me for 2 fucking minutes. I'm going to put a little, and he did do a poo-poo. He did do a poo-poo. He's a very good boy. Not this dude. Okay, not the Nagel. All right? Mookie's did a poo-poo. All right? But indulge me on this for a second. I'm going to put some lo-fi on in the background, okay? And I want you to watch his body language with this music on. And tell me if that is not the shadiest shit you've ever seen. And yet I still believe every word he says. Listen to this. Listen and watch. Watch and listen. Volume down, okay? Okay, volume down. Oops, my bad. Oops, that's Jen's tooth. I'm so sorry. I did not mean to put that up. Oh my God, how'd that get there? Oh, sorry. That's just Jen Coffendorfer and her husband. I know it would probably be a little invasive for her. It might feel bad to have your husband's picture put on the internet, but that's probably how Canon Daddy felt. Anyway, also this is the shrimp I made for Ed. For those of you who missed it, I did make Ed a Crime Time with Ed Wallace Shrimp Co. Bubba Gump style sticker. Some of you guys wanted to see it on the Duty. Ron showed it through his phone, and you guys were like, let me see a close-up of that shit. There it is. I will be having these printed and sent to Ed Wallace immediately. Okay? So I'm sorry that, you guys had to see Coffindoffer. Here, let me cleanse your palate. There you go. It's Marcus. It's Jen. It's Jamarcus. Okay? Okay? And the Mookies did go poo-poos. All right? So, and that's not him. That's just a cute little jacktooth Mookies to honor Jen. Okay. I'm going to play some music, and I want you to just vibe with it and watch his hands, watch his body, watch his face, watch everything about this man while I play this. Okay? This is just some lo-fi chill music. Okay? Now watch this. Serious question. Have you ever felt more fucking chilled out in your fucking life than right now? Whew. Is it the tiny eyes? Is it the rubbing of the hands? Is it the squinting? Is it the jaw clench? What is it about this man that is so high strung and yet so fucking chilled at? I've never seen two emotions so clearly shown through body language with so little being done. Huh. He even scratches his fucking psoriasis on beat. This is incredible. Let me go back. Let me go back a little. Where's he doing some wipies? Right here. This on the day of my daughter's wedding? What you bringing to me? Hold on one second. What you're bringing to me, it's a lot to ask. Okay, we're good. We're good. Go on. What is it? What is it that you would like from me on the day of my sister Nagel's wedding? On the day of my Nagel's wedding, you come to me and you say to me, Recky, I need something. And I say to you, I says, listen, I can do things for you. I can do things for you. Who do you need? What do you need? Going on a lawn? Oh, that's right. No, I'm hearing you. And you said, what? I'm going to get a Dave Portnoy watch? Okay, I hear what you're saying, and I'm contemplating it in my fucking brain. Tell me more. Tell me more, street soldier. This is really remarkable, what this man has done. He has somehow managed to do the least and also do the most at once. He gives bouncer, he gives hype beast, he gives Mormon rejected by the church, he gives cocaine boyfriend, I don't have a job but I'm looking for one, he gives I have meetings all day but thank you, equal parts, I appreciate you. He gives alcoholic red nose, he gives Invicta. He's like, what is this Invicta you tell me about? What is this? What is this you're telling me on the day of Mrs. Park's wedding? What is this? What is this you're trying to tell me on the day of the trial of baby Brian's birthday bash? What is this? Who is this baby Brian trying to get up on my sister? He gives Scientology. He gives Scientology. He gives Scientology. Let me tell you about a religion where you get to wear khakis all day and do cocaine and hang out with people like Tom Cruise. Remember him? He was in the movie with the planes. Holy shit. Holy shit. Let's kidnap him. Let's go back. Let's go back. I'm going way back.
When you saw the person, were you studying the person?
No.
How long of a time did you have to take a...
I wish I could put something behind Hank to make him better, but there is no enhancing the lobotomized personality known as Hank Brennan. There is no, by the way, you know what? Let the ADD take control. Fuck it. Ooh, there he is. Who's that guy? It's his birthday. He's baby Bri. Hold on. Yeah, I wrote him a theme song. So what? So what? Fucking deal with it. Listen, I'm going to show you something. This is the craziest shit. I woke up today. I says, what's going on with Twitter? Why is my phone attacking me? Why is my phone screaming at me like Mookie's when he wants a treat? What is going on? It's going ding, 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 ding. I said, oh, surely Sally Mae has not found me again. How did they find me? And then guess what? What happened? You're about to see. Just let me show you some shit. Let me show you what that did. Let me show you what that did real quick. I'm very surprised. At this. I thought it was only me, and I'm not one. Listen, I'm not the one to spread conspiracies, okay? I don't like conspiracies. I won't call you Shirley. I do apologize. I will never spread a conspiracy. I hate that. I hate it so much. But let me tell you something. I believe in this. I haven't believed in anything this much since Ted Cruz left during the winter freeze, and I started accusing him of being the Zodiac killer. But then this happened. I'm glad I kept this as an outlet, because guess what? Guess what happened to your dad? Let me show you what happened to your dad, okay? Let me show you what happened to your dad. Are you ready? Your dad got clout. 41,470. What? It was a joke. People are sending me DMs. They're sending me messages, and they're like, if Hank lied about his age by 20 years, he could have done it. Somebody was like, it could have been his father. Have you seen the picture of his father? Well, I believe it. Well, why does he dress like that guy if he didn't do it? Is what one girl said. Another girl said, I think he's lying about his age. I believe it. They believe it. People think I'm serious. Now, for those of you who don't know, this is the sketch of the Zodiac killer. Hank would have been maybe in his teens at best. That's the Zodiac killer. That's the sketch for the Zodiac killer when they were trying to catch him. I made a joke. That's the joke. That's it. And yet the internet said, please give us more, sir. And I said, whoa. I'm just joshing you guys. I'm fucking around. And the internet said, bitch, we think he did it. And I said, don't you do this. He's a lawyer. You leave. I will take the tweet down. And they said, please don't. Someone said, screenshot it. I was like, fuck. So listen to me. Actually, I'm glad you said that, because DB Cooper did respond on Twitter. Where is he? DB Cooper responded somewhere down here. It's someone named DB. Also, I think more so he looks like this guy from The Office. Andy Bernard. But someone named DB Cooper did respond. I'll have to find it. It's someone named DB, and they're called True Crime Audit. Because people are like, I think she's onto something. I'm like, no, I'm fucking around. That is not. Hank couldn't have been. They're like, where was he in 1969? I'm like, Jesus Christ, people. But it is kind of funny how much he looks just like the Zodiac sketch, isn't it? Fucking crazy. Anyway. Here we go. Let's go back. Nope, we're not going to watch the frogs. I want to watch Fredrickson, but we're not. We're going to watch this big juicy Nagel do his little hand thing where he warms his hands. Oh, look, we got a troll here. Let's get rid of that. Let's go ahead and do that. Ban user and delete their comments. We don't use that language around here, hun. Jack. All right, here we go. Let's pull up an angle for you. There you go.
Now, I want to ask you some questions about the entire
His
time
face.
you were parked at the foot of the driveway until the point that you left Fairview. From when you first stopped at the driveway at Fairview until the point that you left and were no longer in front of that property, did you ever see any person get out of that SUV that was in front of you?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody, any man, ever cross the front yard towards that home?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see any man ever enter or stand in that front door?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody walk across the front yard to the side door?
I'll allow it.
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody enter that side door other than your sister?
No, I did not, sir.
As you were parked at the driveway the entire time, like generally 5-minute time, did you ever see anybody get out of the SUV and walk down the street towards the driveway?
I'll allow it.
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody walk past your truck and up the driveway?
No, I did not, sir.
Okay, serious question though. How sick would it be if Hank did that? And then the entire, okay, really? Honestly, guys, how funny would that be if the whole trial had to watch E-Girls on VR while Fredrickson strips? Bwomp, bwomp, bwomp to Pony by Genuine. And the jury has to see that shit. What am I doing to free Karen Reed? Watch Fredrickson. Watch him dance. That's what I'm fucking doing. What the fuck are you doing?
Did you ever see any person other than your sister outside of those vehicles the entire time that you were at Fairview?
I'll allow it.
No, I did not, sir.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Yannetti?
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You testified about having seen a black SUV before the vehicle that you were in entered Fairview Road at around midnight on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct, sir.
Objection, that's not facts and evidence.
That's okay. The witness's answer is what matters. Is that right?
Yes.
You first saw that black SUV when it was coming toward your vehicle when you were on Cedar Crest, correct? I'm sorry. Let me repeat that because of the siren. You first saw that black SUV when it was coming toward the vehicle that you were in.
Oh, hell yeah, girl. Was it summer strawberry? What flavor? What flavor? What flavor?
On Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct, sir.
Your friend Ricky D'Antonio was driving at that time?
D'Antano. Ricky D'Antano? Oh, you guys didn't tell me it got good. It was good without the volume on. Because in my head, I'm thinking of lo-fi and I'm watching him do the fucking mafia hands. And I'm like, this is going to kill. And now you're telling me I missed him saying D'Antano? Ricky D'Antano. Ask about me.
Correct, sir.
Your friend Ricky D'Antonio was driving at that time?
D'Antano, sorry.
D'Antano?
Yes.
He was driving at the time?
Correct, sir.
Yes.
What the fuck just happened? That was the most awkward fucking back and forth. What just happened? D'Antano, God bless your heart. Thank you. She says, oh, because the sirens? Because he... Oh, she was probably telling him shut the fuck up. And then she's thanking Yannetti for shutting the fuck up. That makes sense. That was also kind of rude. That's another rude thing you Boston people fucking do. I'm talking to you. You go thank you in advance without saying in advance. So you go thank you when someone's in the middle of saying something. And it's like, wait, what? That's not how you talk. You say, please, could you shut the fuck up? Thanks. Something like that. At least give me something. You can't just say thank you and expect everyone to shut up, but you do, and then we do because we feel threatened. It's like, we get the tone, but why are you doing that at me? But also, he's over here like, Ricky Dantante. What did he say? Dantano? Ricky Dantano? It's Dantano. I hate it when people do that. I love being corrected, but I don't like being corrected. Like, I like being told things that, oh, nope, actually, these are the facts. And then, oh, thank you for informing me. I appreciate that. But being corrected by being told actually, and then that, fucking punch you in the face. Like, I don't like it. What do you mean, actually? You're saying it like I said that on accident on purpose, but I was ignorant. Inform me. But then actually it is not threatening at all. So why am I mad at that? Boston people do that shit a lot, dude. They do it a lot. They do. All set, hun. And then actually? Jesus.
Repeat that because of the siren. You first saw that black SUV when it was coming toward the vehicle that you were in.
Also, he's got the Nagel half brow. That's the thing about the Nagel. I was trying to figure out what their thing is. And then that guy who does sketches of everyone in the courtroom put out one of the Nagel, and I was staring at it one day, manifesting. And while I'm looking at it, manifesting lunch, I noticed, wow, he gave her real tiny eyebrows. They probably don't look like that. And then I looked at her eyebrows, and they do. The Nagels only grow this part of the eyebrow, and then it stops. It's fucking amazing.
On Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct, sir.
Your friend Ricky Dantano was driving at that time?
Dantano, sorry.
Dantano?
Yes.
He was driving at the time?
Correct, sir.
Yeah, Ricky Dantano, the second soprano. You don't know him? You ain't heard about him?
Yes.
He's got the voice of a fucking angel. He's got the voice of a Nagel.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Ricky doesn't drink, correct?
He does.
He wasn't drinking that night.
He may have had one or two.
Okay. But he appeared to be driving safely?
Yes, sir.
And you also had a chance to observe the black SUV at that time as it was facing you, correct?
Yes.
When you saw it on Cedar Crest, you didn't know who was driving it at that time, correct?
No, I couldn't see.
But your observations of the black SUV at that time were that whoever was driving it, that person appeared to be driving safely as well, correct?
Yeah, I would assume so, yes.
One of the first things you noticed about the black SUV was...
Okay, I figured it out. He looks like every guy who's about to write a pretty long report on the first 48. He looks more like a cop than the cops. I was thinking Mormon drug dealer, cokehead, you know, maybe an old Navy guy, and now I'm looking at him and I'm like, oh, wait. No, not at all, hon. Not at all. Like, he's the guy who's like, well, I got to go back to the station and write a report on this. Guess I'll call my kids and my wife and tell them I won't be home tonight. That's what he looks like. He looks more like a cop than anybody that we've seen on the trial that says they're a cop. This guy looks like a real cop. Fascinating. So the drug dealers look like cops and the cops look like drug dealers. Boston is a magical place.
That it was in front of you on Cedar Crest, and both Ricky's F-150 and the black SUV were basically converging on Fairview at about the same time?
Yes, sir.
The black SUV appeared to be going at a safe speed?
Yes.
It appeared to be properly staying within its lane?
Yes, I would say, yeah.
And when it was time for Ricky to take a left onto Fairview, he actually put on his left blinker, or not left blinker, but both his blinker, flashed his lights to signal that it was okay for the black SUV to cut in front of it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he actually did have his left blinker on at that time, correct? Prior to doing that? And the black SUV had its right directional on, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when both cars have their directionals on, indicating they're going down the same street, the black SUV did not suddenly cut in front of Ricky's vehicle until the flashing of the lights, correct?
Oh my God, his one court shirt? Also, you think Heather is ashamed? I haven't seen her yet. Does she pop up? Is she the little blonde, demure looking one? She's the meanest of them all, I bet. The way everyone was praising her and saying how sweet she looks, and I saw her, like, I'm like, ooh, bitch. I bet she's held a knife to his dick before. I bet you $1 million.
Correct, sir.
Both cars appeared to be operating safely, correct?
Correct, sir.
And once the lights were flashed, there was nothing about the operation of that black SUV that told you that the driver appeared to be confused about what the flashing meant, correct?
Yeah, well, everyone loves her until they see a TikTok of her pouring candy in a toilet and saying, watch me surprise my friends. Like, trust me, that girl had seppuku eyes. I don't know. Sudoku? She had Sudoku eyes. Some was up. I don't buy it. I don't buy it.
Correct.
Yeah, she's everyone's favorite. That's how you know. And her name's Heather, dude. Her name is Heather. Dude, we had a Heather in the chat a while back. They low-key know. They know their powers. She's got the powers of Tombstone. You got to watch out, dude. You really got to watch out. They could fucking Tombstone manifest death on someone right now. You guys watch what happens.
The black SUV didn't hesitate at that time. It just proceeded onto Fairview in front of you, correct?
Correct, sir.
And it did so in a safe manner.
Correct, sir.
And the black SUV in that sense got ahead of Ricky's vehicle, correct?
Correct, sir.
And once you got to the Albert home, you noticed that the black SUV was parked outside the Albert home, correct?
Correct, sir.
And at that time, the snow had not yet started sticking to the pavement, correct?
Correct, sir.
You could see the pavement in both the driveway and the street.
Correct, sir.
You could also see the grass on the lawn.
Yeah, for the most part, yes.
The snow was only just starting to accumulate on the grass, correct?
Correct, sir.
And with that little snow on the ground, you saw no tire marks behind the SUV, correct?
No, sir.
In fact, you saw no tire marks in the street at all.
Correct, sir.
May I have the map displayed, please?
Is it in evidence already, Mr. Yannetti?
May we approach?
Okay.
Okay.
Can you enlarge that, please?
Yeah, actually, yeah. You know what? If we could enlarge it, so you don't have to show.
Okay, everybody tell me why I shouldn't put porn before that. I'm gonna go screenshot porn or do a screen grab of some hardcore porn scene, and I'm gonna make it so they stop, and then it goes to, hey, can you make that bigger? Can we make that bigger? And it's gonna be so funny. It's gonna be so funny.
It's already, Mr. Yannetti.
I can't remember. Ooh, Sassy, thank you for being a member for 2 months. Can't remember the details about Jen's family ties. Nobody else is or has mentioned it. Can you give us a refresher sometime about Jen's roots and the money her family's donated? Absolutely. I'd love to give you a root refresher from Starbucks. It'll only cost you $39.99. No, yes, I will absolutely do that. We'll do that at the end. Actually, I've been looking into it some more ever since they said Tommy's name on the stand. So we might be able to do a whole episode on that because goddamn, those roots is thick. They's as thick as Julie's fucking ankles.
Daddy.
May we approach?
Okay.
Okay.
Can you enlarge that, please?
Yeah, actually, yeah. You know what? If we could enlarge it, so you don't have to show Chapman, just show Cedar Crest and Fairview, and maybe pull it in a little bit to the right now, the other way. See if that works. Okay, that's much better. I don't know how your eyes are, sir, but are you able to read the street names on?
Oh, was that a dig, dude? Did he just dig that, dude? He's like, I don't know how. What did he say about his eyes? Is it because they're tiny? Did he say that? Because I know your eyes are really, really tiny.
And Fairview, and maybe pull it in a little bit to the right now, the other way. See if that works. Okay, that's much better. I don't know how your eyes are, sir, but are you able to read the street names on?
I don't know how your eyes are, sir, because they're so fucking tiny in your fucking tiny little head with your tiny little ears.
To be honest, no, I can't see that far.
Okay, if I suggested to you that the top street.
Oh my God, that was a real My Cousin Vinny moment, wasn't it? I can't see that far. Well, then how did you see the fucking tail lights? What? They could have had a My Cousin Vinny moment right there. Well, how far was the car from you again? But you couldn't see this?
Horizontal, going down from right to left was
called a
Cedar
missed
Crest,
opportunity.
and that the street where the red arrow is Fairview Road. Would that orient you?
Yes, sir.
And
Orient me? Matt McKay pops out. Orient me?
would it be fair to say that before you actually were coming down Cedar Crest Road, as you look at this map from right to left, correct?
Correct, sir.
And in that sense, you were traveling west on Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes.
You turned south onto Fairview, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you were still facing south when you parked in front of 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct, sir.
And that means that when you're sitting in that vehicle on Fairview Road, if you were going to walk to the house or look to the house, you would be walking or looking in a westerly direction.
What are we talking about? Cherries. Cherries. She's my cherry chai. What are we saying cherries for? Did he just say cherries? I wasn't. Oh, Tish. God damn it. Is it because you said Venti Ice cherry chai? Is that a thing they have there now? Ugh. Cherry chai. First of all, quit talking about him like that. They're next door. Second of all, Matt McCabe is going to be insane. Starbucks. I thought this guy was sitting in his fucking car eating fucking frozen cherries. I was like, oh yeah, he's definitely a drug dealer.
Correct?
From where I was in the vehicle?
Yes.
Yes. So to my right, yes.
Okay, and so when you were looking for Julie to come out, you were looking to the west?
Correct, sir.
All right, Your Honor, I would offer that into evidence. We're going to have a hard copy printed out for the jury after this examination.
Okay, so we need something for the court reporter.
Sure. All right.
Oh shit. Go back. That was some Wicked Witch of the West shit.
The jury after this examination.
Okay.
Everyone wait. Darlene, are you still there? Darlene, I want you to pay attention to this and tell me, do you feel threatened or amused?
So we need something for the court reporter.
Sure. All right. We will take care of that. Thank you. And you can put.
Also, I'm about to blow your fucking minds. I'm debating. I might just put it out on Twitter. But I really want to ruin it and just tell you guys. There's 55 of you here. Don't steal my sunshine. Okay? You know what? I'm going to tweet it and then I'm going to show you. I found Bev's doppelganger and you're not going to believe who it is.
The lights back on and you can take that down.
All right, so it will be, go ahead, madam.
49, thank you. And sir, it took a couple of minutes for Julie to come out after Ricky parked the F-150?
Yes.
When she did come out, you opened the door and you had a conversation with her while she stood between the door and the passenger compartment of the F-150?
Repeat that, please. Sorry.
Sure. When she did come out, she approached the F-150, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you were in the passenger compartment, right?
Correct, sir.
You opened up the passenger's door, correct?
Correct.
And she sort of, you stayed in the vehicle, right?
Correct. I never left.
And she came sort of into like the crook of the door and the passenger's compartment.
Yes, sir.
All right. You had a chance. How close did she get to you?
I could have walked on her nose if I wanted to.
Okay. And you had a chance to observe her and size her up, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay, hold on. I gotta take a break from doing my Twitter thing for you because this is a moment. Hold on. That's like my favorite thing ever that anyone's ever said in a trial. What was that? You could have booped a snoot? I could have booped the nagel snoot, but I didn't. I could have pulled up twice. But I didn't. I could have pulled up and I could have booped the name. Did he say boop or snoot? Did he say, or did I just hear that? Did he say boop or nose? Well, guess what? Could have pulled up twice, but I didn't. I could have booped a snoot if I wanted to. I could have booped the snoot of the nagel. And then what did he say right after that? That was good too.
And the passenger's compartment.
Yes, sir.
All right. You had a chance. How close did she get to you?
Hold on. Wait, let me put it so you guys can see it. My bad. I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it alone. You guys watch me.
I could have popped on her nose if I wanted to.
Popped on her nose. I'm changing that. He could have booped a snoot. He could have booped a snoot if I wanted to.
Okay. And you had a chance to observe her and size her up, correct?
And size her up? Hold up. What the fuck is that? Also, what the fuck, Miss Parks? You're falling asleep, Miss Parks? Oh, Miss Parks, you can't fall asleep. You know why you can't fall asleep? You know why? And I apologize because
High. You're both high.
I could have booped her snoot. Did you size her up? Why? For the booping? For the booka de booping? Because I'm gonna booka de booping her snootsin? I gotta size her up because I'm gonna fucking take her. Like, is he about to fucking? Yeah, I dressed the ass down. I dressed her fucking down. I was about to give it to her. I was about to boop the snoop and sweep the legs. I'm like, what the fucking Eddie? Were you sizing her up? Yeah, I was sizing up myself. I know how big she is. She's fucking huge. Like, what? That is ripe for the pickings. That is ripe for the pickings, Yannetti. Don't you say shit like that to me. Don't you say shit like that to me.
Correct, sir. You spoke to her for maybe about 5 minutes.
Yo, though, pause it. Not that Nikki is the one. I told you guys she got into a car accident and fucked up her whole goddamn arm. And thankfully, the kids and the papa are okay, right? Dude. We miss you, dude. Oh, fuck. They put screws in your arms. You're going to have to get another surgery. It's going to be worth it, hon. It's going to be worth it. I broke fucking everything in my arms and mainly my wrist once. It was the worst. It was the worst pain. I don't blame you. It definitely is it's the most pain you could ever endure in your fucking, that part of your body, I guess, that it fucking sucks. Definitely sucked more than being stabbed. Sucked more than fucking getting punched in the face. Sucked way more having a broken wrist. I cannot imagine the fucking pain. And we are here for you, girl. And if there's anything we can do, what do you want to watch? You want to watch something? I'll turn this ship around. All right? I'll crash it anywhere you want, hun. Nikki, we're praying for you. If there's anything we can do, please let me know. Please let us know. We're just so happy that you're okay. Everyone's okay but you. 7 fractures in one arm and wrist. It's like a giraffe's neck, dude. Too many bones. Too many bones to fuck up. And she was in a vehicle, and Papa and 2 kids, okay. They're so lucky. She got her whole fucking arm fucked. Dude, I'm so glad you're okay, though. I'm so sorry. That was awful. I'm just glad you're okay. Check in with us. Let us know if we can do anything for you. You want me to punish someone so you can have a giggle? Who do you want me to hit? Who put the screws to Nikki? We'll go find him. Yeah, where do you want it? Where do you want it? How do you want it? You just tell me if you need anything to feel better. If something makes the pain worse, like a nagel, just tell me and I'll take it down, okay? But we're here for you and we love you and we're glad that you're back. You want me to kick Sherlock out forever? No, just kidding. I'm sorry, Sherlock. I would never. Pierogi, you're on the fucking outs, though. Just kidding. Oh, what a cute kitty. Oh, look at your kitty. Ozzy wants squirms. Ozzy. You know what? We're going to give you squirms. I'm going to give you squirms. And this is for you. This is what happened was. This is for you, Nikki. This is for your arm. I think that you could do some of this. You could do some lurking. You're going to be lurking for a while, so you're going to need to know how.
Hello, folks. Nuck here. A lot of you have been asking me about my morning routine, so here it is. It's my new teeth. Snort-worthy smile, if you ask me. So I like to start my morning by waking up at 2 in the afternoon, get a quick lift, lick, and lurk in before I go off and spend the next several hours in the woods. And this time is mainly for my freeform lurks. I just lurk like no one's watching. Then I head into town to do some casual creeping. I mean, I'm freaking everyone out because I'm getting in my squirms. but you gotta squirm to stay firm. I forget what I'm doing for the next 3 days and get an office job that I absolutely hate. Spend most of my time hiding in the storage closet, but all my coworkers know I'm in there. The next 26 hours I'm purposefully unconscious. Come to so I can try on some tuxes because I'm getting married. Love to Ragnora. I'll practice my funeral for 30 minutes, at which point I gotta pretend to listen to someone tell me about a dream they had, but I'm really just thinking about what I'm gonna say. Then, and this is important, I'll just wait, eerily, for hours. What am I waiting for? A big heap of nothing. I wait to wait. I'll spend 2 minutes trying to create fire with my mind, giving me just enough time for a last lurk before the day begins. That's the Bobo way.
Oh, indeed. Indeed. Anyway, back to this hoe. I'm going back. I'm going back to buy me time so I can put this I'm gonna put this comparison up on Twitter and then I'll show you guys. But I'm telling you, I got the doppelganger for Bev, and it's not, you're not gonna believe who it is. Click here now.
The red arrow is Fairview Road. Would that orient you?
Yes, sir.
And would it be fair to say that before you actually were coming down Cedar Crest?
I'm also still dying at the thought that he asked this guy. Like, I wish we could see his face, because when he says, like, would that orient you? I half expect him to be like, you mean make me oriental? No, sir. But it's not Matt, so it doesn't fit. But it is a funny thought.
Road, as you look at this map from right to left, correct?
Correct, sir.
And in that sense, you were traveling west on Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes.
You turned south onto Fairview, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you were still facing south when you parked in front of 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct, sir.
And that means that when you're sitting in that vehicle on Fairview Road, if you were going to walk to the house or look to the house, you would be walking or looking in a westerly direction, correct?
From where I was in the vehicle?
Yes.
Yes. So to my right, yes.
Okay.
Yo, Foxy Amazon, coming in hot immediately. Same train of thought. I'm saying, ho, captain, my captain, and you're thinking it and spelling it backwards, but I love you, bitch. You have been great for me tonight. Second night with my son at camp. Thank you. Put the money towards that. Girl, I'm putting the money towards busting your son out of that camp. Where'd you send him? Did you send him to the Paris Hilton one? Oh, God. Ozzy, I'm just kidding. Hey, thank you so much. Well, you know what? We're going to put it towards the Alf Sex Line. I'm going to give it to Scientology. Thank you so much for that donation. It's going straight to Xenu. I'm just kidding. I would never, but I appreciate you. I appreciate you. And I'm sorry that your son's at camp. We will use the money to break him free. How do we do it? Where is he? Also, dude, if you ho captain everyone and march them out one ho at a time, no ho left behind, I'm going to be pretty pissed off, but I'm also going to high five you because that's a boss ass move. And you're just like your dad. Fucking autocorrect, right? Everyone get on the desk, follow the hoe. It's a sex line. All right, here we go. It's a literal sex line, not a phone line. Like Sherlock Ho is starting a sex line. So you guys get into the line and then follow her out, okay?
And so when you were looking for Julie to come out, you were looking to the west.
Correct, sir.
All right. Your Honor, I would offer that into evidence. We're going to have a hard copy printed out for the jury after this examination.
Hard copy? That's my favorite show. Go back. What?
That vehicle on Fairview Road, if you were going to walk to the house or look to the house, you would be walking or looking in a westerly direction, correct?
From where I was in the vehicle?
Yes.
Yes. So to my right, yes.
Okay. And so when you were looking for Julie to come out, you were looking to the west.
Correct, sir.
All right. Your Honor, I would offer that into evidence. We're going to have a hard copy printed out for the jury after this examination.
Okay, so we need something for the court reporter.
Sure. All right. We will take care of that. Thank you. And you can put the lights back on and you can take that down.
All right, so it will be, go ahead, madam.
Wait, I'm sorry. What was that face? What the fuck? Did she just give the I'm all set hun face? Am I frozen? Let it go. Let it go. I'm a frozen ass motherfucking hoe. Why is it? Okay, well, everything's frozen for me because I typed Judge Beverly Cannoni into Google. So now everything's frozen. Okay, there we go. There we go. All right. The feral revolution has begun. He is licking his lips like an eagle does. I have to go back. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I gotta go back. I heard him say hard copy and I blacked out. Sorry.
Yes. The snow was only just starting to accumulate on the grass, correct?
Correct, sir.
And with that little snow on the ground, you saw no tire marks behind the SUV, correct?
No, sir.
In fact, you saw no tire marks in the street at all.
Correct, sir.
May I have the map displayed, please?
Is it in evidence already, Mr. Yannetti?
May we approach?
Okay.
Okay.
Can you enlarge that, please?
Yeah, actually, yeah. You know what? If we could enlarge it, so you don't have to show Chapman, just show Cedar Crest and Fairview, and maybe pull it in a little bit to the right now, the other way. See if that works. Okay, that's much better. I don't know how your eyes are, sir, but are you able to read the street names on?
To be honest, no, I can't see that far.
Okay, if I suggested to you that the top street horizontal going down from right to left was Cedar Crest, and that the street where the red arrow is Fairview Road, would that orient you?
Yes, sir.
And would it be fair to say that before you actually were coming down Cedar Crest Road as you look at this map from right to left, correct?
Correct, sir.
And in that sense, you were traveling west on Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes.
You turned south onto Fairview, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you were still facing south when you parked in front of 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct, sir.
And that means that when you're sitting in that vehicle on Fairview Road, if you were going to walk to the house or look to the house, you would be walking or looking in a westerly direction, correct?
From where I was in the vehicle?
Yes.
Yes. So to my right, yes.
Okay, and so when you were looking for Julie to come out, you were looking to the west?
Correct, sir.
All right, Your Honor, I would offer that into evidence. We're going to have a hard copy printed out for the jury after this examination.
Okay, so we need something for the court reporter.
Sure. All right, we will take care of that. Thank you. And you can put the lights back on and you can take that down.
All right, so it will be, go ahead, madam.
49, thank you. And sir, it took a couple of minutes for Julie to come out after Ricky parked the F-150?
Yes.
When she did come out, you opened the door and you had a conversation with her while she stood between the door and the passenger compartment of the F-150?
Repeat that, please. Sorry.
Sure. When she did come out, she approached the F-150, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you were in the passenger's compartment, right?
Correct, sir.
You opened up the passenger's door, correct?
Correct.
And she sort of, you stayed in the vehicle, right?
Correct, I never left.
And she came sort of into like the crook of the
Okay. Let's go ahead and pause that because I have something to show you. I have a dossier. I have a dossier. No big deal. No big deal at all. This might be controversial, but I'm willing to risk it all for the biscuit. I will risk it for the biscuit. Do you understand? I'm about to show you guys something that I made the connection. I am locked in on it. You can agree to disagree, but I don't believe you. I mean, fucking Avril Lavigne conspiracy. What do we got over here? What do we got over here? Oh, you were in New Orleans, Miss Canoni? Or were you in London, bitch? Miss Canoni, should I call you Jojo Kanono? Or should I call you Beverly Siwa? What do you prefer, ma'am? You gonna leave Frank for Chris next? I see what's going on here. That is Jojo Siwa and Jojo Siwa next to each other. Why is she wearing those clothes? Oh, trust me. I'm the next fuck. Call me Alexis Bones because I'm fucking on it. I'm in. I get it now. Some things you just can't. Oh my God, Melissa, I just got it. Jesus Christ. Turd. Fuck. You're fucking crazy. All right, here we go. I'm going back. I can't. Let's finally finish this Nagel. Let's finish our Nagel today, okay? We got to finish the Nagel. We can't leave any Nagel on the plate.
I could have walked on her nose if I wanted to.
Okay. And you had a chance to observe her and size her up, correct?
Correct, sir.
You spoke to her for maybe about 5 minutes was your best estimate?
I wouldn't say 5. I'd probably say 2 or 3.
Okay. But in any case, you did have a chance to observe her, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it was clear to you that your sister Julie seemed like she had had a few drinks, correct?
Yeah, it was 12:30 in the morning, so yes.
And she called you for a ride, right?
Yes, she knew that Ricky was driving.
Yo, that's pretty funny though. Let's be real. That answer is great. It was 12:30 in the morning. Of course the nigga was drunk. What, dude? I would be so pissed if my brother said that shit in court. Well, it was night. Of course she was high. Well, first of all, true. Second of all, rude. What the fuck?
2 or 3.
Okay. But in any case, you did have a chance
This is an honest cokehead. They're rare, but you get them in Boston.
Observe her, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it was clear to you that your sister Julie seemed like she had had a few drinks, correct?
Yeah, it was 12:30 in the morning, so yes.
And she called you for a ride, right?
Yes, she knew that Ricky was driving.
Right. And when you were...
Foxy, I'm so sorry. I did text Toombs and I said, take out Foxy. I did not realize the strength of her powers. I apologize. She controls the birds. I don't know how to stop it. I'm sorry. It was just a joke. Oh, shit.
Arrived there was a discussion about whether she'd actually take the ride, right?
Toombs, can you call off the birds, please?
Right, sir.
If she was just going to come out and take the ride, there would have been no need for the conversation, correct?
Correct.
But do you recall previously testifying that you were out talking to Julie for over 5 minutes?
I would not say over 5 minutes, no.
Okay. Do you deny that it was about 5 minutes?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Do you deny it was about 5 minutes?
Could have been.
Okay.
I'm not.
Fair enough. And you talked with her about whether she wanted to go in the truck and leave with you, correct?
Correct, sir.
You also talked about whether instead you, Heather, and Ricky would go into the house to join the gathering there.
Correct, sir.
There was a back and forth that you really felt was unnecessary, correct?
I wouldn't say it'd be unnecessary. It's just a common question of whether to come in and have a drink.
You have testified in the past that Julie can be kind of a pain in the ass, correct?
I mean, all siblings can be, yeah.
In any case, Julie decides to go back inside and you decide to leave, correct?
Correct, sir.
Ricky did not speed up the street at that time.
No.
He just grabbed...
He's like, I already booped a snoot and sized her up. How much more do you fucking want from me? I was about to fucking take my sister out.
Julie pulled out.
Correct, sir.
She was drunk.
His direction of travel took him right past the black SUV that was now in front of you, correct?
Correct, sir.
He passed the black SUV on the left, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you were in the front passenger seat at that time still, correct?
Correct, sir.
So you were closest to the black SUV, of the people that were in your vehicle as you passed it, correct?
Correct, sir. Yes.
And you were closest to the driver's side of the black SUV, correct?
Correct, sir.
You noticed that the interior dome light was on, correct?
That is correct, sir.
That lit up the whole front compartment of the SUV, did it not?
Yes.
It lit up the driver's seat and the passenger seat, correct?
All I could see was the driver at the time. sir.
Understood. But the light wasn't just shining just on the driver. It wasn't pointed at the driver.
I would say they were both lights that go down on both seats, correct? They were on.
Yes. Okay. So you could see both seats in the front driver's compartment.
I couldn't
correct?
see past the woman.
Well, you only saw one.
I only saw a woman. Sorry to interrupt you. Yes.
No problem. It allowed you to see into that front compartment.
Yes.
All right. And you saw one person inside the car at that time.
Correct, sir.
It was a woman with long hair in the driver's seat, correct?
Correct, sir.
And she looked like she was alone.
Yes.
You didn't see anybody else in the SUV?
No, I did not, sir.
You certainly didn't see a 6'1" man in the SUV in the passenger seat, correct?
Correct, sir.
In fact, you saw that the passenger seat was empty.
Correct.
The woman in the passenger seat was staring straight ahead, correct?
Not in the passenger seat. She
I'm
was
sorry.
in the driver's seat.
Thank you for catching that. The woman in the driver's seat was staring straight ahead.
That is correct, sir.
You didn't see her lips moving as if she were talking, correct?
I wasn't looking for that.
But
Just happened to see a woman figure with her hands like this.
Okay. Facing time, correct?
No, sir.
Ricky had turned the music down when Julie came out so that you could actually speak to her, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And when you got close to that SUV while you were passing it, you didn't hear any arguing there, correct?
Correct.
You didn't hear any yelling, correct?
No, I did not.
You didn't hear any screaming?
No, I did not.
You heard no noises within that SUV at all?
No, I did not, sir.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right. Yo, not gonna lie, same. Like, he's very polite. He's correcting the record. I'm not mad at this cokehead. Pretty proud of him, honestly. Good job. Good job. Hey, good luck. Successful application vibes are being sent to you now. Through the Nagel. Uh-oh. I just woke up. Good morning, Dan Staines. Good morning, Mia. His politeness is making us all like him. Marky Mark will play him in the movie.
Brennan?
So I guess the point everyone was trying to make today was this proves that John was already out of the car, right? And he wasn't in the yard, so he must have been in the house. I'm guessing that's why everyone was spilling their fluids all over the carpet today. That's a hell of an assumption, but I'll take it. I'll take it, because why not? He's very thirsty.
Sir, you mentioned you were at that address around 12:30?
That is correct, sir.
And you offered us that you were there for about 5 minutes?
Yes.
Did you know the exact time you left?
No, off the top of my head right now, no.
Was it around that time?
Yes, sir.
Would it be fair to say you don't have certainty whether it was 12:35, 12:32, 12 o'clock?
It's probably before 12:35, roughly between 12:30 and 12:35.
You could still see the ground given the weather?
Yes, sir.
Was there snow starting to fall?
Just starting.
Hold on. If this is this the one? I think this clip is really good if it's the one I think it is, because I did see one clip of him and it's about the hardness of the ground. If we already saw that, I could be wrong, but it's pretty funny. This is the Karen Reed trial, okay? They're trying to put a woman behind bars because cops killed her boyfriend and she was drunk. But they were all drunk. It's fascinating. This is the Nagel's brother, another Nagel. Their last name is Nagel, and their eyes are teeny tiny and they have half an eyebrow. And this one booped his sister on her snoot. And that's all you need to know about this trial, little one. You just sit back with your broken arm and you take some pain pills and you watch this guy. And then you watch the people coming up. And oh, man, you don't even really need to know anything about this trial. Just enjoy the testimony. Because wow. Wow. I've never seen people like this before.
Had you been outside earlier that night?
Yes, sir.
In the ground that you could see, do you know how hard it was?
Yeah, this is the part I'm going back. How hard am I? Is about as hard as I am right now hearing that voice. By the way, not that, Nikki, you need to know that the guy talking to him right now is the prosecutor, who is also the defense attorney for Whitey Bulger. So they picked that guy to represent the defense, a guy who cried at the worst mobster's funeral, and who is definitely a mafia. It's like if they hired Better Call Saul to prosecute like a big ass case. It's fucking insane. It's absolutely out of control. And also, everybody there drinks White Claw and they drink Crystal Light with liquor.
Yes, sir.
Was there snow starting to fall?
Just starting.
Had you been outside earlier that night?
Yes, sir.
In the ground that you could see, do you know how hard it was?
Say that again,
The
sir?
ground.
Ground, yes.
Do you know if it was soft or hard?
Like the road?
The ground, the grass, the lawn.
Oh. I don't know. I mean, it was a cold night, so I mean, I assume it's hard.
Around that time, around 12:30 when you left, was there inches of snow?
No, there was
on the
not
ground?
inches of snow, no. I could still see the grass coming through the snow. I mean, it's just like a coating.
You could still see the bare ground.
Correct, sir.
When you saw that SUV in front of you for the time that you were there, that 5 minutes, did you ever, and you said that you saw brake lights at times, did you ever see at that point missing parts of its taillights?
No, sir, I wasn't observing the vehicle like that.
When the taillights were on, when the brakes were on, what color was the glow?
Red, sir.
Did you ever see a missing piece where it was white instead of red?
No, sir.
Over near the flagpole where you saw this SUV, did you see any human being, any person?
You just want to hear the dad's boyfriend's half asleep, decides to prank me. This is the type of shit he does. He pretends not to know what Crystal Light is. And I'm explaining, I'm like, it's a powder. He's like, I don't drink no powder. He had it going for a hot minute. He had me convinced he didn't know what the fuck Crystal Light was. I was getting so mad.
Lying on the ground near the flagpole?
No, sir.
When you drove by the SUV, you said you couldn't see past the woman. Could you see inside the SUV when you drove past?
Repeat, sir.
When you drove past the SUV, you saw a woman in the driver's seat?
Yes, that is correct.
You didn't see anybody else?
No.
Do you know if anybody else was in that SUV?
Could have been.
Oh,
It could have been.
From when you were driving by the SUV and you could see inside the driver's seat and saw the woman, could you see on the other side of the SUV?
Did he just say inside the woman? I'm sorry, I gotta go back. What did he say?
Anybody else?
No.
Do you know if anybody else was in that SUV?
Could have been.
Oh,
It could have been.
From when you were driving by the SUV and you could see inside the driver's seat and saw the woman, could you see on the other side of the SUV if there was anybody standing on the other side of the SUV?
No, sir.
Was there anything obstructing your view as you drove by and saw the woman to prevent you from seeing on the other side of the SUV?
The woman and the vehicle itself.
You mentioned that there was a dome light on in the SUV.
Yes, sir.
Was the driver's side door open?
No,
when you
sir.
drove by?
No, sir, it was closed.
Can I have exhibit 16, please? Did you ever see this man at any point?
No, sir. I've never
Walking,
seen- Oh, sorry.
walking across the yard, going to a door, or entering the house the entire time you were there?
Objection.
System.
No, sir. I've never seen that. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Sorry, could you take that down, please? And after you left, you never went back that night, did you?
No, sir.
Thank you.
on those issues, sir. You just testified on cross-examination before Mr. Brennan stood up again that you saw that the passenger seat was empty. Do you remember that?
Yes.
All right. You're not changing that testimony?
No, I'm not changing that. No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, you are all set, Mr. Nagel.
Thank you very much.
You know, I really don't know what he expected. You know what I mean? To be told. Like, did he expect Nagel to be like, I got out of the truck. I got out of Recky's truck. Right? I put my foot on the ground and then I sunk into Mother Earth like fucking quicksand. Like, what? It was ground, Hank. You know what you're standing on? It's like that. Now put some fluffy fucking snow from a Narista on it, and that's where he was standing. And that's how it felt. You fucking weirdo. Like, he's such a weirdo, dude. He's so weird. You're so fucking weird, dude. Let me see. Trial Channel is on top of things, and they've been putting up. See how that one didn't have any pauses, any bullshit? They've been putting up that shit. I'm so grateful. Because I didn't want to do it, and I was working on it. I was like, this is taking forever. And then they did it, and I was like, thank Christ. The sound is still shit, but that's just how the courtroom is. And I'm going to be honest, I don't think they could have gotten it much better. Okay, next we're going to watch. Okay, this is Heather. This is the girlfriend, Heather Maxson. Which sounds. It sounds like she's like, I just got out of Nexium, and I'm here for the trial. Like, that's what it sounds like to me. But proud of her. Because I guess she's a hero too. So let's see what Hero has to say. Were you in Ricky's car? How many people were there? What's up, Crystal Tits? That's a great name, Crystal Tits. Was that that's Sherlock Toombs, right? Sherlock Hope? Sherlock Toombs. If you guys combined when to become one. We're gonna call you Crystal Tits from now on. Because that time you put crystals in your tits when you were on the air with me. I appreciate you bringing crystals onto the show. We are forever cursed. All the moon shit's because of you. I want you to know that, Sherlock Ho. You and Toombs have some mighty weird powers. All right? Making birds fly out of the sky and dive bomb people, putting crystals on your tits. You kids need to be careful. You're dabbling in a certain kind of magic, and I will have Darlene crack the whip on you. Okay, here we go. This chick looks real happy to be in court. That's fun.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Heather Maxson, Maxon.
How old are you?
I'm 31.
Do you live in the area?
I do.
How long have you lived in the area for?
My whole life.
Do you know a person by the name of Ryan Nagel?
Yes.
And how do you know him?
I dated him a few years back.
I want to have you take us back a few years to January 28th, January 29th, 2022. Do you remember?
You know, why does she kind of like look like the guy who played Ken on Barbie? What's his name? Ryan. He's also a Ryan. Ryan what? He's the one that everyone likes. Oh, I'm recapping the fuck out of this. No cap, we capping. We recapping. Cap it again. Wait, isn't capping lying? So a recap is a relie. Rely. That's a different word. Too high for this. Listen, this means shut the fuck up, Nagel. Good. Am I talking about Trump? Probably, if it was mean. That's who I meant. I thought he was convicted. I learned about that from JFK. Convicted like on his heart? What are we even talking about? I'm so confused. I'm already lost. Crystal Tits. What's his name? Ryan, the hot one. The one that Gosling. Does she kind of look like Ryan Gosling? Why does she look like Ryan Gosling? But she also kind of looks like Blake Lively. Blake Gosling.
For that evening?
Yep.
Where were you earlier that evening on January 28th, 2022?
We were at Ryan's parents' house. Just hanging out.
Wrong. You were in the vehicle. Their testimonies don't line up.
I dated him a few years back.
I want to have you take us back a few years to January 28th, January 29th, 2022. Do you remember that evening?
Yep.
Where were you earlier that evening on January 28, 2022?
We were at Ryan's parents' house, just hanging out.
Whose parents?
Ryan's.
Were you with anybody else besides Ryan?
No, you're just mad because you probably think she's cute. Now you're mad that you like Ryan Gosling and also Andrew Jackson. Like Andrew Jackson Jihad or like Andrew Jackson the president? Because I can see both. She got off the coke. Good for her. Ryan Gosling. Jesus Christ, Satan. On a crutch. I don't know. Why does she look like Ryan Gosling to me? Whatever. Good for her. Sarah Jessica Parker. As JPP could play her. She also kind of looks like Isaac Hansen from the band Hanson. Good for her.
Ryan and his parents?
Eventually, we met up with friends
Where?
at local restaurants.
Did you end up at one restaurant or bar in particular at the end of the night?
We were first at CF McCarthy's, and then we went over to the hillside.
Were you drinking?
Yes.
Do you remember about how many drinks you had?
No.
Did the alcohol affect your perception or your memory at all?
Most likely, yes.
Do you feel like you were impaired?
Do not your mama me today. I will your mama you back. Because guess what? Yo mama. She did bop her way out of that disaster. Jesus. You have so many relationships in this life, then you abandon all of them. Bop. Ryan and Brendan, Jens and Julie. Yep, all of them. She is the most relaxed. It's because she's off the coke and the rest are on it.
In any way?
I believe so, yes.
After you left the establishments, after they closed, did you go somewhere?
We went to pick Ryan's sister up, Julie, from a friend.
That's what I said. I said Blake Lively. That's what I said. And then Satan said, no. I see it because she's got the little mole. I'm not going to make fun of her. I'm sorry.
House. She needed a ride.
Before you went to pick Ryan's sister up,
I like moles. They're fun to twist.
did you have other plans before that?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yes. Before the decision was made to go pick up Ryan's sister, was there other plans that you were?
No.
That was just the plan to
Yeah.
go get her?
Yeah.
Do you remember generally or specifically what time that was?
Late midnight?
Okay. Do you remember the time exactly?
No.
Is there any marker in your mind that would help you remember exactly what time it was?
Not necessarily, no.
So is that a generalization or a guess?
Yes.
Okay. When you went to pick up Ryan's sister, do you know where you were going?
No.
Were you driving?
I was not.
Who was driving?
Our friend Ricky.
Where were you sitting?
In the back seat.
And what kind of vehicle was it?
It was a truck.
Are you familiar with the area?
Not necessarily, no.
Do you remember at some point taking a turn onto the road?
Yes.
That had the house where you were going to arrive?
Yes.
How do you remember that?
Just a visual bystander, and I'm aware of my surroundings, I'd say.
Did anything happen that made you remember the turn before you got onto that road?
There was another vehicle also on the road coming from the opposite direction, and we had let that other vehicle turn onto the road before us.
Describe in a little detail what happened at that intersection.
So I don't recall the name of the street that we were on before we took the left onto the street that the house was located, but the car coming from the opposite direction was taking a right onto the same street, so we had somewhat yielded to the car coming from the opposite direction to have let them take a turn onto the street before us.
Did you see if the driver of either vehicle gave any indication to the other vehicle who should go first?
I don't necessarily recall, but I'm assuming maybe.
Pausing this important testimony for a woman's life to ridicule Foxy. Are you fucking kidding me right now? You thought Blake Lively was a male country singer? Are you thinking Blake Shelton? Is that who you're thinking of? Or are you thinking Blake Sheldon, who is the autistic version of Blake Shelton? Who are you talking about? What the fuck? No, Blake Lively is the chick with the mole from Gossip Girl that's a horrible person. And she's married to, and she keeps fucking ramming the Swedish fucking reporter through the ringer because she was mean to her in an interview once. Blake was real mean to her. I don't fucking know. I don't listen. But do you listen to Gwen Stefani's husband? Because that's Gwen Stefani's husband, dude. Why is that so funny to me? Blake Shelton could play Heather. Oh my God. And if you're into wrestling, Blake Shelton Benjamin is also a fun thought. You're close, Roxy. You're very close. Fuck. Fuck. She said no. Gwen Stefani is married to Blake Shelton. Blake Sheldon does not exist. I was making a young Sheldon joke. Also, Blake Lively is the chick with the mole who's married to Deadpool, and they are in a court battle right now because she said that a feminist fucking Buddha guy assaulted her, but he's really hot and he didn't do it. He had to lose his whole company. It's a thing. It's a thing. I'm not high. The world is high. I'm just trying to explain it. Also, I just woke up. I took an all-day nap. I took like a good long nap today, and I woke up and I said, it's fucking time. And here I am. And yeah, I actually am very high. But yeah, that's and then he got Sexiest Man Alive. What's the pants movie? You talking about Sisterhood? Ovarian Sisterhood of the Travel Pants? Is she in that? Probably. She's in a lot of weird movies. She's in one right now called like what's that shit called? She's in one with the tiny girl with the teeth. Anna something. She's just all teeth. That little girl. And she was also in some movie about serial killer, dating game killer, Rodney Alcala. So that little one, Anna Hendrick or whatever, Anna Kendricks. Yeah, her. She was at a South by thing and everyone said she's a fucking bitch. I didn't say it. But everyone I know who met her said corn teeth girl. Corn teeth. Yep. So corn teeth girl and Blake are in a movie called Another Simple Favor. It's pretty fucking bad. And there's a scene in it when Blake falls in love with and kisses herself. And it's not good. And it's real fucking, I guess I'm going to say a millennial word. It's fucking, or maybe Gen Z. I don't know who this word belongs to, but it was cringe. I get that word now because I watched it and I was like, is she kissing herself? Ooh. And then it was like cringe. And it wasn't funny. It was like serious. It was a serious moment. And then she did a movie called, I don't know, but it was about a woman getting the shit beat out of her by her husband and then getting away from it. And it was supposed to be real serious. And she managed to fuck it up. And I watched it. It was actually a really fucking powerful, good movie, but her acting's terrible and everything about like it's so cheesy and the names in it are really bad. Like the names they pick are not real names. No, it's not called The Shallows. What is that fucking movie? Justin Baldoni and her made it. He was supposed to direct it. She took it from him. Said, I'm the director now. Stole his credit. Made him and his family walk the red carpet and then go sit in a basement. Yeah, that one. It's not The Color Purple. Jesus Christ, Foxy. I don't think you can say that. No, that is not the movie. Anyway, she wears really bad clothes in it. Colleen Hoover. A good movie in the book was written. I thought the movie wasn't okay. I'm going to be honest. I didn't watch it all the way through. I watched the clips that were put up of Justin Baldoni's cut, I think, and she fucked it up. And when you see the difference, it ends with us, that movie. So I thought it was great, except her acting. I was talking about the dialogue, except I don't like the roof scene. And that was the one she wrote. And that was the one that pissed me off. And I was like, I just want to know who wrote the roof scene to know who to be mad at. And then I saw it and I went, that's assault. That was a horrible scene. The way the character dresses, the way they talk, Jenny Slate's scene when she walks in is fucking stupid. But the serious scenes and the fucked up scenes and the one where the guy with a really stupid name, who was he in Gossip Girl too? Anyway, that guy, when he comes in and he fucking throws Justin Baldoni. Honestly, you know what it is? Justin Baldoni is the good part of that movie. You just realize that. Every good part of that movie is the parts where Justin Baldoni is carrying it. Anytime he has a really good long monologue, that's the good shit. In the scene when they're in the hospital, she ruined it for me. And again, I watched parts of it out of order. But I have to say, she fucked up what could have been a really good movie. And then the author, Colleen, went with her and fucked over Baldoni. And now Colleen's spiraling like Britney on the internet, like on Instagram. It's fucking nuts. I don't like Baldoni more than I don't like Blake. See, I kind of like Baldoni, but at the same time, I don't like the whole like some of the cheesy Wayfair stuff on his page is like, okay, we get it. You're having a baby, but you don't. He's the type of guy to burn a forest down to do a baby shower or what do you call it? A gender reveal. But he also probably wouldn't because he's so obsessed with trees. I'm so confused by him. But goddamn, yeah. And Taylor Swift is now deposed for the lawsuit. So now she's breaking up with fucking Blake. And they're like doing underhanded shit. Oh, we're going to have to do an episode on that. Which means I'm going to have to sit down and actually write stuff down so I don't offend everyone. But I'm telling you, it's fucking crazy. They hired these marketing people who all undercut each other. Their assistants are all in on it. They're all gaslighting the fuck out of the Baldoni guy. And because he's kind of hot, everyone believed it. And then she fucking wrote, would she get an NAACP award or some shit? Oh my God. Yeah, Colleen Hoover is fucking nuts. That's why she went with her. Let me read Lori's comment. The woman gets abused by her husband. She leaves at the end. She lets the ex-husband just go right ahead and have custody of the daughter. I didn't get to the very end. What? She lets him have custody? I got to the hospital scene where he's like, can I be in the baby's life? And she's like, no. And I was like, man, it was fucking confusing. But also I hated her acting because I was like, why are you letting him in? Like, don't let him in the hospital room. What are you doing? Yeah, that's the scene with Julia Stiles. So Colleen Hoover is going fucking nuts right now on the internet over it. Yeah, and so he does have a couple of things through Wayfair that are really fucking good. His podcast I can't handle though. It's all these dudes talking about like, how do we follow our feelings and express ourselves without getting pussy juices on our wives? And it's like, oh my God, you guys sound like bitches. Stop. Like you're ruining it. And I don't mean in a good way. I mean like they all talk like me on my period. I don't want to hear that shit. I like how he purposefully hired a company. I don't like how he purposefully hired a company to destroy someone's life and career. Her wanting to take charge of a film is some normal Hollywood ego shit. He went full. I don't know, dude. The new court documents say otherwise. It looks like she did that and then said he did it and then forced him to respond by doing the same to match her energy. That's what it looks like to me. But it's a PR battle. And all I know is he had to go do the thing in the basement. And there's a lot of people coming out saying that a lot of the shit she did was lying. And then I saw all of the fucking court records with the text messages. And it turns out they fucking lied and made a fake fucking lawsuit so that they could spill text messages that were based on rumors from the assistant and then say they were real. And now they're going to get in trouble for that because that's not how you do that. They basically made a fake lawsuit to force a subpoena so they could use it in another case that she was planning the whole time. So she was planning to do that. And that's fucked up. We're going to have to go through it. We're going to have to go through it all. It's nuts. Yeah, it's really nuts. It's a lot. It's all PR. It's a marketing nightmare. It's a PR team versus a PR team. And that's the thing. Yeah, he didn't. It all came out that he didn't really do that. That was also a lot of that shit was shit that she created and put out and then said was his and everyone believed it. Then it came out in the court transcripts that all of it was her. It was all coordinated. And Ryan stole the script and forced them to rewrite it and then brought him in to yell at him because Justin had like a back surgery or something. He had like back problems. And there was a scene where he had to pick her big ass up and she was still pregnant and then lied to him about the pregnancy. So the whole movie was planned around this woman who was supposed to be pregnant. Then they buy all this pregnancy stuff for this shit. Then she gets pregnant. And the parts where she's supposed to be skinny, she's pregnant. And in the parts where she's supposed to be pregnant and she's not. It just like fucked him over. And so she's all big as hell. And he's like, oh, I got to pick her up and slam her against a wall in this scene. Ugh, yikes. And then he asks her, he has the balls to ask her, okay, so if I'm going to pick you up this way, how much do you weigh? And she tells him. And then she goes home and yells at Ryan and says, he fucking asked me how much I weigh. That's sexual harassment. And then Ryan and Taylor Swift was in the room. Ryan, Taylor, and fucking homegirl, Blake Lively, are in the room and they bring him in to yell at him till he cries and be like, don't fucking touch her again. We're rewriting that whole scene. And it's the most important scene in the film, apparently. And they fucking gaslit him into thinking he sexually harassed someone by simply because he has a bad back and he's like, well, I just need to know how much I need to lift. She pretended it was all fine. And then she texted him like, it's all cool. And she would try to flirt with him. And she grabbed a dick. She grabbed a dick and she stuck her tongue down his throat when he said no. It was too much. And he told her that it was inappropriate of him to meet with her about some specific scene. Like it wouldn't make his wife comfortable. And she fucking flipped out. Then she turned down the intimacy guru or some shit. What was it called? An intimacy specialist that they require for insurance on all movies. She refused to meet with them. The intimacy scene coordinator. And so he had to meet with that lady by himself and waste her time. And he felt really bad about it. And then she decided that Blake Lively is going to be the intimacy coordinator, which is not legal. And then she would ask for the daily, it's like traffic and media, but it's basically like the daily rundown from the producers, and she's not a producer. And everybody funding the movie said, no, she's not allowed to have those notes. And she fucking infiltrated them. It is a whole thing. It is a whole thing. It is nuts, dude. But let me tell you something. I don't trust any of them because they're all in fucking Hollywood. They're all in fucking Hollywood. And they scare me. It's so much. It's so much. We got to go through it, though. We got to take a day and go through it. I think there's truth on both sides, too, because I think once she did that to him, I think he was like, it's fucking war. And then he started doing that. Remember, match the energy. So I think they are both wrong in the end. But at the beginning, he had a hell of a case. And now I'm like, ooh, I don't know. They're both fucking going at it pretty hard. But what's fucked up even more is Deadpool goes, if fucking Ryan Reynolds, he goes and he's the one kind of fucking up a lot of their shit too, causing a lot of this because he's like, wifey, you have to keep me up to tabs with what's going on and let me rewrite your stuff. And Taylor gets a say, even though Taylor had nothing to do with the film. So all that's happening. So then that happens and he sees a text message between Baldoni and her. And it was him like responding to something that she said. And he said something like, well, I don't know if that would be appropriate, or something about like trying to remain like laissez-faire. I don't remember the exact words, but it was basically like, we need to consider the feelings of everyone. And we need to make sure that we're not being like, we don't want to put anyone in an uncomfortable position type of thing. And then Ryan Reynolds is like, what is he, a little woke bitch? And like started making fun of him and then created the Deadpool character with the long hair. What's he called? Nice Pool. Everything Nice Pool says is something in those texts that were subpoenaed. He made a character to bully the fuck out of Justin Baldoni. That's kind of fucked up. That's insane. Like, what, dude? That is so not cool. That's some MS shit. I didn't like that at all. This shit's nuts. And everybody's like, who gives a fuck about these Hollywood people? And I'm like, yeah. And then I go listen to Kirsten Flaw and I'm like, I'm fucking pissed on her behalf. Whoo. Anyway, okay, back to this. Let's watch this lady because she's fun. She's fun and she's great. She's fun and she's great. It is very Deadpool of him. It is totally. That's a sick ass. I mean, if you're going to burn someone, that's the way to do it, right? Fucking really get them, I guess.
Yeah. I don't want you to assume that's okay if you don't recall.
Sure.
Who turned first onto the road, Ricky or the other car?
The other vehicle.
The other vehicle, do you know what type of vehicle it was?
It was a big, like SUV, a bigger car.
The SUV turned before you?
Yes.
Before or when the SUV turned, did you get to see inside the vehicle?
I did see inside the vehicle, yes.
Could you describe for the jury what you remember seeing?
I saw a male and a female inside the car.
Where was the female?
Female was driving and the male was in the passenger seat.
Was the male in the front passenger seat?
Yes.
Were you able to recognize either the female driving or the male in the front passenger seat?
Recognize?
Yes.
I'm not sure if I understand the question.
Did you know who they were?
No.
Strangers?
Yeah.
When they turned and then Ricky turned after them, how far ahead of Ricky were they?
Maybe 100 feet.
Could you see them the entire time?
No.
When you drove to Fairview, how long did it take after the turn?
A couple minutes.
It took a couple minutes to get from Cedar Crest to Fairview? That's
maybe.
okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay. When you arrived at Fairview, where did Ricky stop?
Outside the house on the street.
Do you remember where on the street in relation to the driveway?
No.
The other vehicle, the SUV, was it in front of you or behind you when you stopped?
It was in front of us.
When it was in front of you, did you notice anything about the vehicle?
No.
Did you notice anything about its lights?
No.
Did you see whether the interior light, the dome light, was on or off?
I did as we were leaving.
Before you left?
No.
Did you ever see that dome light come on?
No.
Did you notice anything about the brake lights?
No.
Did you notice anything about the vehicle's tail lights, whether they were intact or broken?
Nope.
When you arrived at that address, do you know the street address?
I do not.
Okay. When you arrived at that address, what happened next?
I believe Ryan had reached out to Julie saying, we're here, time to go. And so she had come outside and we had a short conversation and she decided that she was actually going to stay at the house. She had invited us in, but I had said that I didn't want to go inside. I just wanted to go back to the house.
From the time you first arrived at that address and until the time you left, did you ever see anybody get out of the SUV that was in front of the truck?
I did not.
Did you ever see anybody travel across the front yard to the doorway from that SUV?
Nope.
Did anybody ever walk by on the street, walk by the truck in front of you or behind your truck and walk on the driveway?
No. Well, besides Julie, sorry.
So Julie is the only person that you saw in the driveway that night?
Yes.
And then you left?
Yes.
When you left, did you drive by the SUV?
We did.
When you drove by, what were you looking at?
My surroundings.
Okay. What did you see?
I saw the female that I saw beforehand, also still in the car.
Where did you see her?
In the driver's side.
Okay. Was there, at that point, any lights on inside the car?
There was, yes.
What
The dome lights.
Was the driver's side door open?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you see anybody else inside the SUV?
I did not.
Was there anybody else inside the SUV?
You didn't see anybody inside the car?
Besides the driver? No.
Next question.
Do you know whether there was anybody else inside the SUV at that time other than the driver?
No.
Did you look in and study the interior of the SUV?
No.
How long did you look inside the SUV for when you passed?
It was just passing, so I don't know, a couple seconds.
Did you see if there was anybody or a man standing outside the door of the SUV?
I did not.
Outside the door?
No.
Did you see anybody lying on the front lawn?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Yo, what was that, girl? She did I did good. I did so good. And there you have it, acting. This bitch.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Before Ricky turned onto Fairview Road, you saw the SUV in front of Ricky's truck, facing it, taking a right-hand turn in front of you, correct?
Correct.
And at that point, you had an unobstructed good look at the driver and the front passenger, correct?
Correct.
And you could see that there was a female driving and a male in the front passenger seat at that time.
At that time, yes.
Now, ultimately, Ricky's car took a left after the other SUV took a right, correct? And eventually, when you reached the house where Julie was, you saw.
Pausing this very important trial over a woman's life to pose a thought. Have you guys ever noticed that anytime anyone goes to Coachella, their career gets ruined right after? Whether it's their fault or not. Think about it. Fucking Amber What's Her Nuts with Johnny Depp. All right. The James Charles guy. Remember that? The Shane Dawson guy. Remember that dude? Morgan, the sister of Shane's boyfriend dude, Rylander. Okay. Then we got fucking Blakey Fingers, and fucking old Blake and fucking what's her nuts? Blake and Taylor. That shit got fucked up real fast. Okay. Then what happened? Kanye goes to Coachella, comes out. Now he's tweeting like a Nazi. Fucking Lana goes to Coachella with Rusev. What happens? Divorce. Everybody goes to Coachella. Their life gets ruined after. Just don't fucking go. You're going to end up pooping the bed and in court. Just don't go. Don't do it. It's not worth it.
Saw that SUV was in front of that house, parked now further down ahead of you, correct?
We're going to start our own. We're going to start our own festival. And I'm going back because I was not paying attention. Yeah, what's her nuts? But like, we're starting our own festival. We're going to call it Hoachella. It's going to be inside, no deserts. It's happening.
And you could see that there was a female driving and a male in the front passenger seat at that time.
At that time, yes.
Now, ultimately, Ricky's car took a left after the other SUV took a right, correct?
Yes.
And eventually, when you reached the house where Julie was, you saw that SUV was in front of that house, parked now further down ahead of you, correct?
Correct.
And it took Julie a couple of minutes to come out of the house?
I'd say so, yeah.
Do you recall whether there was any conversation at that time between you, Ricky, and Ryan?
Possibly. I don't recall or remember what, but most likely, yes.
And you don't remember whether you were participating in a conversation or what was discussed?
Not necessarily, no.
Hold on. Who takes ecstasy but shits before? Wait, so she shit the bed, took the ecstasy, then went to Coach? It doesn't matter. Either way, she shit the bed. She got caught because of Coachella.
You had your cell phone with you that night?
I did.
Like many of us, is your cell phone something that you...
Yeah, Turd, I'm gonna have to agree with Ernie. You're mad at Tide Pod still, and you're still mad at the pale guy and at the bad Batman and Kristen Stewart breaking up. Come on now. Hoachella, no Pachella, Lemonchella. Where's Dawn? Depp inside. Foachella. Ooh, I like that. You're in 2012. Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
Tend to check when you're bored or there's a break in a conversation.
Yeah, come with me and Ernie deep into the 90s. Let us show you something. It's called Glycerin. It's by a band called Bush.
You had your cell phone with you that night?
I did.
Like many of us, is your cell phone something that you tend to check when you're bored or there's a break in a conversation or you're not actively engaged in a discussion?
For sure.
And while you were waiting for Julie to come out of the house, do you recall whether you were checking out any web page?
Foxy Amazon? Grounded. Grounded. How dare you bring up Lilith Fair? Hun, we're not going to see Jewel this summer. All right? It's not happening. We're not. All right? We're going to Woodstock, the one with Limp Bizkit at it, where everyone got lit on fire, and you're gonna like it.
Your Instagram or text message or app on your cell phone?
I don't recall.
Can you testify with certainty that you were not checking your cell phone during that period of time?
Not with certainty, no.
And so you can't say for sure how long, if you did check your cell phone, you would have been looking at it while waiting for Julie, correct?
Correct.
And no one's asked you for your phone so that they can analyze what you were doing during that period of time outside 34th Fairview, correct?
Correct.
All right. Well, you testified that you didn't see anybody get out of the SUV or approach the house, correct?
Correct.
You obviously don't know what did or didn't happen before you, Ricky, and Ryan arrived there, correct?
Correct.
While you were parked near the driveway, you weren't thinking that you had to watch the SUV every second in case you were later asked to describe what was going on with that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And that SUV was the same vehicle that you recognize as previously having a female driving and a male in the passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
And as far as you know, you didn't know either of them at that time?
No.
Fair to say that what they were doing was their business and you weren't particularly interested in what they were doing, correct?
Correct.
You were there to pick up your boyfriend's sister, correct?
Yes.
It was late and you were tired.
Very much so, yes.
You'd had a good amount to drink.
Mm-hmm.
You did not want to continue to drink and socialize, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say you were looking forward to ending the night at that point?
Yes.
And so you were more focused on hopefully getting Julie in the car so you could leave than anything that was going on in the SUV, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Then Julie came out, and it wasn't as simple as her just jumping in the vehicle and leaving, correct?
Correct.
There had to be a discussion,
Right.
right? And she came out to speak to the three of you for about 5 minutes or so,
I'd say.
like a back and forth about who's going where.
Yeah.
And when Ricky was pulling away, you looked over to the SUV and you saw that the interior light was lighting up the front compartment, correct?
Correct.
And it was then that you looked over and you saw a female in the driver's seat, correct?
Yes.
You did not see any person in the passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
And you certainly did not see a 6-foot-tall off-duty police officer in the SUV at any point on Fairview Road.
Correct.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything, Mr. Brown?
Hi. You're both high.
When Ricky was speaking to Julie and you were in the back cabin of the truck, what direction were you facing?
I don't recall.
Were you paying attention to the conversation with Julie?
I was probably in and out of the conversation, yes.
Were you facing the direction of the house in the SUV, or were you facing the opposite direction?
I don't think I was facing the opposite.
When you were in the cabin of the car and Ricky was having a conversation with Julie, did you ever see anybody other than Julie come in or out of the house?
No.
No. No further questions. Thank you.
What the fuck was that? It just sounded like that? Just like that. Just like that. There you go. There you go. It's 4:25 here, you guys. Five minutes past a high bird ass. Hybrid? Oh God. Here we go again. Karen Reed witness shakes his head at defense during heated questioning. Well, I want to see that, but that's not on the itinerary. Can we do it? Can we do it? I'm gonna do it. Time is made up. It's not real. It's not real at all. Who else testified today? The angry captain, right? Or the angry lieutenant who was like, we don't keep logs. We don't look around. We don't ask questions. I don't want to know. That guy was just ready to retire. He's like, look, I'm just trying my best to not fucking get in trouble. I don't want to watch Hannah Knowles. All right, we're going to watch Sarah Levinson. Oh, geez. That one? She looks like the bulldog that's all sad. It's like, ooh. Remember him? Who's that bulldog? Looks all sad. Or a hound. He's like, ooh. That's mean. I apologize. But I don't feel bad. All right, here we go. This chick.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Sarah Levinson.
For the court reporter, would you mind spelling your last name?
So it's Sarah with an H and then Levinson.
Ms. Levinson, do you mind if I ask how old you are?
I'm 26. I'll be 27 next month.
Do you work?
Yes,
What do you do?
I'm a nurse.
How long have you been a nurse for?
About 4 years.
Before you became a nurse, did you go to school?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about your educational background, please.
I got my bachelor's at Regis College.
Do you know a person by
That's who I'm talking about. Droopy Dog. That's the one. Oh, you guys were right. Good job.
the name of Ryan Nagel?
Yes.
How do you know him?
He's one of my good friend Julie's older brothers.
You mentioned Julie. What's Julie's name?
Juliana Nagel.
Are you friends with Julie Nagel?
Yes.
To this day?
Yes.
Were you with Miss Nagel back on January 28, 2022?
Yes.
I want you to take us back to that day, the earlier evening hours of January 28, 2022, maybe around 5 or 6 p.m. Did you have a plan that day?
Yes, we as in myself and Julie were going to Brian Albert Jr.'s house to celebrate his birthday, which was the next day.
Who was Brian Albert Jr. to you at that time?
One of my good.
Had you known Brian Albert Jr. for?
At that point, probably 8 or 9 years, I would say.
Did you attend school with him?
Yes, high school.
Is that when you met Brian Albert Jr. in high school?
Yes.
Who was going to Brian Albert Jr.'s house with you?
Just myself and Julie.
Did you have a general plan for that evening other than to visit your friend and celebrate his birthday?
It was kind of up in the air if we were going to stay there or go somewhere. But we were definitely going and celebrating with him.
Do you know the address where Brian Albert Jr. lived?
Yes.
Can you share that with us?
34 Fairview Road, I believe. Road.
Had you been to 34 Fairview Road before?
Yes.
Did you know?
Pausing it for a thought. What about this? What if Tristan wears his Dave Portnoy watch on the stand? Do you think that Yannetti or Jackson or whoever is handling the Tristan, do you think he's going to say, that's a nice watch you got there? Where'd you get that? Do you think Bev will allow it? That just occurred to me. That would be wild. All right. I digress.
Know Brian Albert Jr.'s family?
Yes.
Had you met them in the past?
Yes.
How often had you met with them before?
Well, I was friends with him for, like I said, about 8 years. So I knew his older sister, Caitlin, pretty well. We went to high school together.
Is this Egg? Is this Anne from Arrested Development? She reminds me of Egg.
But the younger...
It's called a man egg. She puts mayonnaise on the egg and then...
siblings. I don't believe we overlapped in school. And then his mother I had met, a good amount of times. And then his father, too,
I say, touch your hair, you're a
How
mother.
many times would you estimate you had been over 34 Fairview prior to the night of January 28, 2000?
Annoyingly, I'm going to pause it again to tell you how annoyed I am that Hank just did that. He says, can you estimate? Instead of, can you estimate? He said, can you estimate? Just sounds wrong. It pisses me off.
22.
Over the years, maybe like 20. I don't know.
Do you remember what time you arrived at 34 Fairview Road on that evening?
It was between 7 and 8 o'clock at night.
Who did you go with?
Myself and Julie Nagel.
Could you tell us how both you and Julie Nagel got from where you were living, your home, to 34 Fairview?
Yes, Julie's dad drove us.
He sounds like he says he's the type of guy to, instead of saying tattoo, he would say tattoo, but he would like mean it. Like not be doing it ironically. Like he would say tattoo. You know what I mean? Like he would just say things wrong to piss you off, but he's not trying. That's just how he says it. Like that.
When you first get to 34 Fairview Road, before you walk in the front door, what's the weather like outside?
It was cold, but it wasn't raining or snowing or anything.
I swear to God, listen. if he asks more than 3 questions about the weather, we're turning the trial off. We're never coming back to it. And I am putting on Frederickson because I'm not fucking about to do this again. I'm not about to get in the snow with these motherfuckers again. I'm not about to do it. It's not going to happen.
Brown?
No.
When you walk in the door, do you go in the side door or the front door?
The side door.
Take us through walking into the house. What do you see?
So we walked through the side door, and then it's their like family room, they call it, with like the TV and everything. And then at the back of the family room is like a sliding glass door out into their porch. And then if you turn left, it's like the kitchen / dining room. And then there's a back door. There's like a small bathroom over like near the back door. And then if you walk straight through, it's the front door, the stairs, the door to the basement.
Oh my God. Does Lally have a daughter, and is this her? Because the map you have created for me in my head looks like Charlie Kelly's dream book, bitch. I don't know what you're talking about. And then there's a door, and then there's a wall, and then there's a door, and then there's a wall, and then there's another sliding glass door, and then they call it the family room, but I don't know why, because they're not a family. They act like they all fucking hate each other, and also, like, come on. Give me some emotion. Fucking feel it. Feel that testimony, bitch.
Basement, and then they called it like the library is like their formal living room.
If you walked in the front door, would the stairs leading to the next floor upstairs be right in front of you?
Yes.
If you were going to go downstairs, would you walk around that staircase to the back side of it?
I don't believe the back, but the side.
Okay. You mentioned you walked in the side door near the garage. When you walk in the side door, you're in a living room, did you say?
Yeah, their family room, they call it. Yeah.
Can you walk into the garage from the family room, or do you need to go back outside to get into the garage?
No, you would have to go back outside.
So there's no door in that family room that leads directly to the garage?
No.
After you walked into the family room, did you stay there or did you go somewhere?
We stayed there for a little bit, like 10, 15 minutes probably.
Tell me who's in the house when you get there.
It's Brian Jr., his mother, Nicole, his sister, Caitlin, and then his aunt, Julie.
What do you do?
I think we were just sitting on the couch, hanging out, waiting to see what the plan was, to see like when other people were going to show up.
Did other people arrive or did people leave before other people arrived?
Brian's mom, sister, and aunt left.
This is the saddest part of the trial. You mean to tell me that baby Brian is sitting there with Julie Albert and Caitlin Albert, God bless them, and another one of them, and it's just 4 of them, and they're just sitting in a room they call the library, ma'am, the library. They're sitting in the library specifically, and they're she wants to stress it's called the library and not the family room because they're not a family. They're sitting there and they're waiting to see what's next. Everybody filled baby Brian on this day. Hi, Rabbit. Good morning. Good morning, baby Rabbit. Is that Zach Hansen? Rabbit.
Before anyone else arrived.
You know generally around what time?
Rabbit, that's a deep cut. Rabbit, that's assault. Rabbit. Oh my God.
His aunt and mother and sister left?
We got there, like I said, between 7 and 8, and they probably left within 20 minutes of us getting there.
Okay.
So I can't say for sure.
When his sister and mother and aunt left, was there just a time it was you, Julie, and Brian Albert Jr. alone?
Yeah.
Oh my God. I can't believe you, Rabbit. Also, it's his sister, mother, and his aunt. That's who came to the party. Oh, baby Brian. Poor guy. Fuck. He's like, when is Auntie JJ getting here with the donuts? Can someone pass me the juice? You've had too much juice tonight, baby Brian. Uncle baby Brian. Laura. We have Laura and Rabbit. Oh my God. Have I transcended beyond the night shift into the morning shift? I'm about to see 2 crops. A kid's over here on the phone. You just woke up in the middle of the night and was going to catch you up. Bonus, you're live. We love you, Laura. We love you. You're here. Rabito's here. Rabito's already doing shots fired in the form of a Hanson brother. The little one. Do you understand? The little Hanson brother. Rabbit's letting us know. I've been paying attention. Shots fired. It ain't even Taylor. How dare you?
Yes. Were you doing anything other than watching TV? Were you eating, drinking?
I don't think we were eating yet because we ordered later on food, but we might have been drinking.
Also, don't put them in my fucking car, right? Hey, guess what? A few feet forward is a house with a door and people. Why don't you put it there? In my car? In the car where it can get stolen? Yeah, as if.
Tell us what happens over the course of the next couple hours.
So at some point, probably between like 8 and 9, 4 other girls showed up. So Courtney Alba came by herself.
Oh my God. That would have been the perfect time. Should have trusted my guts. Should have had the Teen Girl Squad queued up so we could go, the ugly one, what's her face, so-and-so, right after that part. We fucked up.
And then Catherine Duty, Emily Fabiano, and Mary Kent all came together.
Are those friends of Brian Jr.'s?
Yes.
Did you know who all of them were?
Yes.
Were you friendly with them?
Some of them, yes. We were all friendly, but not friends. That makes sense.
So what's the atmosphere like when the visitors come?
Celebratory, light, joyful. It was fine.
Were people drinking alcohol?
Yes.
And at some point, did you order food?
Yes.
Did anybody else come at that point? Any other friends or family?
No.
Did one of Brian Jr.'s cousins come at some point?
Yes.
Is that later?
Yes.
So over the course of the next couple hours, eating and drinking, anything significant happen?
No.
Any arguments, any tension, any problems?
No.
Was it a positive night?
Yes.
At some point, did anybody else come to the house?
Later on, yes.
Okay, about what time?
Around midnight.
So before midnight, it's a group of young people having a party?
Yes.
Any trouble?
No.
Did the friends of Brian Albert Jr., the 4 women, did they leave before midnight?
Yes.
What time did they leave?
Between, I would say, 11 and 11:30.
Did they arrive and leave as a group, or did they arrive and leave separately?
The 3 girls that I mentioned that came together, Catherine, Emily, and Mary, all left together. And then Courtney left, I believe, before them separately.
I want you to tell us generally where were you spending most of your time that night, the eating and the drinking and the party?
In the kitchen/dining room area.
Is there a table in the kitchen?
Yes.
Were you sitting at a seat at that table?
At that point, we were more around the island, but later on, yes, I had a seat at the kitchen table.
If you're in the kitchen seated at the table, can you see outside?
Not really. If I looked through the windows above the sink of the kitchen, I guess I could if it was light out. And then the windows to the front of the house had a little half curtain, I don't know what it's called, thing on it. So I could see above that, but not.
If you were to walk to the windows in the living room area, what area was it? Did you say the half window?
The dining room.
If you were to walk to those windows, could you see outside?
Yes.
Would you be able to see the driveway?
Yes.
Flagpole? The door, do you remember the front door, if it was solid or glass?
They have a storm door that's glass and then a solid regular door.
If you opened up the solid door and looked, could you see through the glass door to the front yard?
Yes.
At any point, did you have a chance to look outside that night?
No.
If you're in the living room, the kitchen, can you see where the basement access is?
Yes.
Can you see the backyard door?
Yes.
You mentioned that the visitors, the young woman that came to see Brian Jr. left. After they left, did somebody else come to or arrive at Fairview?
After they left, yes.
And who was that?
It was Brian's father. His name is also Brian. Mr. Higgins. Brian's mother came back, his sister Caitlin, and then his aunt Jennifer and his uncle Matt.
I can just step back Just a little time before the adult group showed up.
Yes.
Did any other of Brian Jr.'s cousins come to Fairview?
Yes.
And who was that?
Colin, but he showed up before the girls left.
He showed up before the group of young women left?
Yes.
How long did you see him stay for?
Probably half an hour, 45 minutes.
Did you get a chance to speak to him?
Yes.
Did the mood change at all in the house?
No.
When the adults came to the house, do you know about what time that was?
Around midnight.
You mentioned that you saw Brian Albert. Is that Brian Albert Jr.'s father?
Correct.
And his mother's name?
Nicole.
You also mentioned a person by the name of Brian Higgins. Did you know him from before that night?
No.
Did you meet him that night?
Yes.
Are you now familiar with who he is and what he looks like from that night?
Yes.
There was somebody else you said, Brian Jr.'s aunt and uncle?
Yes, and then his sister.
His aunt and uncle, what are their names?
Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
Did you know Mrs. McCabe from before that night?
Somewhat.
Had you ever socialized with her?
I don't believe so. I knew who she was. I don't know if she knew my name, but I think she knew I was Brian's friend.
Had you seen her before?
Yes.
Was that in relation to spending time with Brian Jr.?
Yeah. Yes, I believe so.
Had you ever seen her or spent time with her outside of Brian Jr.'s presence?
No.
How about her husband, Matt McCabe? Did you know who he was?
I knew who he was, but I don't believe I had ever met him in person before now.
Anybody else, any other adults come with that group?
No.
Do you remember who came into Fairview first as far as the adult group?
Yes.
Who?
Mr. Albert, Brian's dad, and Mr. Higgins.
And who came next?
Next, I think they all kind of walked in together. Caitlin, Nicole, Jennifer, and Matt.
Other than you, Julie, and Brian Albert Jr., had the young group left at that point?
Yes.
After that group arrived, what happens? Tell us what's happening inside the house.
So it then was Brian Jr.'s actual birthday. So again, we were celebrating. Caitlin, his sister, was playing music on one of the speakers. And we were all pretty much sitting or standing around the kitchen table, talking, socializing.
Do you remember what was being played for music?
Like 70s, 80s type of music. I don't want to overstate it, but
were you drinking?
I don't believe I was anymore at that point. No.
Did you feel impaired at all?
No.
As the night grew on, was there any problems in the house?
No.
Any argument?
No.
Any fighting?
No.
Anything exciting or controversy in any way?
No.
Did you have a plan that you were going to leave with Julie?
Yes.
What was the plan?
She said that her oldest brother, Ryan, would pick us up and drive us home when he was done wherever he was.
Did you see at any point before you ultimately left Fairview, did you see your sister leave the house? Sorry. Did you see Julie Nagel leave the house?
Yes.
Did you actually see her go and leave?
Yes.
About how long did she leave for?
5 minutes or less.
Did you see her come back?
Yes.
After she went out of the house and came back in, did the plan change about a ride home with her brother?
Yes.
What was the new plan?
So a little bit before she went out to talk to Ryan, we were talking, myself, her, and then Jen, were talking about how we were leaving and Julie's older brother was going to come pick us up. And we were the only ones that weren't like related to the Alberts there. So like Brian's friends left. So Jen was like, oh, like, don't leave just yet, because like we were celebrating Brian's birthday. If you want, myself and Matt can drive you home a little bit later. So we agreed to that. And then Jen said, feel free to invite Ryan inside because he was already on his way. So Julie went out to tell Ryan, like, hey, we're not coming with you. But
you weren't outside for the conversation, so you just heard this second from Julie.
Yeah.
So from what you saw, Julie went in and out?
Yes.
For about 5 minutes?
Yes.
Why did you decide to stay? Did you want to stay?
Yeah, I didn't mind.
Did the night continue after Julie came back in and spoke to her brother?
Yes.
Was the mood any different than it had been the entire night?
No.
Anything extraordinary or remarkable happen inside that house?
No.
After Julie went out and spoke to her brother and came back in the house, did anybody else come inside the house other than everybody who was already there celebrating Brian Jr.'s birthday?
No.
Did you ever see another man or woman you didn't know come into that house?
No.
At some point, there was a decision that you would leave, I suppose?
Yes.
What time do you think you left Denver?
Between 1:30 and 2 in the morning.
Do you have a specific time? Did you look at your watch? Did you know a certain time you left?
No, I believe it was closer to 1:30 because I believe I was home by 2, but I can't say for sure.
When you left, tell us what the weather was like when you went outside. Was it the same as when you came in?
No, it was snowing.
No, I thought she said Caitlin, Nicole, Jen, and baby Brian were there sitting at the house waiting together to see what to do. Or did I miss something? Or did that also happen? I'm so confused. She just talks, and this is the bless her heart, thank you, Sarah, or I hate you, Sarah. I don't know how I'm supposed to feel about her. I feel absolutely nothing towards this person or their testimony. I literally checked out so long ago. I don't know what she said. I don't know what yeah, how dare you, dude? That's how I feel about baby Ryan. That was a personal attack on me. I can give him more. Listen, Laura, we'll talk about it on the next wrestling episode. It's the bloodline, the tribal chief, it's a whole thing. Samoan culture, Ulafalas. It's too much to bring in right now. I would go off for an hour, and I've already done that. I have been trying my best to hear a full sentence. I get halfway through, and I think, ooh, look what Darlene just said. Oh, Laura, what's Lucy? Like, I cannot focus on this woman. She is the female Lally. It's a vibe. It's a way of life. Yeah. Usi, it's a, are you feeling Usi yet? Not feeling very Usi? Well, I'm going to have to give this guy your family last name. It's like that. I can't, what? He peed in your friend Dawn's mom's suitcase. Okay, good. Wait, what? She doesn't call her pussy the suitcase, does she? I have questions. Ozzy Mel says, oh no. I'm trying my best. I'll go back a little. I'll try to hear her out, but I literally, it's like, wah, 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 wah.
After that group arrived, what happens? Tell us what's happening inside the house.
So it then was Brian Jr.'s actual birthday. So again, we were celebrating. Caitlin, his sister, was playing music on.
Wait a minute. What the fuck did she just say? What? What? I'm sorry. What is this called? Ma'am? Wait. This changes everything. Did this bitch just say what I think she just said? Excuse me, ma'am. The financier? Like, wait a minute. Wait. What was that? Say that again, ma'am. I'm so glad I went back. What did I miss?
After that group arrived, what happens? Tell us what's happening inside the house.
So it then was Brian Jr.'s actual birthday.
Okay.
So again, we were celebrating. Caitlin, his sister.
Say it one more time. What was that?
It then was Brian Jr.'s actual birthday.
What does she fucking mean, actual birthday? Wait, what? Actual birthday? So this whole time, we thought baby Brian's birthday bash was the night. Oh my God. No, never mind. That changes nothing. Anyway.
So again, we were celebrating. Caitlin, his sister, was playing music on one of the speakers. And we were all pretty much sitting or standing around the kitchen table, talking, socializing.
Do you remember what was being played for music?
Like 70s, 80s type of music. I don't want to overstate it, but
were you drinking?
Dox them. Dox Hall & Oates right now, you fucking bitch. Say who it was. Harold, who is it? Daryl Hall and John Oates? Say it. Dox them. Who was it? Was it Taylor Dane? Was it Berlin? Huh? Huh? Who was it, bitch? Tell us who it was. Who the fuck were they playing? Was it Paula Abdul? It was Paula Abdul, wasn't it? Was it Cyndi Lauper? Were you guys dancing to Girls Just Want to Have Fun with Baby Brian without me? I'm so sorry.
I don't believe I was anymore at that point, no.
Did you feel impaired at all?
No.
As the night grew on, was there any problems in the house?
No.
Any argument?
No.
Any fighting?
No.
Anything exciting or controversy in any way?
No.
Did you have a plan that you were going to leave with Julie?
Yes.
What was the plan?
She said that her oldest brother, Ryan, would pick us up and drive us home.
Darling. What the fuck, dude?
When he was done wherever he was.
Did you see at any point before you ultimately left Fairview, did you see your sister leave the house? Sorry. Did you see Julie Nagel leave the house?
Yes.
Did you actually see her go and leave?
Yes.
About how long did she leave for?
5 minutes or less.
Did you see her come back?
Yes.
After she went out of the house and came back in, did the plan change about a ride home with her brother?
Yes.
What was the new plan?
So a little bit before she went out to talk to Ryan, we were talking, myself, her, and then Jen, we're talking about how we were leaving and Julie's older brother was going to come pick us up. And we were the only ones that weren't like related to the Alberts there. So like Brian's friends left. So Jen was like, oh, like, don't leave just yet, because like we were celebrating Brian's birthday. If you want, myself and Matt can drive you home a little bit later. So we agreed to that. And then Jen said, feel free to invite Ryan inside because he was already on his way. So Julie went out to tell Ryan, like, hey, we're not coming with you. But
you weren't outside for the conversation, so you just heard the second hand from Julie.
Yeah.
So from what you saw, Julie went in and out?
Yes.
For about 5 minutes?
Yes.
Why did you decide to stay? Did you want to stay?
Yeah, I didn't mind.
Did the night continue after Julie came back in and spoke to her brother?
Yes.
Was the mood any different than it had been the entire night?
No.
Anything extraordinary or remarkable happen inside that house?
No.
After Julie went out and spoke to her brother and came back in the house, did anybody else come inside the house other than everybody who was already there celebrating Brian Jr.'s birthday?
No.
Did you ever see another man or woman you didn't know come into that house?
No.
At some point, there was a decision that you would leave, I suppose?
Yes.
What time do you think you left January?
Between 1:30 and 2 in the morning.
Do you have a specific time? Did you look at your watch? Did you know a certain time you left?
No, I believe it was closer to 1:30 because I believe I was home by 2, but I can't say for sure.
When you left, tell us what the weather was like when you went outside. Was it the same as when you came in?
No, it was snowing.
What was the conditions like? Had they changed? The wind or temperature?
Yes. Yeah, it was colder.
How much snow was on the ground at that point when you left?
Like, I don't know, a dusting, or I could still see like some little pieces of grass like sticking out of it. But it was pretty much like the walkway and everything was white.
Did you leave by the front door or the side door?
The front.
You remember that?
Yes.
Was there any type of hazard or difficulty with you walking?
Julie and I walked out together down like the front stoop stairs. And I remember we were arm in arm. I was wearing shoes that didn't really have traction, so I was looking at my feet so I didn't slip. And other than that, no real hazard, I would say.
Whose car or vehicle did you walk to?
Jennifer and Matt's.
Did you get in?
Yes.
Which seat did you get in?
The back seat behind the passenger.
And where did Julie Nagel sit?
The back seat behind the driver.
Did the McCabe's get into the car?
Yes.
Who was driving?
Matt. And then Jen was in the passenger seat.
Front passenger?
Yes.
As you were leaving, was there any conversation or joking going on?
Yes. So Matt actually forgot his jacket inside, so he went back in. And then I believe myself and or Julie turned around just kind of looking, and we saw a lone loaf of bread in the third row. So one of us said something to Jen about the loaf of bread.
A loaf? Did you pinch it? I'm sorry. But seriously, there's a loaf of bread.
Which she had gotten because of the storm. And I believe Jen was
Here we
turned around
go.
looking at us and said something along the lines of, does anyone want a peanut butter and jelly? Joking around.
Do you remember that moment, having the conversation about the bread?
Yeah, I'll remember it because me and Nagel said yes, and then she said I was just kidding, you fucking big boned bitches, and then we started crying, and then she started hissing at us, and she scratched me on the head.
Yes.
It stands out.
Yes.
As you drove out of Fairview, you were in the McCabe vehicle was in the driveway?
Yes.
Did it back out or go out forward?
No, backed up.
When it backed out and began to drive away, what side of the vehicle was closest to Fairview?
You mean the house?
Yes. Was I'm sorry. Was the passenger side of the McCabe vehicle closest to 34 Fairview, the house, or was it the driver's side?
The passenger.
When you drove, did you drive towards the flagpole?
Yes.
And during those moments when you were, or Mr. McCabe was driving towards the flagpole, was that the time you were having conversations about the bread, or was that a different time?
That was a different time.
What was happening as you were driving past that area or in front of the house?
I believe maybe I was on my phone, and then Julie said something.
Did you ever look out the window near the front yard, near the flagpole area?
Not.
You know, they say you should only roast the ones you love. I can learn to love these shitbags. I can learn to love every dirtbag. I think I do. They're like characters to me. They are. They're like It's Always Sunny. They're just like, these people are pieces of shit. They're taking this horrific situation. They're making light of it. And for some reason, I'm a sick prick because I'm laughing. Because I cannot believe this is happening. It's not what they did. It's who they are. Is hilarious. These are true villains. What the fuck? These are heels doing heel shit. I'm starting to think I know how to make this not boring for me. And by boring, I mean sad. Because if you do pay attention and you take this seriously, which I have a hard time doing because it's a retrial for someone who didn't hit a guy with her car. So for me, it's like, why are we fucking here? They put the blood in the Solo cups. Why are we here? The second they put the blood in the Solo cups, why are we here? The second they bring out the leaf blower, why are we here? The second Poopa Tractor comes out and says, hey, let me see your tits on your phone. Why are we here? So I have to dissociate. Otherwise, I will be one of those crazy fucking people who literally dedicate my entire life to this and scream shit like, if Karen's not freed, I'll fucking kill myself. It's like, oh my God, calm down. It's jail. It'll be fine. She'll get an appeal. Like, what are we doing? People who are really fucking losing it all. All right? And I'm sitting here going, can we just watch this for reality? Can we just live in reality? Why is idiocracy happening before my eyes? I already have the movie. I don't need this. People are going off the rails, doxing each other. People are taking every single word, ripping it apart, and literally going crazy over it. No one's allowed to have any opinions that are the opposite of whatever squad is there. Like if you are in a group, if you're over in Plevy Boy, the basement guys shit, and you say the wrong thing about someone, you're fucked. If you're over there in Turtle Boys and you say the wrong thing, you're fucked. If you're in here sometimes, you say the wrong thing, people will jump at you. I'll try to pull them off, but you know what I mean? Everybody's so dead set. And you should take a trial seriously, but not when it's a fucking sham trial. Like this is a sham. There's no fucking reason we need to be here. We need to roast these fuckers. All of them. Every single one of them. Every day. And here's the great thing about roast. It can be a honey roast or it can be a roast roast. You can roast the fuck out of them and talk process and facts at the same time. Policy, procedure. We did 8 hours on it. We know the right way. We see them actively doing it the wrong way, lying about it, and gaslighting us. We're already roasting them anyway. So from now on, anytime we're covering Karen Read, it will be the roast of Jen McCabe, the roast of old Levin Bottoms, the roast of Sugar Tits, whoever the fuck is up for the trial, it's the roast of. We will watch it, and whoever it is, everyone gets roasted, every single one of them. All of them. All of them. Can't say we're mean if we're doing it to everyone. From now on, when we're covering this case and this case only, it is the roast of. Okay? So if Cannon Daddy's on, it's the roast of Cannon Daddy. You can compliment him with a joke. You can shit on him with a joke. I don't give a fuck as long as it's a joke. Because some of these people are taking the lies that are being spewed out of these mouths very seriously. And they're taking the science not so serious. So if they're not going to take the science seriously, I'm not taking them seriously. Why are we doing this? I'm changing the title of this when we're done. To the I'm going to split it off and make its own video. It'll be the roast of that. We'll just we'll separate it from the Georgia Twins and we'll have the full live stream. Fuck it. But from now on, I'm going to look up I will now educate myself slightly on I like to be surprised, but we will see who we're expecting that day. And that will be every episode. If we're talking about that. If we're talking about something else, it'll be whatever we're talking about. It'll be serious true crime shit. Or the sillies or wrestling, whatever it is we're doing that day. But today, VR party, I don't know. But today, and anytime we're covering this shit, it's the roast up. Consider yourself on the dais. Okay? If you're in here, you're on the dais. That doesn't mean everything needs to be a joke. Basically, just be yourselves because you're already doing it. But I'm just thinking out loud. If you need a safe place to roast all of these hoes, here it is. Done. Because I'm listening and I'm finding out baby Brian's birthday is a day ahead of what I thought. I'm ending this. Don't ever
at the
fucking deceive me again, Boston. How dare you? How dare you? Have at it. Have at it. Seriously, this is a loophole. Here's the thing. We're not going to bully. We're not going to be mean. We're going to be funny. As long as you're funnier than you're mean, then it's fine. We only roast the ones we love, right?
Front yard, but a little ways up the street. Yes.
Next to 34 Fairview up the street is 32 Fairview?
I believe so, yes.
When you looked out the window, the first time you looked out the window, what were you facing in relation to 32, 34 Fairview? What could you see?
There's a little bit of woods in between the two houses. So it was the trees.
Did you notice anything that stood out?
No.
Ultimately, did you get home that night?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Good morning, Ms. Levinson.
Good morning.
You've been longtime friends, as you've described, with Brian Albert Jr., going all the way back to high school.
Yes.
And that high school friendship has percolated into a friendship into adulthood.
Yes.
You obviously know much of the entire immediate family, Brian Albert Sr., his wife, Nicole Albert, correct?
Yes.
You know his uncle, Chris Albert.
Yes.
You're familiar with his wife, Julie Albert.
Yes.
Obviously, Brian Albert and his cousins. By the way, which cousins are they? Last names?
Do I know?
Right.
There's the Alberts, and then there's the Galvins, the Reardons, and the McCabe's.
Okay. You indicated that you've been to the Albert home probably at 34 Fairview. That's the home I'm talking about.
Yes.
Probably you estimated at least 20 times, correct?
Over the years, yes.
Over the years. And you've known Brian Albert since high school. I mean, in the last 8, 10, 12 years, you've been to the house to and from.
Yes.
You've never met, or you have never met, going into January 29th, 2022. You had never met their dog, had you?
Their dog?
Their dog.
I'm not completely sure.
Didn't you testify?
Yeah, her name is Julie. I'm sorry.
About a year ago in another proceeding that although you had been to the Albert home many times, you had never actually met the dog?
If that's what it says, I said, then yes.
Is that because the dog was not really good with strangers? Objection.
Sistine.
Do you know why you hadn't met Chloe? By the way, did you know the dog's name was Chloe?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know why you hadn't met Chloe in all those trips to 34 Fairview?
No.
Just wasn't out and about among the folks that were in the house when you were there?
Yes.
When you left 34 Fairview, I want to follow up very briefly on a couple of things that you said just before Mr. Brennan sat down under question by him. When you left 34 Fairview to join Jen McCabe at her invitation to take you home, you left through the front door, correct?
Yes.
As opposed to the side door, it's a little confusing. The front door has the brick stoop and the stairs, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that the door that you normally would leave through, or did you normally leave through the side door, come and go through the side door? What was your more ready in practice?
Probably the side door.
Okay. When you left through that front door, there was nothing obstructing your view as you walked out, correct?
Correct.
You could see to the left, the driveway, you could see to the right, over toward the flagpole, nothing obstructing anything, correct?
Correct.
Dusting the snow at the time when you left, just after, what time was it? 12:45, 1?
Probably 1:30,
1:30.
Yeah.
So you leave at 1:30, there's still just a light dusting of snow on the ground?
Yes.
The yard is flat?
Yes.
You could see all the way out to the flagpole?
Yes.
You didn't notice anything unusual at that time when you looked out toward the flagpole walking out that front door?
I didn't notice anything. I wasn't looking out at the flagpole, but yes.
You're looking in that direction when you walk out the door. Obviously, you're standing, walking out of the door toward the front yard, correct?
Correct. But as I stated, I was looking down at my shoes in front of me.
Okay. Obviously, then you have to, at some point, you have to look up to see where you're going. You have to turn left to go to the driveway. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Then you walk over and walk parallel to the yard again to walk over to the car.
Yes.
As soon as you walked out of the stoop, you had to figure out where the stairs were, so make sure you don't fall down the stairs, right?
Yes.
But you're still looking up, like normal, correct? At some point.
Most likely.
My question is, you didn't see anything unusual in the yard, did you?
No.
Okay, I take it back. I take it back. We're not doing roast anymore. Darlene, you cannot handle roast. We are never taking you to do roast at a comment. How dare you, Darlene? You're not allowed to be that funny in here. And also, oh my God, you are going to get us all deported. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. No clapping the kids. This isn't VR. Save this for VR. I take it back. We're not doing the roast. Oh my God, Jesus fuck. I'm so scared. I'm so scared of you all and your brains and your freedom of thought.
The front yard was at least relatively, I know it was dark out on Miss Levinson, it was relatively lit by the interior windows as well as lights on the outside of the house.
Yes.
You indicated that you did, in fact, get the ride home with Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe. Who brought up giving you a ride home? Is it Jen?
Yes.
And she also mentioned it, or did she mention it in your presence to Julie as well?
About the ride home?
About the ride home?
Yes, in my presence.
Okay. You said that Matt McCabe was driving, but before he got in the car, he realized he had forgotten his jacket and went back in, correct?
Yes, I don't know if he had gotten in the car and then got out, or he just opened the door, but yes.
He's at the car.
Yes.
So he had exited, by definition, he had to have exited, pardon me, the house through the front door as you did to go out to the car the first time?
Yes.
And then he got to the car, then he realized he forgot his jacket, walked back toward the front door, went back in the main door?
Correct, yes.
You saw that?
Yes.
Then once he retrieved or fetched his jacket, he then walked back out that same front door, down the stoop, looking out over the lawn and then over to the car, correct?
I didn't see him walk back out, but I mean, probably. I don't want to say yes for sure because I wasn't watching him at that point.
Understood. No reason to believe that he would have used a different door.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. You were contacted ultimately by law enforcement to provide an interview, correct?
Yes.
That was not until October of 2022. Is that right?
Yes.
A couple of quick questions about that. Nobody contacted you on January 30th, the day after the incident that you left the house, correct?
No.
And when I say nobody, I mean from law enforcement. Nobody contacted you the next week?
No.
The next month?
No.
It was 9 months later.
Yes.
When you were finally approached, who was it that conducted the interview?
State Trooper Michael Proctor.
Did Mr. Proctor indicate to you why he waited 9 months to contact you? Okay. Let me ask you a different.
And now it turns into a telenovela, and she goes, on account of the baby. And then it goes, dun, dun, dun. And they go, okay.
Question. Were you confused about the fact that you weren't contacted? Objection. Angry approach? Maria?
Yes.
Thank you. When you were finally interviewed, let me ask you a different question. When you were ultimately interviewed in October of 2022, was that telephonically or was that in person?
In person.
Were you alone or was there anybody else with you?
I was alone. You mean like besides the troopers?
Besides the troopers?
Yeah, I was alone.
And had you prepared for that interview with any person or persons before that interview?
No.
Had you spoken to anybody, Julie or anybody else, about the potential for being interviewed?
I believe Julie called me to tell me.
If I may, don't tell me what was said. Did you speak with Julie before the interview? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And one more question, without telling me any of the words that were used, was the subject matter the interview? In other words, I'm not asking you to talk to Julie about going and getting the dry cleaning picked up or something like that. Did you talk about the subject of the interview with Julie before you were interviewed? Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Anything, Mr. Brennan?
Please. Can I have exhibit B, please? Do you see the windows on that house?
Yes.
Do you recognize that house as 34 Fairview?
Yes.
You were asked whether there was light coming out of the house illuminating. Remember that?
When I was asked that?
Yes.
Yes.
Was the lights inside the house, from your memory, illuminating the ground near the flagpole and that fire?
Yo,
No.
can we get Barbara going? Deported. You're all deported. Because I would fucking love. Ooh. That's the shirt.
When you came out of the house and went to the car, were you looking at or studying the flagpole area or the bushes or the fire
Yes, I
hydrant?
was studying the flagpole. I was looking at it and I was thinking, could I fit that inside of me?
In that area?
No.
Do you have any reason to be looking over there and studying anything?
No.
Thank you.
Yo, what, Nikki? No, I-10 where? Don't tell me on the stream. But oh my God. That is so fucked. Also, that is a hell of a fucking road to get stuck on. Fuck, dude. I'd be so fucking pissed. Evil ass fucking Texas.
All right, Ms. Levinson, you're all set. Thank you.
All right, Mrs. Levinson, you can go now. All right. I did. Wait, what? Yo. Hold up. By the Joe's Crab Shack? Yo, girl, what up? That's crazy as fuck. By the Colonnade and all that and Medical Drive. That's not a good place to have to walk along the road with the dog either. Also, you should go, dude, you know exactly. You should go to the Irish pub, dude. That place actually rules, and I don't even like bars. I-10 is some fucking bullshit. Dude, that's my old hood. That's my old hood. I know exactly what you're talking about. That Starbucks and that Joe's, I've worked at both of them. Shh, don't tell anyone. Dude, I was training. I wasn't working there full time, but I know that place. That's fucking crazy. That's a horrible place to have to walk on the side of the road. I'm so sorry. At least you were by the medical center, though. Fuck. God damn. Yeah, don't let them go. Fuck that. In San Antonio, animal control is the worst, too, because they'll just give away your dog, like, right away. You're just like, peace. And they don't treat them well. At least they didn't over a decade ago. I don't know about now. It is some fucking bullshit, though. It is some fucking bullshit. I'm so sorry you had to do that. Fuck, you were in San Antonio? Damn, dude. Here we go. So this is the last thing. It's only 20 minutes, but it's a summary of that.
The reality is you did end up going to the scene, correct?
I did. Yeah, San Antonio's fucked up because
I don't want to use a word
they're
that
like,
you'll
do you have someone who can come pick up the animal? And then they'll be like, well, if you leave them in the vehicle, it'll get towed. We can't do that. So they're going with animal control. They treat it like if they're taking a kid to CPS, but instead you're like a victim or something like bad happened to you. They still do that. Like they are essentially giving away your dog. It's fucking terrible. And also if the animal is injured, that's even worse because it's like, now you got to find an emergency vet. But if you are injured and the animal's injured, then they likely take them to animal control. And then I believe they have a foster family watch them until you're good or until a family member comes and picks them up. And it's like they don't give them urgent medical care. I have a friend who's been in that position. I've actually asked her about like, well, what happened? And she's like, those motherfuckers. And she told me how the story was really sad. And it's like, fuck. But then I have a friend in California whose situation was totally different. Like something happened to her and her dog couldn't be alone because it was diabetic. And they actually made sure that it got great care. But it was a whole process where like they were able to contact her or her family and basically have like a conversation about how are we going to house this dog so that she can get help, as opposed to if you don't pick it up in 10 days, we're going to give it the fuck away. God damn it. They were good there. I hope you went to a good ER. If you were the one over on medical or like Northeast Baptist, I know quite a few people there, and the Stone Oak one, and they're so awesome. They're so nice. Yeah, they won't let them. And also, there's different ambulance companies that you can call, and they never tell you that. And some of them do allow pets. But they have like, it's not a side cot, but they have like a little side area where they let them sit up front. Damn, dude. Fuck. Well, at least it was like in a busy area and not out in the middle of nowhere. But fucking San Antonio, everybody drives so shitty there. Okay, we're gonna wrap up with this. We're gonna watch this fella. I did see some of his, and this fucking guy. This is what I think is the important part, and he looks like a guy who used to play a cop on a show, or like he used to be on a show where he played the president and he didn't give a good performance. That's what I'm getting out of him. It's just, this is like the most dipshit fucking lieutenant ever. He's like, I don't know what fucking happened. I'm just the lieutenant.
Challenge. You went with Trooper Proctor, correct?
I took my cruise in 34 Fayetteville, yes.
You were there at the same time Trooper Proctor was?
Yes.
And you were aware that the CARS team was there so that they could document the scene, correct?
I don't know what the purpose of the drone was. I'm not familiar with that section. I thought I answered that question. I'm not familiar with what they do.
But you do believe that, as you sit here, you were there, we weren't. You do believe that that's the reason that they were there was to document the scene.
Put up a drone.
Okay.
I don't know what you mean by document. I don't know if it was to photograph. I guess if you mean by document photograph, I guess it could. I would agree. If it means take measurements, I wouldn't know.
Okay. Did you tell any of the members of the CARS team where you believed John's body was?
I believe it was Trooper Proctor, but I believe he was there. Yes.
Trooper Proctor obviously was not there when John's body was there either, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
So he would have gotten that information
from you. That is correct.
So now that's 3 people.
It's probably more, quite honestly. Yeah.
Well, I'm just talking about this report.
Correct.
CARS report. That's 3 people in line. None of them saw John's body, John O'Keefe's body, as it lay in the lawn.
That is correct. Yes.
And there's no photographs
of
Mr. O'Keefe.
Oh no.
At the location.
No, we wouldn't. Nobody would photograph somebody undergoing life-saving measures.
You know what's really funny? Can I tell you something really funny? If you look up Rescue 911 Boston couple murdered, Rescue 911 followed around the Boston Police Department and filmed life-saving measures and a crime scene. And that's not the only one. They did it constantly for years. All of it. You see the bodies, you see the resuscitation. They made a podcast out of it. We used to talk about it all the time. Yeah, they filmed it, and they took pictures. And here's what else is crazy. During when they do life-saving measures, they do that on TV all the time. They put it on TV now, sir. Sir, how old are you? They've been putting this shit on TV since the 80s. But I'm not talking about the dead bodies of 2 twins that are a crime scene that was found. I'm talking about specifically the life-saving measures part. There are in fact, like, cops chase people on TV and then shoot them or run them off the road, or there are horrible things that happen that they film. And then the police themselves, they're filming it with the film crew. And then they film the life-saving measures. And then, won't you believe this, officer? There's a show called The First 48 where they do film it, but they blur out the crime scene. I'm just saying, it's also in your policies and procedures manual. It's also in the department manual that you're supposed to do that, especially when a cop's involved, and especially when they could potentially be brain dead, specifically according to the court. So why are you looking at him like that? And why are you acting appalled? Something you should have been fucking doing anyway. Just a thought.
That is correct. Yes.
And there's no photographs.
Life-saving measures would be appropriate.
That's 3 people in line.
That is correct. Yes.
And there's no photographs
of
Mr. O'Keefe.
Oh no.
At the location.
No, we wouldn't. Nobody would photograph somebody undergoing life-saving measures. Wouldn't be appropriate.
There's no video specifically.
They wouldn't take video of somebody undergoing life-saving measurements.
There's no body cam.
We don't have body cameras.
There's no dash cam that shows it.
Well, dash cameras would be on the road. Mr. O'Keefe was approximately 8 to 10 feet off the road.
Well, hang on a second. You're not sure where Mr. O'Keefe was because you never saw him.
That's why I used a range, yes.
Right.
I know where the blood was. I know where the glass was.
Right. You don't know if he was 9 feet off.
That's correct.
Or 12 feet off. You can't say.
Only approximately. You are correct, yes.
You did meet with Officer Seraph. You met with all the officers when you arrived at the scene, correct?
Yes.
And Officer Seraph had been there from the beginning of the morning.
Yes.
Officer Seraph didn't report to you at that time any statements attributable to my client.
He did not know.
You later went back to 34 Fairview with Sergeant Lank.
That's correct.
And you rode back. Did you ride back to Canton PD with Sergeant Lank or separate cruisers?
Which time? I
I'm sorry.
apologize.
That's a vague question on my part. You went back to 34 Fairview with just Officer Lank, and you described the circumstances in which you went in, you were let in by Brian Albert. He went to the kitchen. You were in the family room or some other place.
Right by the kitchen, yeah.
Right by
the
the
room
kitchen.
off the kitchen, yes.
Okay, so right next to where he was interviewing.
That's correct.
Jennifer McCabe. Yes. Did you ride back from that meeting with, or that event to Canton PD with Sergeant Lank?
Yes.
And Sergeant Lank didn't say anything to you about his interview with Jennifer McCabe at that time.
I don't recall our conversation on the way back.
Okay. And you didn't write a report about any conversation that you had with Officer Seraph. You didn't write a report about any conversation you had with Sergeant Lank.
No, they're responsible for writing their own reports.
Got it.
Colleen, is it weird? I know it was weird for me to see my tiny little hometown all over the fucking national news. It was fucking weird. They were saying all kinds of wrong shit about it. They were like, there's 1,000 people who lives here. I was like, there's 259. Like, what? Is it weird? Like, do you see this guy at the grocery store and you're like, fucking loser, and you spit on him? Or is it like, ah, man, I'm sorry, they're all fucking raking your ass over the coals? I feel like in the end, like, it's different, right? When you have to see these people in real life. Fuck, dude. Yes, it's crazy, lol, but I'm happy it's being exposed. Good, dude, good. Mine was not that kind of situation. I would be thrilled if if it was exposing corruption comparatively, but like, they need this shit, right? They need to be put on blast. So it feels kind of good seeing this guy get kind of raked over the coals, huh? Because it's like, fucking how long? Do they really like Colleen? What's up with the rubber ducky incident? Like, they had that many pages. What is it, like 40 pages of shit on that? And they didn't do a report for this? Like, how many times in Canton have you heard of a cop dying and they just said, don't make a big deal out of this? Like, because I feel like this situation could have gone way different, right? They could have been the heroes and exposed the corruption or done their jobs right. He makes he makes, okay, so Suffolk County, New York, James Burke, the guy who chokes out hookers, right? Let one drive around with a gun and smoke crack while on the job, and then let a corrupt police force run rampant, and then beat the shit out of a guy for finding a bag of dildos in his cop car when he broke into it. And then they got exposed for that. And then he told all the cops, if you fucking talk about it, I'll fucking kill you. And also completely derailed the Long Island serial killer case for a decade. That guy, he gets paid about the same, but he still gets it, his pension. And he got it while he was in prison for all that stuff I just said. And then he got out in a halfway house and jerked off in front of the Vietnam Memorial and solicited an undercover male officer. So that guy made 200 and something thousand a year, but then he got disability, and then he got for his part of his pension, he got, what was it? It was disability, and he was part of an overtime scandal. He did that. And then he gets his pension. And then there's something else he gets. So it totals up to a little over 300 and something thousand. And he gets paid the same as that guy. So those are the type of dudes that make that kind of money. This is as egregious, I think, this guy. Because he just lets people die. And he does nothing about it. Like, that's insane. This is you guys' James Burke. No, he just jerks off in front of Vietnam Memorial's head. It's what gets him hot. Yeah, Jimmy Burke. He's like, but it's wild to me. Like with Jimmy, everyone was complaining about it before this trial. I've never heard of this fuckface. I don't even know his name. One of you guys said it earlier. This guy. I just called him the bald one, which was stupid because a lot of them are bald. But like this, like you guys got a bunch of these over there. You got a couple of Jimmy Burks because Brian gets a good paycheck too. It's on what is it? Woke Windows or Open Windows or whatever. Yeah, they all get paid a shitload, and then they get paid to go to baseball games. Serif, yeah, he's a bad font. This guy's a bad font. I could do sans serif. Ha ha ha. Get it? Well, I apologize, Colleen, that you have to live there. Paul Gallagher is this guy on the stand, and that's crazy about James. What is wrong with people? I don't fucking know. And why do these very people that have these fucking weird ass proclivities, like not giving a fuck and jerking off in front of memorials, like why are these people like getting paid the most to have the most power? And what amazes me, like Burke, they had blogs about, like the town hated him for a long time. People are like, why are they covering up this police crime? This guy you never hear about. I've never heard Serif before this day. Why aren't more people talking about this fucking guy? I guarantee you after this trial, Colleen, people are going to be talking about all of them. Every single person is going to get an independent audit by social media and society, and it's not going to go well for them. But I hope it goes well for you. And congratulations on what's her name? Susan Harrington. She looked dope. I'm glad she won. Let's see how she does. And already Chief Rafferty's out of there. Very happy for y'all for that. That's good. I spelled it wrong, but Serif. They spent 6 months investigating who put rubber ducks around the town and filed many charges on people for that. The time and money that went into the rubber ducks was such a joke. And the no effort that went into John O'Keefe's murder. Exactly. They gave so many fucks about the rubber ducks. And I keep telling people this. You know what's craziest about that, Colleen? Brian Albert's one of the guys who helped catch Philip Markoff. He was one of the guys, Brian Albert, who sat out there and ran the intelligence surveillance on Philip Markoff, the serial killer, the one who was killing all of the sex workers in Boston. All right. He's the guy who sat out there and ran fucking stakeouts and monitored all that shit and did all the neat, glitzy, cool computer stuff to monitor that motherfucker. And when they caught Philip Markoff, which took a fucking minute, when they caught him, what did they say about him, Colleen? Do you remember? They said, top surveillance expert. I think he won an award. And that motherfucker couldn't see a dead cop on his lawn, a fucking dead cop, a coworker nonetheless. Lights are brightly shining, people outside. His own fucking sister-in-law fucking banged on the door and came in, and yet he didn't know. The surveillance guy didn't notice. Jen noticed. Jen would have caught Philip Markoff way fucking faster. I'm sorry, but it's true. Also, have you ever seen Jen or interacted with her in real life? What's she like? Does she like lunge at you and you gotta like fucking be? Do you gotta like look at? Is she gonna fucking bite? Shit, they gotta put Jen in a closet when people come over because she'll bite.
You did say that. Let me back up and ask you a different question. You testified about a year ago in another proceeding. You talked a little bit about the evidence collection of the biological material, the blood, or as you, I'm guessing at that time, presumed blood. You never got any testing.
That's correct, yes, sir.
But you assumed it was blood just because of your experience and it looked like it could be blood.
That's correct.
Did I say that on a stream? I feel like I would never say that. I've literally texted people that there are multiple people in this stream who I have messaged that meme to. Is there a sign out front that says dead cop storage? I have a meme of Quentin Tarantino that says that. Are you reading my brain right now? I don't think I've ever shared that with the chat. There's no fucking way I would have. Are you fucking kidding me? Foxy? Foxy? We're getting strawberry chai frappuccinos or whatever it was. We're fucking going. We're getting the van. Dad's taking you.
How far were you from Canton PD? Approximately.
Mile and a half.
You had your cruiser with you.
I had my personal vehicle with me.
Your personal vehicle. In other words, your ambulance where you could get from point A to point B if you wanted to.
Yeah, I was the scene supervisor. I wasn't leaving the scene.
Okay. But you also had subordinate folks.
By the way, that's just called the grandpa head. That's when you go. Like you're just trying to be a dick. You voted for Beto? My grandpa's done that. Cherry chai. Get in the van. We're getting cherry chais. Cherry chai frappuccinos. All right. Frappidibipos. Get in there.
Saying that you could dispatch had you wanted to.
Correct.
They all had cruisers.
Yes, they did.
Or personal vehicles. I'm not sure which.
I'm sorry?
Or personal vehicles. I'm not sure which.
I was the only one with a personal vehicle. Detective Sergeant Lank had a Toyota Tundra pickup truck that is not marked, but it's assigned to our detective unit.
So if you wish to, as a ranking officer at the scene, you could have dispatched one or more of those officers to run an errand to go do something further of the investigation.
Confession also, I do have one that says Dad Nagel storage. But I feel like it's too much to put on. I might pop it up there. He's got Julie with peanut butter instead of Tarantino. I'm so sorry.
Further into the investigation had you wanted to.
Yeah, I actually did that.
Okay, you did. What did you do in that regard?
Remember, I sent Sergeant Good to get the leaf blower.
Got it. You also know that Canton PD has evidence collection bags at Canton PD.
Yes.
You also know that they have materials and tools to gather biological material, correct?
We do have swabs, yes.
And those swabs go in little containers to maintain their sanitary nature, correct?
That's correct.
In other words, if you see a blood stain.
Yo, is Alessi going night-night? Alessi, wake up, Alessi. He's going night-night, dude. Oh, he's awake. Can we see his eyes? Sorry, I just want to see. Oh, no, dude. Alessi. Alessi, wake up. Oh, my fucking God. He's asleep, dude. God damn it, Alessi. He's knocked the fuck out, dude. Oh, my God. Bev and Alessi. No, dude. Oh, no. No, dude. They got our boy, dude. They got our dog. What's in the fucking water, dude? No. Oh, fuck. First Beverly, now Alessi, dude. Oh, my God. Well, I'm glad to see this trial's going well. Holy shit. And then Laura. Yeah, you did. And then your fucking phone went off. Oh, God. Guys, we're a mess. What is happening? Alessi, hon, wake up.
Got it. You also know that Canton PD has evidence collection bags at Canton PD.
Yes.
You also know that they have materials and tools to gather biological material, correct?
We do have swabs, yes.
And those swabs go in little containers to maintain their sanitary nature, correct?
That's correct.
In other words, if you see a blood stain, you don't just walk up with a Kleenex that you find on the ground and wipe it up. There's your blood.
Blood stain on the carpet. Dun. Here's what I want to do for Alessi, and for those of you who are just enjoying the chill vibes of Ryan Nagel 95. I want to put Ryan Nagel lo-fi up with just video for him. Just him rubbing his hands together. But also I wanted to remind you guys that this is sponsored by... Get yours now.
There's a process for gathering that type of evidence, correct?
Sure. If you're looking for DNA, you can use a bloody Kleenex, to your point.
It'd be kind of an emergency.
Yeah, absolutely. My point exactly.
But if you're a mile from the Canton PD,
yeah,
you could have gone back and done a swab.
Could have.
But you didn't.
Didn't want to because of the weather. Because you just said because it's an emergency, and we thought it was an emergency there. I mean, the storm was coming down terribly, and I believe if we didn't collect that biological matter, we weren't going to get that biological matter.
But Canton PD was a mile and a half away, 4 or 5 minutes.
In a blizzard.
Well, still, in a blizzard, 3 minutes in good weather, probably 4, 5, 6 minutes in a blizzard, correct?
I'm not sure.
So let's call it 12, 15 minutes. You certainly could have done that. If you wanted to, you could have dispatched one of your officers to go back and get swabs and properly collect the blood material.
Sure. And I believed 15 minutes would have made a difference.
And what you did instead is, well, 15 minutes would have made a difference, but you asked Sergeant Good to drive to his house and get a leaf blower.
Yes, and while he was doing that, we were documenting the scene with photographs.
You could have documented the scene with photographs even if you went back and get a swab.
You were doing what? What the fuck is wrong with you people? What the fuck is wrong with you people? You were taking photos of the crime scene? Who takes photos of such a thing, sir? But Mr. Sans Serif, Mr. Serif, Mr. Serif, Mr. Sheriff, Mr. Sheriff, Mr. Lieutenant Sheriff, why didn't you take those pictures earlier? You would never do that, right? We don't want to take pictures right after the crime occurred. We want to wait a while till the blizzard's about to hit.
What's the difference?
Because we were ongoing. It was ongoing. I wasn't leaving the scene.
I didn't ask you to leave the scene. I didn't ask if you were leaving the scene.
Needed the other officers. We talked about scene security. I already let one officer go. I now have 3 left. We're securing that scene.
So you saw pink stains in the snow, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And you said, Officer Good.
You could have just used crime scene tape. One crime scene tape can do the job of 3 of your officers. What does that say about your department?
Good. Probably called John, Sarge, go home and get a leaf blower.
That is correct.
Could have said, Officer Mulaney, get your butt over to Canton PD and pick up 10 swabs, correct?
He wouldn't have had access to the swabs.
Oh, so now one of your officers could have gotten swabs, even if the lieutenant, a ranking lieutenant, had dispatched him to go get a swab.
Because he doesn't have access.
The swabs are part of your evidence collection road kit that every officer has assigned to them, along with a rifle from the department, along with backup ammunition from the department, along with all kinds of cool shit like crime scene tape, all those things. They all go in the trunk. They go in the trunk. And every single department has them, and every single department has a big fat budget. You kids know this. Let's learn a little bit. Because I am legit taking all of my shit from my classes on police policy and procedure, crime scene analysis, criminal forensics, and probably some criminal law. I'm going to take it and I'm going to copy paste it, probably illegally. I'm going to put it on the Twitter, probably in Discord, so that you guys can see. And by the way, funny you should say that, because crime scene tape is available at Party City for $3.99 a roll. And there have been times in a fucking pickle, some departments, which I heard this story from my professor, and honestly, it killed, and I thought it was very funny. They went by Party City because they needed crime scene tape. And they fucking did that, even though it was embarrassing for them, because they needed it. They just needed it. They didn't have it on hand. So this guy's full of shit. Also, where were your road kits? Where were your kits? Where were your evidence collection kits? You don't need swabs or any of that shit necessarily. You should have them, but you don't really need them. That's more of a CSI thing. But here's one thing that you guys definitely have. You have the shit that you can test drugs with. You take it, you open it, you squirt the little shit in there, you put your little tab in, you do your little checky check, and you go, oop, this turned red, that's meth. Get in the back of the car. You are now under arrest. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. If you do not have a lawyer, we will give you one, you stupid fuck, in the back of the car. Fuck you, amen. And they do that, and then you go to fucking jail. They have that. They also have shit for if you accidentally ingest fentanyl during an arrest, if you poke yourself during an arrest, and then the fucking medics come, and then you gotta get all these shots, and they gotta test you for AIDS and all that shit. So all these things are in the back of a car, in the back of your cruiser. And there are mandatory fucking levels of the type of shit you should have depending on what you are. If you're a canine officer, the amount of shit you have is going to be a little different. If you're a street officer and you're fucking working with a jetpack or a fucking bicycle or on a horse like here in Austin, you're going to have a lot less shit. You're going to be more of a, hey, I'm catching up to stop this guy and question him, and then you're going to have backup arrive. But there's another thing about that. If you're a cop and you don't have that shit, that's why when you see one cop, if it's more than 10 minutes, you're probably going to see another, then another, then another. Why? Well, most of the time it's a waste of time, a big juggalo gathering. They're just trying to have fun with their buddies, see what's up their nosy. They're like hens. A lot of the time, it's the severity of what's going on at the scene or what could be happening at the scene But most of the time, it's because one cop has something that you need and they come with a partner. And then there's also your backup. So let me give you an example. We did one thing, Narcan, that type of shit. They have all that shit in the back, okay? One of the things that is really big that we went over in one of the simulations was essentially like if you're fucking pulling someone over, right? And let's say they're diabetic, but you at first think it's a drug overdose, okay? But you don't have the right kit to test certain things, what's going on with them. And the medics are going to be like 30 minutes because there's traffic and they're fucked. And there's certain things that you need to do. But you know that another officer does have that stuff because they also work part-time with the forensic medical examiner up the road, but they also do beat cop shit. I don't know. You can call them and then they'll come, right? So then there's that. And then you have backup come because you have to have mandatory backup that's just there watching because you're on the side of the road and you're in a dangerous situation. Then you realize none of you have flares in the car. So what do? You call a car that's closest. Does anyone have flares? I'll be there in a second. They show up, right? Then it turns out the passenger only speaks Cantonese. That's right. It's Jimbo James. He's with the cartel. Holy fuck. Well, guess what? Now we got to call the marshals because we think we have cartel member Jimbo James here. And guess what? Jimbo James, that's right. He only speaks Cantonese. We need to read him his rights because we're about to book this motherfucker. He's a wanted man. He's done felonies. So then what do? They fucking call an officer. Do you speak Cantonese? You do? Get the fuck over here. That person shows up. Now you got 10 officers out there, but now it's cartel related. So now you got to throw 5 more on and then 40 more and then 6 more. This is how you end up with a ton of cops in one place. When you have that many and none of them have an evidence road kit, any sort of kit, anything that has crime scene tape, when that many cops show up and they don't have crime, there's a problem. Now, there might not have been the max number, which there should have been, because when an officer is down, you send fucking everybody and you send the department next to you, and then you send the maid, and then you send the pet snake, and then you send the classroom fucking guinea pig, and then you send the secretary. Everybody in the town comes. All right? If you're a volunteer fire department, if you're volunteer fucking leaf blower, I don't care. Everybody get the fuck over here. They did not have everyone in town there. Why? Because it was a blizzard, but they had a good amount of vehicles. There was like 5, 6 at one point on some of that fucking cam. You were telling me that none of those motherfuckers had tape, had evidence collection, had fucking gloves, for fuck's sake, in a blizzard. That's assault.
Access to the BCI, the office of BCI, where our stuff is kept.
Did you make a phone call?
No, nobody there would have had access at that time. It was only Officer Dever on the desk.
So you're the only person that could have gotten those swamps?
Sergeant Lane could have gotten them as well.
So Sergeant Lang could have too?
Sure.
But you didn't say that?
No, definitely didn't.
Okay. What you did do, however, is you went to the neighbor's house. That would be Tom Keller, right?
The lieutenant of detectives, yes.
Right. And Lieutenant Keller gave you red solo cups.
Yes. I asked for plastic or glass containers. He had solo cups, and I utilized them.
The same kind of solo cups that we all see at backyard barbecues.
Yep, they hold liquid terrifically.
They're also not sealed.
My God. They hold liquid terrifically. Well, sir, so does my asshole. Please don't put the blood in it.
Correct?
They are not.
They're also not used normally. I mean, they were here. They're not normally used for evidence collection, correct?
Oh, absolutely not.
And then you decided you needed to transport that very important biological material back to Canton PD for storage and safety, right?
That's correct.
And why was it important to transport that blood material so quickly? What are the factors that you considered, weighed and balanced, in terms of getting that material back to Canton PD in good condition, sanitary condition?
So a criminalist could extract a proper DNA sample.
What would happen, for instance, if that blood material, I don't know, were contaminated?
Contaminated how?
You tell me, you're the professional.
So DNA is pretty hardy, pretty forensically stable. The only things that are going to harm it are radiation, ultraviolet light, harsh chemicals such as bleach. That's not present here. Then you would have 2 sets of DNA when it's tested, which would benefit you.
Well, depends on whose DNA it is.
That's correct. That's correct.
Yes. while you were, let's stay on this for a second. So obviously, there's a reason why blood swabs or biological swabs are handled with such care. For instance, a DNA analyst is going to put on gloves.
Correct.
Oftentimes, they're going to put on a mask. Right?
I don't know about that.
Oftentimes, they put on goggles. Is that right?
It depends what they're testing.
Right.
Yeah.
But when you go out and collect something, you'll see CSI, crime scene investigator.
Again, don't make me don't make me put on the first 48. Don't make me do it. David the Gnome was the shit. I'm sorry. Darkwing Duck. When there's trouble, you call D Duck. They could have called Darkwing Duck. He would have worn a mask. In all seriousness, any episode of First 48, watch them. Watch them when they're taking photos, when they're standing near the motherfuckers wear masks. For fuck's sake.
In full body suits when you
Sure.
walk into a crime scene.
Yeah, you can.
Because you don't want to contaminate the scene with your own hair off your arm or an eyelash falling into a blood stain, correct?
That's correct.
So there are protocols. I mean, you said just a second ago, Skyler, well, it's DNA, unless somebody pours bleach in it, you're pretty much golden, right? That's not quite the fact.
And that's not quite what I said.
No, it's not quite what you said. You were suggesting that it's hardy enough that it doesn't really matter
No.
if it's contaminated or not. If there's multiple people's DNA, it just benefits everybody.
No, I simply asked what you meant by contamination.
Okay. So it could be contaminated with debris, is that right?
Sure, it can.
It could be contaminated with other people's DNA, is that right?
It can.
It could be contaminated with foreign items, foreign either aerosols or somebody's spill when they're talking, correct?
Sure.
Contaminated with 1,000 things.
Hypothetically.
Right. Of course, these solo cups didn't have lids on them, right?
They did not.
They were open.
Yes.
You didn't photograph where you picked up the samples.
No.
You didn't document where you picked up the samples.
No.
So if the samples were in how many solo cups were there?
6.
6 solo cups. We don't know as we sit here where each of those solo cups contents came from specifically, do we?
Specifically, no.
Okay. Then those.
Okay, not gonna lie. At first hated him. But I find this part a little amusing. I'm not gonna lie. They're like, and you didn't do this. And he's like, nope. And they're like, and you fucked up this one. He's like, yep. And then they're like, so you're telling me you really did this, this, and this? And he's like, yep. It's like that. What is it? The fucking name is that 40 fucking the nope. Yep. Maybe it's like it's literally that. Like this guy's just like, yep, I fucked up. It's kind of like in a way, like he is an asshole, but he's talking like Ned Flanders right now, and it's very amusing to me. He's like, yep, I fucked it up. I pissed all over the crime scene. It's like, oh my god, you're just admitting you're not even trying to hide it. Okay.
Contents came from specifically, do we?
Specifically, no.
Okay. Then those solo cups with no lids were placed into a bag, right?
That's correct.
You said on direct examination that this was a brown paper bag, right?
It is. Stop and Shop, I believe.
And you said that Stop and Shop bag is, other than having the words Stop and Shop on it versus evidence on it, basically the one and the same thing.
Same dimensions, made out of the same materials, yes.
Right. But with an evidence bag, you know exactly where it came from and who's handling it.
Not necessarily.
It comes from a manufacturer whose job it is to secure those bags so that they are not mishandled, so they can have some sort of bona fides that they're clean and ready to accept evidence. In, say, for instance, I don't know, the investigation of a homicide of a police officer.
Okay.
Important stuff, right?
We're not at a homicide of a police officer at this point.
I'm just talking about evidence bags in general. Evidence bags in general. In other words, I'm trying to think about some of the most important investigations around. The manufacturers of those evidence bags manufacture them and send them in a way so that their bona fides, the provenance of those bags is maintained, correct, and protected.
That's the way they ship them, yes.
Right. And Kenton PD pays extra money for those bags for that very purpose.
I'm sure they do, yes.
You mentioned almost tongue in cheek, look, except for the price, it's probably pretty close.
Yes.
There's a reason that there's a price difference, right?
What would the reason? What's the reason?
Well, it's not a shop. I'm going to pay 10 cents for that bag. It's not really good. Hoot. Where it's been or who's handling it, right? It's got my milk and my eggs in it. Really don't care.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how they price
Did
it.
he? Did Jackson just say hoot? Did he just go hoot?
Right.
Well, Owl B.
It's got my milk and my eggs in it. Really don't care.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how they price it because
No.
Where it's been or who's handling it, right? It's got my milk and my eggs in it. Really don't care.
yeah, I don't know. I don't know how they price it because of how they package it. I don't have any knowledge of
Well, you're the one that mentioned the price.
Oh, no.
Point.
Yeah, I
The
agree
price-
with
No, I need to hear that again. Did he say hoot? He said
you.
hoot.
What's the reason? What's the reason?
Well, it's not a shop. I'm going to pay 10 cents for that bag. It's not really good. Hoot. Where it's been.
Yeah, he said hoot. He said hoot. Jackson, what the fuck? Hooty hoo, dude.
But that bag's not really good. Hoot. Where it's been, or who's handling it, right? It's got my milk and my eggs in it. Really don't care.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how they price it because of how they package it. I don't have any knowledge of
Well, the other one mentioned the price.
that. Oh, no. Yeah, I agree with you on that.
I'm sorry, we're speaking over each other.
I apologize.
I'm sorry, Mr. Young, you gotta wait.
Yep.
There's a reason. My point is, there's a reason, right? Yes. That evidence bags are more expensive because there is a way they're manufactured and they're taken care of, and Canton PD is willing to pay that extra price, like every other law enforcement agency, because of that. Correct. All right. So they're not quite the same, are they?
No.
Those solo cups were placed in the evidence bag uncovered.
Yes.
The evidence bag was then placed in Sergeant Lank's vehicle.
It was closed and Sergeant Lang transported it to his vehicle. Yes.
When you say closed, you mean the top of it was rolled up?
Correct.
Or folded over?
Correct.
Okay. It wasn't forensically sealed.
Not at that time, no.
There was no evidence tape that went on it.
Not at that time, no.
Matter of fact, the cups were still open and could slosh around.
Uh,
Assume they melted.
Yes.
There's liquid blood and liquid water, like
That's correct.
snow.
That's correct.
And you indicated that those were, at least you believe, those were placed in an evidence locker, temporary evidence locker, correct?
No, the blood samples were put in a refrigerated unit.
My mistake. I thought the refrigerator was the temporary source locker. Is that right?
Yes, lockers are not refrigerated. That's where the glass would go into a locker.
Okay. This was placed into an evidence refrigerator.
That's correct.
That was to maintain the integrity of the sample, the biological sample inside the cups, correct?
That's correct.
You have an evidence log of that.
I don't know.
You've never seen an evidence log indicating that those were actually put into a refrigerated evidence locker.
I removed them myself, so I know they were in the refrigerated unit
When did you remove them?
on February 1st.
Right. We're talking about January 29th. They were taken to Canton PD by Officer Lang, Sergeant Lang, on January 29th. I'm just asking, well, let me ask a foundational question. Does Canton PD maintain something called evidence logs?
I don't know the answer to that. I'm not the evidence officer.
No.
There is, it's all computerized.
Right.
So like I explained earlier, when they do get logged in, the officer puts the description of the property, hits the space bar, and the computer generates an evidence number.
Right. And that evidence number is associated with just that piece of evidence.
Just that piece of evidence, correct?
And every time it's checked out or put back in, there is a log created, correct?
Yeah, they do it by computer, yes.
It's a digital fingerprint.
Correct.
All right. I mean, you're a former narco specialist, right?
Mhm.
You did narcotics for years, right?
I did.
Drugs, about the most sensitive thing out there, right? I mean, you get a bottle of fentanyl. You're not just going to go set it on the evidence subject's desk. You're going to make sure that damn thing gets logged exactly how it's supposed to, correct?
Of course.
Because it needs to have a trace of where it goes and who touches it and who has access to it, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, I'm not even kidding. I fucking love this part of Jackson, but I do worry. He went from hoot to damn. He went from give a hoot to give a damn. I'm scared for what's next. Decorum Jackson, don't fall down that fucking slippery slope, dude. Fucking hold it together. I know you want to say fuck so bad. I want you to say fuck, but don't say it, dude.
You've never seen an evidence log.
He's getting close.
These items that were taken from 34 Fairview and supposedly put into, well, not supposedly because you took them out, and ultimately went into a refrigerated evidence log.
Yeah, I wouldn't have access to the evidence log. Our evidence room is a very strict process. There's only 2 people that can even have access to the permanent once it goes into permanent evidence. And it's the admin sergeant that changes the custody when it comes out for court, if an item has to come out for court, or it has to be transported to another agency, or if an officer needs it removed from evidence for further inspection, the admin sergeant will take care of that.
That's the way it's.
Mr. Jackson, you're not going to finish today, right?
No, I'm
In
not.
2 minutes.
Two questions. And I'm also.
All right, 2 questions.
Thank you. That's the way it's supposed to work, correct?
Yes.
But you've never, as you sit here, you've never seen an evidence log determining where that blood went and who was handling it between January 29th and February 1st.
I have never seen an evidence log.
That's all I had, Robert, at least at this time.
Oh my God.
Reed, why do we keep having to come back here? I don't know what it must be like to wake up on the.
No, I don't want to get in trouble. Stop sharing it, baby Brian. I'm gonna watch that guy later. I like watching that guy. I like when he makes challenges illegal. Okay, guys, I think that's it. We're gonna have to end now because I'm about to be We're going to have to end in 3 minutes, which is going to make it 6.5 hours on the dot. What the fuck? Dad had a night off. I am a little tired. But honestly, I've not been up that long. So I think I just need... Also, who is that guy in the background of the... Okay, anyway. I do need to shit, shower, shave, whatever, do my shit. I need to eat. I need to run 1 or 2 errands. Gotta walk the Hoogans asleep. Gotta finish folding some laundry. Catch up on my squirms, do my lurks. It's only about 2 or 3 hours from now when the trial starts again. Yeah, but I got off work and then I took a really fucking long nap, like an all-day nap. And then I woke up and it was very, very late. And then I ate and then I did some chores and I went back to sleep. Woke up again and then I immediately started this. So, and the power was out, so we couldn't really do much. The power went out for a good minute here. So, yeah, I was sleeping a lot. So, now the power's on and I'm talking. And I was like, well, have the night off. Nothing to do. Had a gig, but it got moved. So, here we are. And I really have nothing much to do tomorrow either. I maybe have 2 to 3 hours of work to get done. So, I'm probably just going to sleep in the day again. Back on the overnight schedule. It is when it's 8 or 9 hours, Laura. It absolutely is. I think people forget that there are people in the world who have night shifts, graveyards. I think nurses understand. I was an all-night barista for a couple of years. Just used to it. A lot of tech stuff I do is at night and for people on the other side of the world. So unfortunately, time zones, very tough for me. I have to rely on them sending me the calendar that alerts me. But yeah, I'm back on the overnight gig and got a little bit of time off. So probably gonna do my lurks and my squirms and get some shit done. And then maybe come back and do the morning because I do want to watch it. Anyway, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I'll either be here in 2 or 3 hours or I won't. Or I'll be squirming and lurking. But squirming and looking and jerking my gherkin. I am going to look up JoJo Siwa and make sure she's not Beverly. But yeah, no, see, my problem now is I'm getting too much sleep. Actually, none of this is an issue for me. It's actually the opposite. Sleeping too much. But also like the gig was canceled because of weather. Shit got moved. Power was out. What do? Well, I fucking go to bed. If you're poor, go to bed. If you're hungry, go to bed. If the power's out, go to bed. If you don't have a job and it's night and you can't go apply for one, go to bed. Then wake up and apply for one. Shit like that, you know? These are things in life where you have no choice. Your car's broken down. You have nothing to do. You're depressed. Go to bed. And then wake up and try to do something at a reasonable hour when you can fix it. The problem is when you have your shit together and, you know, you do your shit and then your shit's done, but it has to be done at night. You do it at night and then people go, are you tired? And it's like, no, I'm a night person. I do my shit overnight. Well, don't you have things to do tomorrow? No, I did them at night. When do you eat breakfast? When you're eating dinner. It's very simple. Transitioning takes 2 or 3 days. Because if you have a contract where you have to be awake for 2 weeks, in the day, you got to flip it. It takes about 2 days. So you do that. And if you want to go back, you go back. Now, I personally prefer the nighttime because I can concentrate. It limits me. Like, I'm not going to be out distracted. I'm not going to go out to the mall in the middle of the night. I'm not going to go do shit. And also, I've historically been a night owl my whole life. So this is just how it is. But don't you worry. If I ever get too tired, I'll tell you. Okay? Yeah. Dude, it's hard for me too because sometimes I miss shit that I could do. You know, I want to go out and do things and then I'm like, fuck, I missed that because that's my sleep time. But also, I'm 40. So, like, I did a lot of shit already. I don't need to fucking do that now. This is rest time. And then when I get fucking the mood and I want to go do some shit, I plan it and I do it. If I can't afford it, I don't. And if I can, I do. If it's dangerous, I don't. That's the difference between now and then. Is now I judge how dangerous is this? Is anyone going to get hurt? Is there going to be an AC there? Are we going to see any rabid wild animals? Is there going to be a Nagel nearby? Is there a lot of drinking? I don't want to be around that because then I have to babysit drunks. I wish a lot of the people in this trial did that too. I wish they went, is this a good idea? I feel like if just one or two of them did, none of them would be hanging out together and we wouldn't be here. Maybe John would be alive. So, with that said, thinking we're going to need to end on maybe some Marcus, some Fredericks. I want to see Fredrickson talk again. For those of you who missed it, Fredrickson's talking in an episode or in a clip. I could show you some Fredrickson and Poland stuff maybe later. That would be fun. Here we go. We'll watch a couple of these, but for now, let's watch Fredrickson talking about salsa, because that's fun. Oh, it's so loud. Hold on. And I'll probably be back, honestly, because I am going to I'm going to be watching the shit out of this today, because I think they're going through people a lot faster, and I like that. I like it. I like it when they're like, okay, you're done. Boom, boom, boom. I don't like it when they drag it out too much, and that was Jen's fault. If Jen would have just answered the fucking question and not done these riddles, then we wouldn't have had to sit there for that many days. And that infuriates me. It makes me really mad. Like, why did she Casey Anthony does, she Jodi Arias does, she fucking did it all. She fucking did it all, dude. Ugh. All right, let's watch Fredrickson talk. I fucking love this so much. Also, I do plan on, we'll do a Baldoni day. A Blake Baldoni day, and we'll also maybe more JoJo Siwa as Bev. We'll figure it out. For now, God bless. I love you all. You're the best. You're the best. Dude, thank you so much for saying that. I have evolved. I've evolved to don't break my bones. Poor Nikki. Fucking Nikki, we gotta keep you safe. We gotta keep you safe, honey. We gotta get you out of San Antonio. Dude, I broke so many bones in San Antonio. We need to get you out of there, hon. We need to get you the fuck out of there. This is great advice. And if you know some dirty hippies, try DMT. I'm not saying do it all the time, but try it once. It's fucking great. You get it. There's a portal. You see guys. It's fine. Lord knows what I'm talking about. What Rebbit's talking about. Sassy. Thank you. Thank you guys, everybody, for being here. Big love to you, Reggie Ray. Look at Junior Little Baby Hooligan. Oh, so cute. Brennan has Red Bulls, absolutely. Marcus's VR name, Juva. Oh my God. Except I need to get in there. By the way, everyone, go to VR. You don't need a headset, it turns out. Dude, yeah, how the fuck you getting 20-year-old fucking, you're getting the injuries 20-year-olds should be getting. How are you doing this? We need to keep you safe. We need to build the wall around Nikki. Okay? We need to protect her. We gotta get you. We gotta get you to Bernie or something. We gotta get you out of there. Oh, you poor thing. I'm gonna tell Hugan to pray for you. Oh, fuck. That is how you go to space. Thank you very much, Ozzy Mel. You're the best, dude. I'll see you in a few hours, maybe. I don't know what time is it over there. Good morning, Wendy. Wendy Madal. I made you your Fredrickson Tristan mashup on Twitter. I need to fix the sound on it. Fucking everybody's like, what is this? Like, fucking, it's perfect. That's what it is. All right, I love you guys. I'm going to play this. Watch this. Fredrickson talks. It's the best.
I need to go check the island, all right?
I'm enjoying my meal, but I want to be a man again. Please, Mr. Gator, change me back.
Just puke out. Just puke out the drink you had. That should fix it. You're probably just having an allergy attack.
Do you have any salsa?
Okay, how much meat is that?
Well, it's just what I could carry, but I couldn't find any salsa to go on it, so it's kind of plain.
You gotta go to the bar, okay? Good luck. We're gonna catch this killer tonight. You gotta go to the bar. enjoy your meals. I'll be right back. I need to go check the island, all right?
I'm enjoying my meal, but I want to be a man again. Please, Mr. Gator, change me back.
Just puke
Figure it
out.
out.
Just puke out the drink you had. That should fix it. You're probably just having an allergy attack.
Do you have any salsa?
Okay, how much meat is that?
Well, it's just what I could carry, but I couldn't find any salsa to go on it, so it's kind of plain.